Chapter 660. At this moment, the minds of countless experts from the Southern Territory had gone blank when they saw Yuan Tian charge at Nanjing. Is she going to die just like that? Regardless of whether it was in terms of numbers or quality, the Monarch Realm experts of the Southern Territory and Demon Race were far inferior when compared to the joint forces of the Hallowed Grounds, Devil Race, and Oceanic clans. So, the Southern Territory's forces were being suppressed in battle. Thus, even though they were aware of Nanjing's current situation, none of them were able to lend her a hand. OM. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded. Everyone here was stunned for a moment, and then the founding emperor and the others were overjoyed. Has Yang Yi advanced into the Monarch Realm? With the combat strength he possesses, even if he's only at the first rank of the Monarch Realm, he would still be absolutely capable of turning the situation around and saving Nanjing. Yuan Tian's body stiffened slightly. However, he immediately sped up explosively and charged towards Nanjing. He wanted Yang Yi to live in eternal regret. However, he was bound to be unable to get his wish, because Yang Yi was standing by Nanjing's side. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they saw Yang Yi, and Yuan Tian even stopped moving. He stared blankly at Yang Yi for an instant before he started roaring wildly with laughter. Because Yang Yi wasn't at the Monarch Realm, even though the founding Emperor, Beast Emperor, and all the other Monarch Realm experts were facing the joint attacks of numerous experts, everything that occurred here couldn't escape the detection of their divine sense. So, their expressions had instantly changed when they realized that Yang Yi was still at the 9th rank of the Exalt Realm. The Southern Territory's defeat was only a matter of time. The reason they'd been holding on through all this hardship was because they were waiting for Yang Yi to attain the Monarch Realm. However, Yang Yi was actually still at the Exalt Realm. Obviously, Yang Yi had failed. Yang Yi hadn't failed. Had given up on advancing at the last moment, just like Nanjing had. Actually, he wasn't aware of the events in the outside world because his consciousness was immersed within the primordial pagoda, and he was utilizing the violet profound energy within it and those 3 drops of blood essence to temper his body. He hoped to break through the limits of his body before charging into the Monarch Realm, and he was just about to succeed. However, when his consciousness left the primordial pagoda, Head instantly witnessed the scene of Nanjing being blasted flying. At that moment, Yang Yi's mind had gone blank. All thoughts of attaining the Monarch Realm and gaining new strength had vanished, and all that remained in his mind was her. So long as he persisted for just a moment, then he could immediately attain the Monarch Realm, and then even the half-saints of this world wouldn't be able to annihilate him with ease. So long as he attained the Monarch Realm, he would be able to unify the continent as soon as possible. He would be able to access the tuned level of the primordial pagoda and rely on the treasures within it to gain another improvement in his strength. He would be able to head to the Hallowed Grounds to retrieve the sword precursor. So long as he attained the Monarch Realm, then he, Yang Yi, wouldn't be an ant in this world any longer. However, he hadn't hesitated in the slightest to give up and leave. There was a price to pay for forcefully stopping one's charge into the Monarch Realm. Head almost succeeded in fully absorbing the blood of the dragon ancestor, the primordial violet energy, and the blood essence of the 3 divine beasts. However, he now suffered backlash from them, and his body would have probably exploded a long time ago if it wasn't for how strong it was. Even though Head forcefully suppressed the backlash within him, he could only dream of attaining the Monarch Realm in the next 2 years. Moreover, if he didn't solve the issues he faced within his body from the primordial violet energy and blood of the dragon ancestor, then his life would be in danger at all times. Yuan Tian didn't attack because Yang Yi hadn't attained the Monarch Realm, so the outcome was already decided. He immediately ridiculed. Yang Yi, you're really beyond stupid. You actually gave up your chance to attain the Monarch Realm for a woman. Do you know that perhaps only this woman would have died just now, but your decision will cause the deaths of you and all the profounders of the entire Southern Territory as well? Don't you think that it's beyond stupid? Yang Yi didn't turn around to look at Nanjing. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and spoke with a slightly trembling voice. I really should have stopped at nothing to kill you. Actually, Ding Xiaoyao had determined that Yuan Tian and the others were in the Devil Territory. However, he didn't pay attention to it because Yuan Tian had probably only done it to protect himself, coupled with the fact that he had many other things to deal with, and the half-saint of the devil race even seemed to intend to form an alliance with the human race, so Head temporarily put it aside. But Head never imagined that. Ha ha! Yuan Tian's laughter sounded quite complacent and slightly savage. He said, Yang Yi, my origin school wanted to surrender, but you refused to accept it, and you insisted on annihilating it. What? Do you regret it now? But it's all too late now. The Southern Territory and everyone related to you will be annihilated today. OM. Yang Yi's intense sword suddenly left the ancient sheath, and then a ray of violet light flashed through the sky. Yuan Tian's eyelids twitched, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. He swiftly slapped his right palm forward, and an energy palm flashed forward and smashed against the violet sword chi. However, only a moment passed before Yuan Tian's expression changed drastically because the violet sword chi actually sliced through his attack with absolute ease. Yuan Tian was astounded. He placed his palms on top of each other before pressing them forward, and then two overlapped energy palms flashed forward. However, they were easily sliced apart again. This time, Yuan Tian was horrified because he didn't have a chance to counterattack again. The violet sword chi flashed through his chest. So, it wasn't just a single sword chi. Yuan Tian gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Only when it shot through his chest did Yuan Tian realize that there were at least 3 strands of sword chi overlapped within it. Of course, even then, it was impossible for those overlapped strands of sword chi to instantly annihilate him. Most importantly, the might of the tune amongst the 3 strands of sword chi had suddenly risen by over 5 times. Yuan Tian knew that Head underestimated his opponent because Yang Yi was much more terrifying than Head imagined. However, he didn't have the chance to reevaluate Yang Yi anymore. All the other experts of the Devil Race and Oceanic clans were stunned when they saw Yuan Tian being instantly annihilated. Is he really only at the Exalt Realm? Is he really just an Exalt Realm expert? Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were blood red. He glanced at all the Monarch Realm experts of the Devil Race and Oceanic clans as he said, "The Devil Race and Oceanic clans. Good. Very good. From today onward, both of you will be completely eradicated from the continent. It'll make all of you pay for your actions with extinction." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's intense sword was drawn again, and then a ray of violet sword chi flashed forward before the head of a Monarch Realm expert from the Oceanic clans flew off from his neck. 3 overlapped heaven rings combined with the critical strike technique was an attack that was impossible to resist for ordinary Monarch Realm experts. The experts of the Oceanic clans and Devil Race were horrified when they saw Yang Yi kill another Monarch Realm expert with a single strike. All of them hurriedly stopped fighting, and then retreated to the side and gazed at Yang Yi with vigilance. The Founding Emperor and Beast Emperor heaved sighs of relief because the Southern Territory would definitely lose if the battle were to continue. Once that happened, there would probably be no one on the Southern Territory side that could avoid death. After all, the Devil Race and Oceanic clans weren't humans, so they wouldn't feel any pity for humans. The experts of the Devil Race and Oceanic clans didn't dare attack rashly, while the experts of the Southern Territory wanted to attack but didn't have the ability to do so. Besides the 2 Monarch Realm experts that Yang Yi had killed, the Devil Race and Oceanic clans hadn't suffered a single casualty throughout the battle, whereas the Southern Territory had lost 3. Yang Yi didn't attack again. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he was unable to do so. Successively executing overlapped heaven rings twice had already exhausted all the profound energy within him. If the Monarch Realm experts of the Devil Race and Oceanic clans were to find out about that, then the Southern Territory would probably be finished. Both sides didn't continue fighting, but they didn't retreat either. Because all of them were waiting, they were waiting for the outcome of the battle in the sky. If the Hallowed Grounds won, then the Southern Territory would still be unable to escape death, and if Elder Mu won, then it was obvious what the consequences were. Yang Yi stood on the spot for quite some time before he turned around and walked over to Nanjing, and he forcefully stopped his tears from flowing as he gazed at the state she was in right now. The tears of men rarely flow until something truly sad appears. Yang Yi squatted down by her side and stretched out his left hand to wipe the blood on the corner of her mouth. However, had only just wiped it off when blood seeped out once more, and it was to the point that he couldn't clean it up no matter what. Are you trying to make me owe you a debt for a lifetime? Yang Yi took her hand with his right hand, and then the remaining profound energy within him surged madly into her. Why? And Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke these words. Even though she was heavily injured, she hadn't lost her ability to discern things. So, she had instantly determined that Yang Yi was still at the Exalt realm and not the Monarch realm. Yang Yi knew what she meant and spoke gently, because you would die if I didn't. And Nanjing's eyes flickered a little, but she just gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi continued, I really want to attain the Monarch realm because I'll only be able to protect myself and those I love with sufficient strength. However, if I have to sacrifice you in order to accomplish that, then I would never be able to rest in peace. Not to mention advancing into the Monarch realm, I wouldn't hesitate to stop even if I was advancing into the Saint realm. Yang Yi could stop at nothing to improve his strength, but he would absolutely not sacrifice his friends and loved ones to do so. Even though he was ruthless and cruel, he had his limits. And Nanjing suddenly asked, Do you like me? Yang Yi was stunned. Chapter 661. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing while she gazed at him. At this moment, it was like time had stopped. Yang Yi was just about to speak. Bang! Suddenly, an enormous explosion resounded from within the tombstones in the sky, and then all of them started to tremble violently. The gazes of every shot over while they thought to themselves, Who's winning? YY stretched out his hand to lightly touch Nanjing's face as he said, If it's possible, I would rather be lying here instead of you. He didn't wait for Nanjing to say anything, and he immediately sent her into the primordial pagoda to be cared for by Su Qingshi, Xiao Yushi, and Qin Siya. After that, he stood up, and then he raised his head and shot a solemn gaze towards the area in the sky that was covered by tombstones. Will Elder Mu be able to win the battle? He's fighting against 12 half-saints and 30 peak Monarch realm experts. Bang! Suddenly, a figure flew down from midair before crashing heavily into ancient domain city, causing the entire city to quake. The pupils of Yang Yi and the others constricted because it was the Demon Emperor. A ray of violet light flashed, and then the violet mink appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. He immediately understood her intentions and flashed over to the Demon Emperor. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Demon Emperor because while the Demon Emperor was heavily injured, he was still alive. The violet mink flew over to the Demon Emperor while worry filled her eyes. The Demon Emperor forced a smile on his face and rubbed her head as he said, I'm fine. I just need to rest for some time. As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon Emperor gazed at Yang Yi and said, The situation there isn't very good. Yang Yi's heart shook, and he said, What happened? The Demon Emperor spoke with a solemn expression on his face. Elder Mu's strength exceeded all our imaginations. He kept 11 half-saints busy on his own. Perhaps only a few in the history of our continent have possessed such strength. However, the Hallowed Grounds forces are too numerous. Both the Demon Saint and I weren't able to keep the Devil Saint and all those other Monarch realm experts of the Hallowed Grounds busy. I was almost killed just now, and it was Elder Mu who forcefully transported me out at the critical moment. The corners of Yang Yi's eyes twitched slightly. He actually almost died in there even with the strength he possesses. Exactly how intense is the battle? Bang! Right at this moment, another explosion resounded, and then another figure flew out from there. However, that figure didn't crash to the ground like the Demon Emperor, and it landed firmly within ancient domain city instead. The Demon Saint. It was the Demon Saint Hood left the battlefield. At this moment, there were countless holes throughout his clothes, and his entire body was covered in injuries. He seemed to be in a rather sorry state. The experts of the Devil Race and Oceanic clans were overjoyed when they saw the Demon Saint, whereas the hearts of all the Profounders from the Southern Territory fell to rock bottom. Yang Yi's heart sank a little as well. He had no doubt in Elder Mu's strength, but Elder Mu was up against so many enemies. 12 half-saints and 30 Monarch realm experts. Such an array was faced by Elder Mu alone right now. so Yang Yi wondered if Elder Mu could be a match for them. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He was ready to ignite his sword intent at any moment, because if Elder Mu lost, then an unprecedentedly bloody fight to the death would ensue. After all, they were irreconcilable enemies, and there was no way out besides a fight to the death. Yang Yi understood all of that, and so did the founding emperor, beast emperor, and all the experts on the Southern Territory's side. So, all of them had resolute expressions on their faces, and they knew that it would be time for them to truly fight to the death if Elder Mu lost. If Elder Mu won, actually, practically no one felt that Elder Mu could win. After all, there were 12 half-saints and around 30 peak Monarch Realm experts in there. But Elder Mu was all alone. How's the situation up there? The Demon Emperor looked up at the tombstones in the sky as he asked the Demon Saint in a low voice. The Demon Saint looked up towards the tombstones for a moment before he said, "I never expected that his strength was actually formidable to such an extent. No wonder he was able to kill Luo Dao that day. Moreover, what exactly are those tombstones? They aren't just able to take away the vitality of half-saints, they're even able to ceaselessly provide him with energy." The reason Elder Mu could fight so many half-saints and remain undefeated was mainly because of the tombstones. The Demon Saint noticed that the tombstones could actually ceaselessly provide profound energy to Elder Mu, allowing Elder Mu to stay at a peak state at all times. The Demon Emperor asked, "Does he have a chance?" The Demon Saint pondered deeply for a moment and said, "His chances aren't very great. Elder Mu is very strong, and his strength has far surpassed my expectations. However, that fellow, Xian Kong, from the hallowed grounds isn't weak as well. Moreover, he has so many other experts on his side. Elder Mu is completely outnumbered, so..." Resolve appeared in the Demon Saint's eyes as he said, "So prepare to fight to the death." The hearts of Yang Yi and the Demon Emperor sank once more when they heard this. The Demon Saint was a half-saint. Since even Head said something like that, then Elder Mu was very likely to lose. Yang Yi raised his head and gazed at the tombstones in the sky while a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. If it hadn't been for Elder Mu, then he would have died a very long time ago. Had taken Elder Mu to be his master and even a loved one. So, he didn't want anything to happen to Elder Mu. But it was a fight against 12 half-saints and 30 Monarch Realm experts. I'm still too weak in the end. I'm unable to help Elder Mu. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he spoke in his heart. He was already capable of surmounting his realm of cultivation to kill Monarch Realm experts, but he was still too weak when facing those half-saints. Yang Yi shook his head a short while later, and then he sheathed his intense sword and shouted, "Everyone from the Southern Territory, hear me well. Prepare to fight to the death. Even if all of us die, we'll make the Devil Race, Oceanic clans, and the hallowed grounds pay a horrible price. If we survive today, then we will definitely annihilate the Devil Race and Oceanic clans, and then attack the hallowed grounds to get our vengeance. Fight to the death." The profound energy within the Demon Emperor surged out madly from within him as he shouted furiously. "Fight to the death." The experts of the Grand Qin Empire responded. "Fight to the death." The Demon Emperor started to transform, and it wasn't long before his right hand had transformed into an enormous golden claw. At this moment, all the experts of the Dark Beast Empire who stood behind him had instantly responded, and there were even some that were prepared to detonate themselves. "Demon beasts of my demon race, listen well. Fight to the death." The Demon Emperor refused to be outdone. The experts of the Devil Race and Oceanic clans revealed extremely heavy expressions when they witnessed this scene. Because if the experts of the Southern Territory were to fight desperately to the death, then even if they could win the battle, it would still be a Pyrrhic victory. Fortunately, they just had to annihilate all the forces of the Southern Territory, and then the human race and demon race would be practically annihilated. At that time, the entire continent would belong to the Devil Race and the Oceanic clans. Bang! Suddenly, the tombstones in the sky suddenly shook violently, and then everyone watched with shock as they gradually dispersed. Chapter 662. 20 figures crashed down from the sky, and everyone here looked towards them. The expressions of the experts from the Demon Race and Oceanic clans changed, because it was the monarch realm experts of the hallowed grounds. At this moment, all of them seemed extremely old, as if they'd experienced a few thousand years of time. Most importantly, they didn't have any signs of vitality. They were dead. The experts of the devil race and oceanic clans gasped as they looked up into the sky. At this moment, everyone was looking up into the sky. Elder Mu was standing in midair with an extremely pale countenance. There were a few palm prints on his chest, and every single one of them was very deep to the point that they'd caused Elder Mu's chest to completely sink down. It was an extremely horrifying sight. There was a pitch-black walking stick floating in front of him, but it was covered in cracks and seemed like it might shatter at any moment. Shin Kong's group was standing in front of Elder Mu, and their appearances had completely changed. At this moment, all of them had snow-white hair and thick wrinkles all over their faces. They seemed extremely old. If it weren't for the imposing aura they emanated and the fierce gazes they revealed, no one would think that they were half-saints and monarch realm experts. Everyone would think that they were old men who had a foot in their graves. At this moment, all of their eyes carried unprecedented seriousness and fear as they gazed at Elder Mu, and even Shin Kong was no exception. You're actually able to rely on that tombstone to take away our vitality. The energy of time is something that half-saints can only pry into a little, and only true saint realm experts are capable of grasping such an inconceivable force. You aren't a half-saint, but you're capable of causing our lifespan to flow out of our bodies. Who exactly are you? Shin Kong stared fixedly at Elder Mu while his heart was filled with shock and terror, because he had less than 100 years of lifespan left now. However, he had over 1,000 years before the battle. Compared to Shin Kong, the Devil Saint and the Oceanic Emperor were in a worse state because they only had a few years left to live. There were others that were in a worse state, and it was those monarch realm experts of the hallowed grounds. Many of them merely had a few days left to live. Those monarch realm experts who had perished just now had died because they lost all their lifespan. On the other hand, the reason these monarch realm experts were still alive was because their strength was slightly superior to those who had perished. Feeling their vitality and lifespan leaking away was a feeling that was even more terrifying than death itself. So, the Devil Saint, Oceanic Emperor, and some of the experts of the hallowed grounds had decisively abandoned their assault on Elder Mu and started attacking the tombstones. Elder Mu waved his right hand, and the black tombstone appeared before him again. The corners of Shin Kong and the others' eyes twitched when they saw the tombstone, and the fear in their eyes wasn't concealed at all. Elder Mu said, "You have two choices. The first is to leave and return to your hallowed grounds. After all, I can't stop all of you. The second is to fight me right now. If all of you disregard death and fight with your lives on the line, then you'll definitely be able to heavily injure me even if you can't kill me. Of course, if I fight desperately, then all of you can dream of leaving." Shin Kong and the others had heavy expressions on their faces. None of them felt that the Undertaker was exaggerating. After all, the Undertaker hadn't lost even when fighting the joint forces of 12 half-saints and 30 monarch realm experts. Such strength was something that only the supreme exalts of the hallowed grounds could compare to. Brother Shin Kong, he's weak and exhausted. We'll definitely be able to kill him if we join forces again. The Devil Saint noticed Shin Kong's hesitance and spoke anxiously. Because while the Undertaker couldn't stop the experts of the hallowed grounds from leaving, but what about him? Could he retreat to the hallowed grounds? Even if the hallowed grounds allowed him to do so, what would happen to the devil race? Brother Devil Saint is right. The Oceanic Emperor knew how serious the situation was, and he immediately spoke, "Brother Shin Kong, if we don't kill him today, then the devil race and oceanic clans will definitely be annihilated by the human race. Brother Shin Kong, please lend us a hand." Shin Kong paid no attention to the Devil Saint and Oceanic Emperor. He took a deep and long glance at Elder Mu before he gazed at the Devil Saint and Oceanic Emperor. "Come with us to the hallowed grounds. Your lifespans have almost been completely exhausted. Perhaps you'll still be able to live if you return to the hallowed grounds with us." The Devil Saint and Oceanic Emperor were first delighted when they heard Shin Kong, but it wasn't long before they realized that there was a problem. The Devil Saint said, "Brother Shin Kong, But what about my devil race and the oceanic clans of Brother Oceanic Emperor? Shin Kong glanced coldly at them and said, I think both of you should think about yourselves. The Devil Saint's expression changed a little, and he said, Brother Shin Kong, if we are to leave, then the devil race and oceanic clans won't have a half-saint anymore. Wouldn't that? Shin Kong waved his hand and interrupted. Could it be that you think just anyone can enter my hallowed grounds? That's all I'm willing to say. Decide yourselves if you are going to leave. Brother Shin Kong, he'll go with you? Meanwhile, the Oceanic Emperor spoke abruptly. He only had a few more years of lifespan left. So, if he didn't head to the hallowed grounds, then even if the Undertaker didn't kill him, he would still die in a few years unless he could advance into the Saint Realm. So, he had to head to the hallowed grounds because only then could he live a little bit longer. The longer one had lived, the more afraid one usually was of death. Shin Kong nodded, and then he gazed at the Devil Saint. Ha ha ha. The Devil Saint suddenly roared with laughter and said, This is how the so-called hallowed grounds acts? The Demon Emperor was right. Our profounder continent is actually just an ant in your eyes. All of you don't care about our continent at all. All of you only care about yourselves. Even your fight against the defiant profounders is only being done for yourselves. Ha ha ha. To think I was so blind. Brother Devil Saint, we've cultivated for a few thousands of years to attain the half-saint realm. Could it be that you intend to give up just like that? The Oceanic Emperor persuaded, You'll naturally be able to avenge the devil race in the future if you're still alive. But who will avenge them if you die? The Devil Saint glanced coldly at the Oceanic Emperor and said, It's fine if you're a coward who's afraid of death, but why make it seem so noble? I, Mo Lu, am no upright person, but am no coward who's afraid of death. If the Undertaker and Yang Yi intend to annihilate my devil race, then ill wait for them to attack. The worst that can happen is death, right? Shin Kong glanced coldly at the Devil Saint and said, Let's leave. Leave? Hee. Stay the fuck behind. Right at this moment, an arc of light flashed by, and then the heads of 2 out of the last 10 Monarch Realm experts from the hallowed grounds had suddenly flown into the air. It's Qin Bufan. Shin Kong's expression changed drastically, and he swiftly slapped his right hand towards the ray of light before a ray of white light shot forward like a shooting star and smashed against the arc of light. However, the arc of light suddenly sped up, and it turned in midair and avoided Shin Kong's attack. Watch out! Shin Kong was astounded, and he hurriedly howled towards one of the Monarch Realm experts from the hallowed grounds. However, it was too late. The arc of light was extremely swift, and it flashed through that Monarch Realm expert's neck before he could even react. After that, his head flew up into the air. Trap him! Meanwhile, Shin Kong and the others hurriedly acted in unison. However, Elder Mu suddenly attacked as well, and a tombstone suddenly smashed down towards them, causing them to feel horrified. At the same time, the Devil Saint suddenly attacked as well, but his target wasn't Elder Mu, it was Shin Kong's group instead. Kill. How could Yang Yi miss such a rare opportunity? He immediately drew his intense sword, and a beam of violet sword energy shot up into the sky towards one of the Monarch Realm experts of the hallowed grounds. The Demon Saint, Demon Emperor, Founding Emperor, and all the others attacked immediately and shot towards the sky. They hadn't fought just now because they didn't have a good chance at killing Shin Kong's group, but now that a mysterious expert and the Devil Saint had joined the battle, then it wasn't impossible for them to kill these experts of the hallowed grounds anymore. You're courting death. Shin Kong's furious voice rumbled through the air. But it wasn't long before Elder Mu appeared in front of him. Elder Mu didn't waste his breath at all. He immediately waved his right hand, and then the tombstone transformed into a myriad of tombstones that enveloped Shin Kong. Shin Kong was horrified because he had personally experienced the strength of this Undertaker who stood before him. So he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. He was just about to attack when an arc of light suddenly shot towards him from afar, and it instantly arrived behind him. Space Smash! A shout resounded from behind Shin Kong, and then the space around Shin Kong rumbled and collapsed. Shin Kong was astounded by this scene. Of course, he wasn't astounded by Qin Bufan, he was astounded by Elder Mu instead. If it was at any ordinary time, then this level of spatial collapse wouldn't be troublesome to him at all. Yet now, a wisp of resolve flashed through Xian Kong's eyes, and then he formed a strange seal before his chest and swiftly slapped it forward. Convergence. As soon as he spoke, a ray of white light suddenly swept out from Xian Kong, and then the myriad of tombstones around him were blasted apart. On the other hand, the arc of light behind Xian Kong had immediately vanished when that white light swept out. Xian Kong's aura declined rapidly after he executed that attack, and his entire countenance was ghastly pale. He glared fiercely at Elder Mu before his figure flashed towards the distance. However, it wasn't long before an arc of light appeared in front of him. Xian Kong roared furiously, "Qin Bufan, you're courting death." He suddenly attacked once he finished speaking. Elder Mu's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the white light sweep towards him, and then he waved his right hand and the tombstone instantly expanded to cover an area of 3 kilometers. After that, it smashed against the white light. Bang! The white light was blasted apart. The half-saints of the hallowed grounds noticed that Xian Kong was being besieged, and their expressions instantly changed. They were about to attack when an enormous tombstone descended from the sky and smashed down towards them. In the distance, Xian Kong slapped Qin Bufan back, but he didn't pursue Qin Bufan and intended to flee instead. However, a beam of violet light suddenly tore through the sky towards him at the exact same instant that had repulsed Qin Bufan. Xian Kong swiftly looked towards the side and saw Yang Yi. He immediately spoke ferociously, "You ant! I'll kill you before I leave and eliminate a latent trouble for my hallowed grounds." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly attacked with his right palm. A ray of white light flashed forward and collided with Yang Yi's violet sword energy. Critical strike, stage 3. Yang Yi's voice suddenly resounded, and then the violet sword energy trembled violently and glowed brilliantly. Chapter 663. Xian Kong was a half-saint, but his current cultivation was only at the 9th rank of the monarch realm. That was why Yang Yi dared to attack him. Otherwise, Yang Yi would definitely not court death by challenging a half-saint, while he was at the exalt realm. After all, that was stupid, not brave. Of course, even then, he was taking a huge risk by attacking right now. Because while Xian Kong was at the monarch realm now, his accomplishments in all aspects were that of a half-saint. Even though it was a risk, Yang Yi had still attacked because he really didn't want these half-saints to return alive to the hallowed grounds. He intended to take some interest for a Nanjing before he really took revenge. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest, and he utilized his strongest attack from the start. It was 3 overlapped heaven rings enhanced by the critical strike technique. The violet sword energy smashed against Xian Kong's attack. Bang! An enormous explosion rumbled through the surroundings as Yang Yi's sword energy and the white light exploded apart, and then countless waves of energy and sword chi swept madly towards the surroundings. Disbelief appeared in Xian Kong's eyes, because he hadn't imagined that his attack would actually be unable to gain the upper hand against Yang Yi's sword energy. Even though he was heavily injured right now, and his strength had dropped by a huge amount, he was still a half-saint at any rate. But Yang Yi was only at the exalt realm. He'll definitely become a great enemy of my hallowed grounds in the future. Ghastly killing intent appeared in Xian Kong's eyes. However, he didn't attack, and he just turned around and intended to flee. Because a half-saint of the hallowed grounds had perished at Elder Mu's hands, while all the monarch realm experts had been annihilated. But he wasn't able to escape in the end because an arc of light had obstructed his path. Xian Kong exploded with rage. "Qin Bufan, I'll definitely kill you next time." He placed his palms over each other as he spoke, and then swiftly pressed them down towards the arc of light. "You don't have a next time." A voice resounded from within the arc of light, and then 2 rays of white light formed a cross that flashed forward and collided with Xian Kong's attack. An enormous explosion resounded before the white light dispersed, and Xian Kong was forced back by over 30 m. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swiftly drew his sword, and then a beam of sword energy which was enhanced by the critical strike technique and 12th level sword intent flashed towards Xian Kong and instantly arrived before him. The corners of Xian Kong's eyes twitched a little when he sensed the terrifying energy contained within the sword energy. He didn't deal with it in a careless manner, and he disregarded the injuries he suffered from as he forcefully converged his profound energy and slapped his right palm forward. A ball of white energy flew out from his palm and smashed against Yang Ye's sword energy. Bang! The white ball of energy was blasted apart by the sword energy, and then the sword energy continued surging like a bolt of lightning towards Xian Kong. Xian Kong was astounded. He hadn't imagined that Yang Ye's sword energy was actually sharp and fierce to such an extent, and he didn't have the time to dodge anymore. He could only go head-on against it. Xian Kong placed his palms over each other again, and then white light appeared on them as he used them to defend against Yang Ye's attack. Bang! Xian Kong's body was blasted over 30 m back by the sword energy, and the white light on his palm had vanished. Moreover, his hands were covered in injuries and blood. Xian Kong's expression instantly turned savage when he saw the state his hands were in. After all, he was a dignified half-saint. Yet had actually been injured by an ant at the Exalt realm? It was an extraordinary humiliation, an utter insult. The overwhelming feeling of humiliation he experienced caused Xian Kong's aged face to warp to the extreme. Die, you old dog. Xian Kong wasn't given even the slightest opportunity to catch his breath. An arc of light suddenly appeared behind him, and then a few dozen rays of white light formed a net of blades that slashed down towards Xian Kong. Everywhere they passed, even space was sliced apart, causing numerous spatial rifts to cover the sky. It was an extremely horrifying sight to behold. Fuck off! Xian Kong roared furiously as he forcefully converged his profound energy again before he slapped out a ray of white light once more. It instantly tore through space and smashed against Qin Bufan's attack. Pooh! At the same time, a few mouthfuls of blood essence sprayed from Xian Kong's mouth. Bang! The entire sky in the area trembled as countless waves of energy surged madly towards the surroundings. All of these waves of energy shot forward at an extremely swift speed, so even Qin Bufan hadn't been able to avoid it and was blasted over 1 kilometer away. On the other hand, Xian Kong himself was blasted almost 300 m away by the wave of energy. Xian Kong's figure had just stopped in midair when a sword suddenly shot towards him from behind. Xian Kong's pupils constricted to the size of needles as he turned around and slapped his palm against the tip of that sword. Bang! Yang Ye's intense sword trembled violently while countless cracks appeared throughout it, and his figure was blasted flying by Xian Kong's attack. However, had been able to stop his figure after flying for over 300 m, and then his sword intent surged out and instantly repaired the intent sword. Xian Kong glanced at his palm, and he noticed that another mark of the sword had been left there. Xian Kong took a deep breath while he glanced at the surroundings out of the corners of his eyes, and his heart sank. The Hallowed Grounds forces had 10 half-saints when he was included, and there were 11 if the Oceanic Emperor was included. However, one of those half-saints had perished at the Undertaker's hands, while the Oceanic Emperor had actually fled at the critical moment. So, there were only 9 half-saints left when he was included. The Undertaker had 2 half-saints and over a dozen Monarch Realm experts on his side. Even though their overall strength was inferior to the Hallowed Grounds, the problem was that the Undertaker alone was actually keeping 7 half-saints busy. Who exactly is that Undertaker? Xian Kong took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, retreat. Retreat my ass. Sky Crusher." The arc of light appeared in front of Xian Kong again, and then a strand of green flames appeared here. The space around Xian Kong instantly started surging violently once the green flames appeared. Die, you dog of the outer heavens! A furious howl resounded from within the arc of light, and then the strand of green flames shot towards Xian Kong. Xian Kong's pupils constricted while shock filled his heart. If it was before, then he wouldn't feel the slightest fear towards such a technique from Qin Bufan. But he was completely exhausted now. Xian Kong had no choice but to forcefully converge his profound energy again, but had only just started when a mouthful of blood essence sprayed out from his mouth. However, he still attempted it again, and then smashed his palms towards the green flames. Bang! The green flames transformed into threads of flames that sprayed down throughout the sky, while Shin Kong himself was blasted flying again. Moreover, blood essence sprayed incessantly from his mouth, while his figure flew. Horizon warp. Right at this moment, Yang Ye's voice resounded once more, and then Yang Yi appeared right behind Shin Kong before his intense sword pierced through Shin Kong's back. Shin Kong's eyes opened wide, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he gazed at the sword that was sticking out from his chest. A moment of silence ensued before he suddenly turned around and slapped his palm against Yang Ye's chest. Yang Yi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood while his figure was slapped over 300 m away. Grand Slasher. Meanwhile, Qin Bufin's voice resounded once more, and then two rays of white light formed a cross that slashed down toward Shin Kong. Fuck off! Shin Kong roared furiously as he clenched his right hand into a fist, and then he smashed his fist against the white light. The white light was blasted apart, but Shin Kong's right arm was sliced up into mush. Horizon warp. Qin Bufan had just been repulsed when Yang Ye's voice resounded, and then he appeared behind Shin Kong again. At the same time, his intense sword flashed through Shin Kong's neck. Hiss! Shin Kong's head flew into the air. A half-saint had fallen. Ah! Shin Ming witnessed the scene of Shin Kong's death, and his eyes almost split apart from rage and hatred as he roared like a madman. Yang Yi, you and the Southern Territory have colluded with the defiant Profounders. You'll definitely suffer divine punishment. All of you definitely will. You should be thinking about yourself right now. Elder Mu slapped his palm at Shin Ming. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Shin Kong's head fly into the air. Shin Kong's strength had simply exceeded his imagination. If Shin Kong's cultivation hadn't been reduced to the monarch realm, and if Shin Kong hadn't been heavily injured by Elder Mu, then it would be impossible for him and the mysterious man to kill Shin Kong even if they attacked him madly without end. Even if a half-saint's cultivation had been suppressed to the monarch realm, it still wasn't an existence that an ordinary monarch realm expert could go against. This battle allowed Yang Yi to have a deeper understanding of how insufficient his strength was. He realized that a cultivation at the Exalt realm wasn't of any use in the chaotic times that were approaching. Regardless of whether it was the hallowed grounds or the defiant Profounders, it was utterly impossible to fight them without a strength at the monarch realm or half-saint realm. Right at this moment, a translucent stone suddenly flew from Shin Kong's body and shot away like a bolt of lightning. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he didn't even hesitate to stop it, because he didn't need to think to know that it was definitely a precious treasure. However, he was just about to act when an arc of light flashed, and then the stone was brought into the arc of light. Haha, the stone of suppression. It's actually the stone of suppression. That old dog finally did something good. Ha ha ha. Qin Bufin's overjoyed and roaring laughter resounded from within the arc of light. Suddenly, the violet mink appeared on Yang Ye's shoulder, and then a ray of violet light flashed. After that, the translucent stone appeared between the violet mink's claws. Yang Yi was stunned. The violet mink rubbed it for a moment and seemed to feel like it wasn't fun at all. So, she slapped it with her claw and passed it over to Yang Yi. My stone of suppression. Qin Bufin's furious voice resounded, and then Yang Yi sensed an aura lock onto him and the violet mink. Yang Ye's heart shook. He hurriedly placed the translucent stone within the primordial pagoda before he sheathed his intense sword, and then he gazed vigilantly at the arc of light. Give it back to me. Qin Bufin's voice resounded from within the arc of light, and it was slightly cold. The violet mink hurriedly shook her little head. Since you refuse, then I'll take it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the arc of light shot towards Yang Yi. It's mine once it falls into my hands. You want to take it from me? You must be dreaming. Yang Ye's intense sword suddenly started trembling violently, and then a sword howl resounded through the heavens and the earth before a beam of violet sword energy surged forward. Chapter 664. Based on what that expert from the hallowed grounds said just now, Yang Yi knew that the man hidden in the arc of light was a defiant profounder of legend. He was rather surprised by this because he hadn't expected that they'd actually emerged from the seal and arrived at profounder continent. At the same time, he witnessed how terrifying they were. The defiant profounder before him was only at the monarch realm, but had been able to heavily injure Xian Kong with ease. As for those ordinary monarch realm experts, they were actually only able to resist a few moves from him at most. He's strong, very strong. But so what? In any case, it's in my possession, so I absolutely refuse to hand it over. The violet sword Qi and Qin Bufin's arc of light smashed against each other, and then a moment of silence ensued before both of them exploded in midair. The formidable waves of energy emanated from the point of collision caused both of them to be blasted over 1 kilometer away before they were able to avoid being struck by the aftershock. An exclaim resounded from within the arc of light. A mere Exalt Realm Profounder actually possesses such strength. That's quite surprising. Out of consideration for the fact that we joined forces against that old dog just now, hand over the stone of suppression and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you'll die. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. An intense sword instantly condensed in his grasp. At the same time, over a dozen extreme-grade energy stones appeared in his pockets before ceaselessly emanating energy which surged into him. We'll take the fact that we joined forces just now into consideration as well. So you can leave, and I won't stop you. Otherwise, you'll die. I can't be killed. A voice resounded from within the arc of light. But your strength will definitely plummet with every death you experience, right? Said Yang Yi. He wasn't confident in his ability to kill Qin Bufan because while Qin Bufan was at the monarch realm, he was probably a half-saint in the past. However, Yang Yi was only at the Exalt realm. No further words resounded from within the arc of light, and it was just fluctuating without end. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while the last remaining profound energy within him surged madly as he gazed vigilantly at the arc of light. Bang! Right at this moment, rumbling suddenly resounded from afar. Yang Yi was delighted when he looked over because another half-saint from the hallowed grounds had fallen. Leave. Everyone leave. Xin Ming's anxious voice resounded. The remaining half-saints didn't dare stay any longer when they heard him, and they transformed into rays of light that shot towards the distance. The demon saint was about to pursue when Elder Mu waved his hand and said, "Don't pursue them." The demon saint and the others were slightly stunned, and then they nodded. Even though the Southern Territory had killed a few half-saints, it had suffered heavy losses as well. Those that survived were heavily injured, and that even included Elder Mu. So even if they could kill those half-saints by pursuing them now, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Are you sure that you don't want to leave? Yang Yi gazed at the arc of light as he spoke in a low voice. Just you wait. Not just anyone can steal from me, Qin Bufan. A voice resounded from within the arc of light, and then an absorbing force suddenly surged out from within it. All the corpses of the half-saints and monarch realm experts in the sky instantly transformed into rays of light that entered the arc of light before it flickered a few times and vanished in the horizon. Yang Yi's profound energy slowed down to a stop when he saw Qin Bufan leave, and his expression was very solemn as he gazed in the direction that it had vanished towards. Because the defiant profounders were much more terrifying than the hallowed grounds. There were over 10,000 defiant profounders being sealed within the hallowed grounds, and if all of them were to escape the seal, then not to mention the hallowed grounds, even the joint forces of the entire continent and the hallowed grounds would probably be unable to resist them. The defiant profounders might be his enemies yet might not. However, he had no choice but to consider the worst-case scenario. That was a defiant profounder? The demon saint gazed at the direction that the arc of light had vanished towards as he asked this question in a heavy voice. Moreover, there was a serious expression in his eyes. He should be one, said Elder Mu. He's very strong, said the demon saint. Elder Mu suddenly stated, he isn't the strongest. The demon saint, Yang Yi, and the others revealed solemn expressions in response to this. The demon saint said, there are even stronger defiant profounders? Elder Mu nodded and said, I've never been to the hallowed grounds, but I possess some knowledge about the defiant profounders. According to rumor, Some of them possess all sorts of inconceivable techniques, just like that defiant profounder from before. Every single one of the techniques he executed were above the Tao rank at least. In short, this world is growing more and more chaotic. Elder Mu, are you all right? Yang Ye's voice was filled with worry as he gazed at the state of Elder Mu's chest. At the same time, he felt quite guilty. After all, Elder Mu wasn't related to all of this at all, but Elder Mu had been swept into it because of him. The old man who stood before him had done too much for him, but he wasn't able to do anything for Elder Mu. The primordial violet energy within him could help Elder Mu attain the Saint Realm, but the problem was that the primordial violet energy he possessed was utterly insufficient. Moreover, once he exposed the fact that he possessed it, it wouldn't be just the experts of the continent who would go mad with desire. Even the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders would go mad. At that time, he would truly have no chance at survival. So, he was utterly unable and dared not expose the primordial violet energy within the primordial pagoda until he possessed absolute strength. Elder Mu glanced at his chest before he shook his head. It isn't life-threatening. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. The Monarch Realm experts of our southern territory have either died or suffered injuries. Besides a few people, everyone else is unable to fight again in the near future. On the other hand, the Demon Saint, Demon Emperor, and I have to enter into closed-door cultivation to recuperate. So, you'll have to rely on yourself to deal with most things. Yang Yi nodded and said, Seniors, recuperate well. Just leave everything else to me. I'll unify the entire continent as soon as possible. Elder Mu nodded and said, You have the Stone of Suppression, so you should be able to protect your life even if you encounter a half-saint. However, you can't be careless, especially when you're up against the defiant profounders. As for the hallowed grounds, they would absolutely not dare to dispatch any more half-saints to the profounder continent now that they've lost possession of that stone. Of course, it would be a completely different story if they're willing to sacrifice half-saints to destroy the seal between the hallowed grounds and profounder continent. Elder Mu's figure flashed and vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Take good care of Zir, said the Demon Emperor before he vanished with the Demon Saint. At the same time, the Founding Emperor, Beast Emperor, Xiao Tianji, and the others vanished as well. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he looked towards the direction of the exalted Han Empire and the Devil Race because he felt that it was time for them to vanish from the continent. Even though the Devil Saint had changed sides and attacked the hallowed grounds just now, it still wasn't sufficient to make him spare the Devil Race or Oceanic clans. And Nanjing had almost died, and even slaughtering both the Devil Race and Oceanic clans wouldn't be sufficient to vent the hatred in his heart. She's dead. Suddenly, a woman appeared behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around and was slightly stunned because it was Enbark. Chapter 665. The black-clothed woman, the assassin sovereign, who usually stayed by Enbark's side, had perished. She had attempted to assassinate a half-saint during the battle yet was noticed, and then that half-saint obliterated her on the spot. She didn't even leave a corpse behind. Besides the black-clothed woman, many other Monarch Realm experts had perished. There were some that Yang Yi knew, and some that he didn't. In short, the Southern Territory had won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. Yang Yi had a bad impression of the black-clothed woman. After all, she had tried to kill him on more than one occasion. So, Head said that the first person he killed when he attained the Monarch Realm would be her. However, Yang Yi felt quite sad when he heard of her death now. Because Shed died for the Southern Territory, no matter what. Yang Yi suddenly realized that it was truly not easy for one to survive during such chaotic times. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, and then he gazed at Enbark. Her face was covered in sorrow, and she even seemed to have been crying. So it was obvious to him how much pain Shed suffered from the death of the black-clothed woman. I'm sorry. Yang Yi felt that he had to apologize. In the end, it was he who made the hallowed grounds attack the Southern Territory, so he had to take responsibility for their deaths. Enbark shook her head and said, My clan avoided destruction by siding with you, so it naturally has to pay a price. It isn't just my clan. There are many other clans and sects that aren't just fighting for you. they are fighting for themselves as well. So, you don't have to feel responsible at all. Yang Yi suddenly asked, did those assassins from the clan really have nothing to do with you? And Bairu raised her head and gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi said, I'm sorry, but I've been constantly conflicted because of it, because I'm unable to accept someone who tried to harm me in the past. She replied, would you believe me if I said that I didn't? I would. Yang Yi nodded. Her eyes flickered slightly. Why? He answered, actually, I believed it from a very long time ago, but you never gave me an explanation. She exclaimed, you never gave me the chance. Yang Yi said, you were allies with my greatest enemy. How would I give you a chance? I'm not a magnanimous person, so I really did treat you as an enemy when you formed an alliance with Luo Ju. He was a loyal person, but the precondition was that others were loyal to him. Otherwise, he was a merciless person instead. And Bairu fell silent because she had nothing to say. At that time, she hadn't expected that Yang Yi would become enemies with Luo Jun, and coupled with the powerful forces that Luo Jun possessed at the time, forming an alliance with him really could provide a huge amount of benefits to her clan. So, she had led her clan to form an alliance with Luo Jun. But she hadn't imagined that this decision would make her Yang Yi's enemy. It could only be explained as the will of the heavens playing tricks on her. Yang Yi said, manage the Southern Territory's affairs with Ding Xiaoyao from now on, all right? And Bairu was definitely a capable person, but it wasn't his idea to exclude her from any positions that held authority. The main reason was that Ding Xiaoyao was clearly aware of the unresolved problem that existed between him and Bairu, and that was why she had excluded Bairu from any authority. However, Bairu shook her head and said, my aunt was my only relative. Now that she's dead, I've realized that the fate of the clan isn't really important to me. If it's possible, I would rather exchange the entire clan for her life. I'm tired, and I don't want to worry about anything else anymore. I came to look for you because I wanted to tell you that I'm leaving. I want to take the clan's forces with me, so I hope that you'll treat them well. Can't you stay? Yang Yi stared her in the eye as he spoke. Do you want me to stay? She stared him in the eye as well, and replied with a question. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and he hesitated for an instant. However, it was exactly that instant of hesitation that caused a trace of disappointment to flash through her eyes, and then she turned around and walked away. However, Bairu stopped moving a moment later because Yang Yi had appeared in front of her, and he said, I hope that you stay. After experiencing so many things, Yang Yi understood that he really couldn't just let go, because once he did, then it might be eternal. Moreover, how could rest at ease knowing Bairu was all alone during such chaotic times? Bairu gazed at him for a short while before she said, then he'll stay. Just like that, she became Yang Yi's right hand just like Ding Xiaoyao, and the responsibility Ding Xiaoyao shouldered reduced greatly because of it. Both of them were extremely intelligent women, so when they both worked together, everything within the Southern Territory was managed in an orderly fashion. Yang Yi didn't have to worry at all. After he finished arranging everything for Bairu, he was about to enter the primordial pagoda to check on Nanjing. However, Xian'er had suddenly arrived at ancient domain city, and Shu Xian from the Tranquil clan which had left previously was with her. At the main hall of the city governor's estate. Husband, it has been so long. I've really missed you. Xian'er immediately smiled sweetly and walked over towards him. Her eyes were filled with tender affection, and it was like Yang Yi really was her husband whom she hadn't met for many years. However, she had only just arrived within a meter of him when a strand of sword intent pushed her back by over 10 steps. A wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes, but it wasn't long before she recovered her composure, and she revealed sorrow instead. Husband, what are you doing? Why treat me like this? I've even been so worried about you all this time. Xian'er was very beautiful, coupled with the sweet and gentle voice she used, and the extremely charming expression she revealed. She could be said to be extremely alluring, but Yang Yi remained unfazed. He had a slightly favorable impression of her in the past, but she had completely disregarded the situation of the Southern Territory throughout this period of time. Moreover, she had immediately arrived once the hallowed grounds had been pushed back. He truly detested such actions. If it wasn't for the fact that Shed once lent him her gold guards during the battle outside the Saint Ruins, he couldn't even be bothered to meet her. Missine, please get to the point. Enbiru spoke flatly. Ding Xiaoyao was still in the Central Territory as she was leading the charge against the exalted Han Empire. So, Enbiru was in charge of the affairs within the city and the Southern Territory. For now, Ding Xiaoyao managed the external affairs while she managed the internal affairs. Inshiner glanced at Enbiru. She was a smart woman and knew that this woman from the Yin clan held hostility towards her. As for the reason, it was obviously because of Yang Yi. Inshiner withdrew her smile and revealed a calm expression as she said, "Young Master Yang, I came here on behalf of the Northern Territory. We want to." Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "I don't want to deal with that. Ding Xiaoyao has the final say. If you want to discuss it, then discuss it with her." Inshiner replied, "I came specially to talk to you because we weren't able to come to an agreement with Miss Ding." Yang Yi asked, "What do you mean?" She laughed bitterly and replied, "Because Miss Ding wants our Northern Territory to surrender unconditionally. Otherwise, she'll lead the army to the north once she's done with the exalted Han Empire." "You don't want to yield?" asked Yang Yi. Inshiner pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "The Northern Territory is the fruit of the painstaking efforts of the Grand Preceptor and countless others from my Shang dynasty. Even if I agree to give it away with such ease, the Grand Preceptor and those subordinates of mine wouldn't allow it. They want." Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "Then he'll destroy it all." Inshiner's expression changed, and she said, "Could it be that you really refuse to give me any leeway out of consideration for everything that has happened in the past?" Yang Yi said, "I wouldn't have even met you today if I didn't. The continent must be united. If the Northern Territory refuses to yield, then only death will await all of you." Inshiner gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she suddenly cracked a smile and said, "I heard that in Nanjing was heavily injured?" Yang Yi's intense sword suddenly swept forward and instantly arrived at Inshiner's fair white forehead. Moreover, it had pierced her skin and caused a drop of blood to drop slowly down Yang Yi's sword. "Are you happy?" Yang Yi's voice was icy cold, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost material. All the others here were stunned when Yang Yi suddenly attacked, and it was especially so for Shu Exine. She had been terrified to the point of taking a few steps back. On the other hand, Inshiner's face had turned slightly pale while her eyes were filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually attack her, and it would actually be so ruthless and merciless. Inshiner's temper flared up as well, and she stared coldly at Yang Yi and said, "And Nanjing's meridians and bones were completely shattered, so only the life water of the Greenwood clan is able to heal her quickly. I came here today to negotiate with you. Let the Northern Territory remain free, and he'll give it to you." Life water. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly turned to look at Shu Exine. Shu Xin's body trembled, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. She felt that Yang Yi was truly too terrifying when he was angry. "Where is it?" Yang Yi stared her in the eyes, and his icy cold gaze carried a trace of urgency. "She won't give it to you." Inshiner's voice had turned cold. "You can dream of obtaining it if you don't agree to my conditions. Let me see if the Northern Territory or in Nanjing is more important to you." And Bairu shook her head. She knew Yang Yi's character well, and he was absolutely one who responded very badly to threats. So, Inshiner was clearly courting death by threatening him. Yang Yi glanced coldly at Inshiner, and then he withdrew his intense sword before he gazed at Shu Exine. He said, "I need the life water. Hand it over, and I'll let both of you leave safely." Shu Exine was quite afraid of Yang Yi. She gazed at Inshiner as if she was asking for her opinion. Inshiner grunted coldly and said, "Yang Yi, I told you just now. You can have the life water, but you must agree to my conditions first. They'll hand it over immediately if you do. Otherwise, you can dream of obtaining it even if you kill us." Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "They'll give you one last chance. Will you hand it over or not?" "No." Inshiner refused to give in. Yang Yi nodded, and then he started walking towards the exit. "Where are you going?" asked Embark. "To slaughter the royal family of the Northern Territory and the Tranquil clan." Chapter 666. Yang Yi, don't you dare. Inshina roared furiously. Yang Yi stopped moving and said, Missine, they'll give you one last chance out of consideration for the relationship we had in the past. Otherwise, they'll do as I've said. Not to mention slaughtering the royal family of the Northern Territory and the Tranquil clan. He would even attack the hallowed grounds without the slightest hesitation for a Nanjing. Shu Xin's face had turned ghastly pale while terror filled her eyes. She might be doubtful if it was anyone else who spoke these words, but she absolutely believed it when it was Yang Yi. After all, if this man before her was enraged, then he would be a complete and utter god of death. She hurriedly spoke before Inshiner could speak. Young Master Yang, my Tranquil clan is willing to give you the life water. Inshiner stared fixedly at Yang Yi, while her peerlessly beautiful face seemed slightly savage from the rage she experienced. Yang Yi nodded and said, Thank you. Shu Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and then she formed a seal with both hands before a ray of green light surged out from within her. After that, a dark green drop of liquid appeared before Yang Yi. The dark green drop of liquid had vanished as soon as it appeared, and Yang Yi vanished as well. Inshiner was still angry, but Shu Xian had heaved a huge sigh of relief, because she felt that Yang Yi was really quite terrifying when he was angry. Of course, she was clearly aware why Yang Yi treated them like that. Yang Yi's attitude towards both of them was very good in the past, and the reason Head acted so mercilessly was probably because her Treat clan had abandoned the Southern Territory in the face of danger. Shu Xian knew that the Tranquil clan's decision was wrong. Not only was the Tranquil clan's decision wrong, Inshiner and the Northern Territory made the wrong decision as well. The Northern Territory shouldn't have stood by idly and watched the battle when the Southern Territory faced the hallowed grounds. Now that the hallowed grounds had been repulsed, the Northern Territory had immediately come over to conduct negotiations instead. So, not to mention Yang Yi, even she would feel quite displeased by that. Missine, are you going to stay or leave right now? And Bairu took up a teacup from the table and took a light sip before she spoke flatly. Inshiner forced herself to calm down, and then she gazed at Bairu and said, Madam, should I call you Madam Un or Madam Yang now? And Bairu's hand stiffened slightly, and then she grinned and said, Miss Een, your tone is really quite sour. Inshiner laughed coldly yet didn't speak. And Bairu said, Miss Een, you're a smart person, and it's obvious from how you approached Yang Yi and tried to draw him over to your side. Unfortunately, both of us lacked Ding Xiaoyou's courage. She dared to bet her entire clan on Yang Yi, and she was able to never abandon him no matter the danger they faced. So, shed one of the people Yang Yi trusts the most, and she's the one with authority in the Southern Territory that's only second to Yang Yi. She deserves that. When she spoke up to this point, and Bairu paused for a moment and continued, But what about you, Missine? You helped Yang Yi, but did he not help you as well? Moreover, the Northern Territory did send people to contact us in the past, but what about after that? The Northern Territory stopped mentioning anything about an alliance once the Hallowed Grounds and Exalted Han Empire launched large-scale attacks against the Southern Territory. No one is stupid, don't you think? Inshiner's expression was quite unsightly. Shed suggested that the Northern Territory should dispatch experts to assist Yang Yi. However, the seniors of the Northern Territory rejected her suggestion because they felt that it was best to allow the Southern Territory, Hallowed Grounds, and Exalted Han Empire to exhaust each other's strength. Moreover, the entire Northern Territory felt that the Southern Territory had no chance at victory. So, dispatching forces to assist it would be no different than sending those forces to their deaths. Actually, it wasn't just the other members of the Northern Territory, even she felt that the Southern Territory had no chance at victory, because the forces of the Hallowed Grounds and Exalted Han Empire were truly too numerous, and they were extremely terrifying. But no one had expected that the half-saint of the Southern Territory would actually be so formidable to the point of even successively slaughtering a few half-saints from the Hallowed Grounds. Inshiner knew that the Northern Territory had made a wrong decision. Shed actually come here today to make amends. However, Shed underestimated Yang Yi's feelings for a Nanjing. In his heart, that woman called a Nanjing was far more important to her. Or it could be said that she couldn't be compared with a Nanjing at all. And Bairu said, Missine, you made a huge mistake this time. and it was using in Nanjing to threaten Yang Yi. You should have been very clearly aware that he's one who doesn't respond well to threats, so threatening him would only make him become hostile and fight back. If I were you, I wouldn't have spoken about forming an alliance, and I would have said that ID comes specially to give in Nanjing the life water. I presume the outcome would have been very different if you did that. Shinner laughed bitterly and said, "Is there no way to turn the situation around?" The Northern Territory was the fruit of the painstaking effort of her, the Grand Preceptor, and countless loyal members of the Shang dynasty. Not to mention that the Grand Preceptor and the others wouldn't be willing to give it up just like that, even she wouldn't. And Bairu stood up and said, "Miss Yin, you've been blinded from being too involved with it all. Take a proper look at the situation. The demon race has formed an alliance with our Southern Territory, and it won't take long for the exalted Han Empire to be defeated. At that time, the entire human race would almost be completely unified. So would anyone throughout the continent still be a match for our forces? Not to mention the Northern Territory. Even the Devil Race and Oceanic clans would only face death if they refused to yield." Shinner was shocked. "Yang Yi intends to unify the continent?" And Bairu answered, "The Defiant Profounders are about to emerge from the seal, and I'm sure you're aware of how strong they are. Besides the Defiant Profounders, there's the Hallowed Grounds as well. The only way our continent can protect itself is by joining forces. You should be very well aware of Yang Ye's character. He would absolutely not allow any force on the continent to have a chance at stabbing him in the back. So, all the clans and forces on the continent that aren't our friends are our enemies." As she spoke, and Bairu had walked to the door. She knew very well what decision Shinner had to make. No, it should be said that Shinner and the entire Northern Territory didn't have a choice at all. At this moment, Yang Yi and the Southern Territory possessed absolute strength. "Shinner, what should we do?" asked Shuexine. She hadn't expected that not only had she lost a drop of life water during this trip to the Southern Territory, the problem they came to solve hadn't been resolved as well. She truly felt like they'd suffered a huge loss during this trip. Shinner fell silent for a short while, and then she said, "We're going back to the Northern Territory." She walked out of the room while she spoke those words. Within the primordial pagoda, and Nanjing was lying on a bed in one of the rooms here. Even though she was no different than a cripple now, there was no gloominess on her face, and there was only calmness there. It wasn't long before Yang Yi arrived in this room. After he arrived here, Xiao Yushi and Su Qingshi, who were taking care of in Nanjing, exchanged glances before leaving the room. And Nanjing said, "You're here?" Chapter 667. Yang Yi was both terrified and felt fortunate as he gazed at Nanjing, who laid there on the bed. He was terrified because if he was just a little bit later, then Nanjing would become the two-end piece of unforgettable pain in his life. He felt fortunate because while Nanjing was in a bad state, he still had the chance to make amends. She hadn't felt very important to him before all of this happened, but when he saw her hurt like that, he finally realized exactly how much she meant to him. People were like that. They never cherished things that they had, and only when they lost those things would they realize how important it was. Some had the chance to cherish it once more, but most suffered an eternal loss without any chance of starting all over again. Yang Yi walked over to her side as he waved his right hand lightly, and then the dark green drop of life water instantly appeared before her. He said gently, "This is life water, and it's able to immediately recover any injuries." Yang Yi sent the life water to her mouth while he spoke, and Nanjing didn't drink it. She gazed at him instead and said, "Your body is in a very bad state right now." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I know, but it's fine. I've temporarily suppressed the issues within me." And Nanjing suddenly said, "Promise me something." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he immediately nodded. "Tell me what it is. I know that you really hate the Devil Race and Oceanic clans because of what happened, and you might have even decided to annihilate them, right?" said Nanjing. Yang Yi nodded. He really had aroused the intention to annihilate them, because if it wasn't for them and the Hallowed Grounds, then Nanjing wouldn't have fallen into such a state. She continued, "Spare them if they surrender." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he nodded. "All right." She asked, "Aren't you going to ask why I'm asking you to spare them?" Yang Yi replied, I can annihilate them for you, and I can spare them for you as well. And Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she said, slaughter is never good. Regardless of whether it's the heaven Tao of our world or the world beyond, I presume it wouldn't accept one who has killed too much. Moreover, we need support now, and not corpses. Don't do things that aren't beneficial for us just because of some resentment you feel. Yang Yi didn't refute her and just nodded. He sent the life water to her again and said, if you ask me not to, then I won't. Let's not pay attention to everything else for now. Just recuperate for now. As she gazed at the tender affection and concern in Yang Yi's eyes, and Nanjing's lips moved a little, yet she was at a loss for words. Her red lips parted slightly, and then Yang Yi flicked his finger, causing the drop of life water to instantly enter her mouth. After it entered her body, it swiftly transformed into countless strands of green energy that flowed through her meridians, and it ceaselessly repaired the shattered bones and meridians within her. In next to no time, her meridians and bones started to recover. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was effective, and he sat by her bed and watched over her for a while before he left the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi had just left when Nanjing suddenly opened her eyes, and she was slightly dazed as she gazed at where Yang Yi was sitting just now. In his room, Yang Yi gazed at the translucent stone before him as he said to himself, the stone of suppression? Elder Mu and the others had their cultivations forcefully suppressed to the monarch realm by this stone? It's truly unimaginable that it was even able to suppress half-saints. Fortunately, it has fallen into my hands. It would truly be a huge problem if it fell into the hands of that defiant profounder, Qin Bufan. The reason that the experts of the hallowed grounds dared to leave it and come to the continent was because this stone could suppress the half-saints of the continent. But now that it has fallen into my hands, I think they wouldn't dare rashly send anyone to the continent anymore. So, the important matter at hand is to first deal with the injuries I've suffered, and then unify the continent as soon as possible. Lastly, I have to travel to the hallowed grounds to take the sword precursor. Yang Yi was very clearly aware that the seal in the hallowed grounds was definitely unable to suppress the defiant profounders any longer. Once they fully emerged from the seal, then he wouldn't just lose the sword precursor, the sword spirit within the ancient sheath might die as well. At that time, it would be equivalent to losing Heavenrend. So, even if he didn't do it for the sword spirit's sake, he still had to seize the sword precursor for himself. If it was in the past, he would naturally not dare to head to the hallowed grounds before attaining the monarch realm. But he had the stone of suppression now. Even though it was still dangerous, it wouldn't be as dangerous as being completely helpless before a half-saint. Even if he encountered a half-saint, he felt that he should be able to flee from them with the help of the stone of suppression. Of course, he had to resolve everything on the continent before he traveled to the hallowed grounds. Yang Yi put the stone of suppression away, and then he sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes as he started to recuperate. The biggest problem within him was the conflict between the dragon ancestor's blood essence and his own blood essence. In the end, the dragon ancestor's blood essence contained terrifying energy that he hadn't been able to fully absorb. After all, he was too weak when he received it, and the only reason he had been able to absorb a portion of it was that his meridians and blood had been tempered by the primordial violet energy. Had intended to absorb the energy within the dragon ancestor's blood essence and the blood essence of the three divine beasts during his charge into the monarch realm, but he had no choice but to stop because Nanjing was in danger. So, he suffered backlash from them all. Fortunately, it wasn't a very severe situation for him. After all, while he wasn't at the monarch realm, his body and internal organs weren't inferior to monarch realm experts. So, Yang Yi ceaselessly utilized his violet profound energy to repair the bones and meridians within him, and he used the opportunity to gradually absorb the remaining blood essence of the dragon ancestor and the three divine beasts. Outside ancient domain city, at a dense forest which was a few hundred kilometers away from ancient domain city, a mysterious figure wearing a white robe and white cloak was standing atop a tree. Moreover, faint light was flickering around him. The white-robed figure was none other than Qin Bufan. You've been following me for quite some time now. Show yourself. Qin Bufan placed his hands behind his back while his voice resounded from beneath the cloak. What a strong divine sense. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Qin Bufan. Yang Yi would definitely be astounded if he was here because it was the city governor of ancient domain city, Lu Yuanhao. The faint light around Qin Bufan suddenly started to flicker swiftly when he saw Lu Yuanhao, and his puzzled and slightly shocked voice resounded from beneath the cloak. I sense an aura which isn't from this world coming from you. You aren't a profounder of this world. Who exactly are you? Outer heavens. The endless devil sect. A trace of black-colored energy suddenly erupted from him once he finished speaking, and then the trees in an area of 500 meters instantly withered and transformed into puddles of black water. Suddenly, the flickering light on Qin Bufan suddenly left him and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. It instantly arrived before Lu Yuanhao, but a strand of black energy immediately smashed against the light, and an explosion resounded before both of them dispersed in the air. If it wasn't for the endless devil sect and sky divine hall, then how could I have been sealed in such a tiny place for 100,000 years? Qin Bufan's voice contained boundless killing intent, and the space around him trembled violently without end. It was an extremely shocking sight. Lu Yuanhao didn't show the slightest fear, and he spoke flatly. All those years ago, all of you immediately started to seize the quintessence violet energy of the outer heavens upon arriving there from far away in space. Tell me, how could anyone tolerate all of you? The space around Qin Bufan gradually calmed down, and he spoke after a short while passed. The winner is always right. No matter what, we lost all those years ago. Since we did, then we deserve to be sealed. All those years ago, your sects extracted the quintessence violet energy of this world to seal all of us and set up the heaven path as the gate of this prison. I'm really curious. As someone from the outer heavens, what are you doing on profounder continent? You don't need to know why. Lu Yuanhao spoke flatly. All you need to know is that I've come to help all of you. Help us? Haha. Qin Bufan roared with laughter, and he only stopped after quite some time passed and said, How laughable! Help us? If I'm not wrong, then the members of your endless devil sect are one of the forces guarding the heaven path, right? Lu Yuanhao said, Even if all of you charge out of the seal, do you think that your forces would be sufficient to go against the hallowed grounds? If it was in the past, then the current strength of the hallowed grounds would definitely be insufficient before all of you. But all of you've been sealed for 100,000 years, and your strengths have declined greatly. So, can all of you go against the hallowed grounds? Even if all of you destroy the hallowed grounds, how many of you would be left? Would all of you be able to get through the heaven path? Qin Bufan fell silent. Lu Yuanhao continued, Actually, not to mention the heaven path, all of you might not even be able to defeat the hallowed grounds. All of you were conceited, refused to acknowledge each other's strength, and only knew how to fight on your own when you encounter enemies. If all of you had joined forces all those years ago, then even the joint forces of my endless devil sect and the Sky Divine Hall might not have been able to seal all of you. What exactly are you trying to say? Qin Bufan spoke in a low voice. Lu Yuanhao replied, I want to make a deal with all of you. I'll help all of you escape this prison, but all of you have to help my endless devil sect destroy Sky Divine Hall. Qin Bufan spoke coldly, You want to use us? Lu Yuanhao answered, We're just using each other. If you don't agree, then he'll continue waiting. In any case, there'll be more defiant profounders. I believe that there'll definitely be some whore willing to work with me. Qin Bufan fell silent for a short while before he said, Then continue waiting. Lu Yuanhao's eyes narrowed as he said, You refuse? Do you know that it'll be utterly impossible for you to overcome the heaven path without the help of my endless devil sect? Even though I've been sealed for 100,000 years, I've gained some knowledge of this world after I escaped. Since that fellow, the unfettered one, was able to succeed all those years ago, then why can't I? Qin Bufan's figure suddenly flickered and vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Lu Yuanhao was slightly stunned, but it wasn't long before his expression changed. He was just about to leave, but it was too late because an old man had appeared in front of him. The Undertaker. Lu Yuanhao gazed at the old man with a solemn expression as he spoke in a deep voice. Chapter 668. You really aren't from here. Elder Mu gazed at Lu Yuanhao while his eyes revealed a trace of seriousness and bewilderment. Lu Yuanhao looked at Elder Mu with an extremely heavy and fearful gaze. Even though this old man's strength wasn't as formidable as the unfettered one, Elder Mu was definitely the strongest on the continent after the unfettered one. The most important thing was the old man's identity. Lu Yuanhao replied in a low voice, "Imam, but aren't you?" Elder Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "I'm not from here as well? You don't know?" A wisp of surprise flashed through Lu Yuanhao's eyes, but it wasn't long before he seemed to have thought of something and nodded slightly. He said, "Right, how could someone who was banished be allowed to possess his complete memories?" "Explain." Elder Mu spoke in a low voice. Lu Yuanhao shook his head and said, "If you're able to break through from the half-saint realm and attain the saint realm, then you'll naturally be able to unlock the seal in your mind. At that time, you'll understand everything. If you're unable to attain the saint realm, then knowing your own origins is completely meaningless, isn't it? No wonder I wasn't able to recall anything after I woke up at the bottom of Death Abyss. So there's a seal in my mind. I never expected that I'm actually from the world outside." Haha. A wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. After all, no one would be happy to have lived an ignorant life for over 10,000 years. Actually, if you tried to overcome the heaven path before the sword sect's founding ancestor, then you should have been able to leave this world a long time ago. Lu Yuanhao said, "Unfortunately, you missed that opportunity. The sword sect's founding ancestor's success caused the outer heavens to dare not underestimate profounder continent again. So, those tasked with guarding the heaven path were changed to Saint Realm experts. That's why no one after the sword sect's founding ancestor has been able to overcome it, because even a half-saint is like an ant before a saint." Elder Mu raised his head slowly and looked up into the sky. What exactly are they trying to do? Seal and suppress the defiant profounders. Lu Yuanhao explained, "It's impossible for you to imagine their true strength. They're able to instantly attain the Saint Realm if they are able to obtain primordial violet energy. All those years ago, they arrived as a group of over 10,000 Saint Realm experts. If all the powers of the outer heavens hadn't joined forces and coupled with the chaotic relationship between the defiant profounders themselves, they would have probably dominated this entire region in space." 8 billion living beings here have to be sacrificed for that, asked Elder Mu. If 1 billion weren't sacrificed here, 1 trillion might have died instead, Lu Yuanhao said. Yang Yi said that cultivation itself is defiance of the heavens, and that's true. Actually, it isn't just a fight with the heavens. It's a fight with other people and all sorts of beings. Elder Mu nodded and said, Yang Yi was right. There's no right and wrong in this world, and there's only a differentiation between strong and weak. We're weak, so we can only be sealed and suppressed by others, and we can't blame anyone for it. The only one we can blame is ourselves for being too weak. The weak have no rights. Lu Yuanhao spoke in a heavy tone. Elder Mu chuckled, and then he gazed at Lu Yuanhao and said, Be frank, are we enemies? Lu Yuanhao's heart shook. He knew that the old man who stood before him had aroused killing intent. His current strength was absolutely sufficient for him to flee, but he was definitely incapable of defeating the Undertaker. However, fleeing would spoil his plan. So, he pondered deeply for a moment before he said, My plans don't conflict with yours. That's why I chose Yang Yi and not Luo Jun. Elder Mu took a deep and long glance at Lu Yuanhao before he said, They'll be keeping an eye on you. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Lu Yuanhao stood silently on the spot for some time before he left as well. 3 young girls were seated on the stone steps outside Yang Ye's room. It was Bauer, Little Yao, and Lei Lin who was constantly eating spirit fruits. The violet mink was on Lei Lin's shoulder. Little Yao, you've been constantly cultivating lately and never play with me anymore. Bauer puckered her little lips. Little Yao had started to only cultivate every single day and never accompanied her anymore, and that made her feel very displeased. Yang Yao was still very young, but she was a 9th-rank King Realm Profounder now. Actually, she could be considered a rare genius in the Southern Territory. Of course, besides the natural talent she possessed, it was also because she could obtain any resources she desired. Moreover, there were countless Exalt Realm and Monarch Realm experts to provide her with guidance at all times. So, her cultivation naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. At this moment, shed quite a bit of immaturity and seemed much more mature. She replied, Bauer, we can't be playing all the time. We have to become stronger and help Big Brother. Otherwise, it'll be too tiring for Big Brother to deal with everything on his own. The violet mink hurriedly nodded, and Lei Lin immediately nodded as well when she saw that. But cultivating isn't fun at all. Bauer had a bitter expression on her face because cultivating was truly painful to her. Lei Lin seemed to agree with Bauer, and she hurriedly nodded without the violet mink telling her to. However, the violet mink slapped her a few times on the head in response. Yang Yao sighed while acting like she was much older, and she patted Bauer on the shoulder and said, Big Sister Bauer, you've always been protecting me in the past, so Big Brother and I will protect you once I've become strong. So long as Big Brother and I are here, then you can blast anyone you want, all right? Bauer's eyes lit up as she said, Very good. The violet mink rolled her eyes at Bauer. Xiao Yushi and Su Qingshi exchanged glances as they watched from afar, and they smiled. Su Qingshi said, Actually, wouldn't it be great if we're able to live peacefully like this forever? Xiao Yushi shook her head and said, Forget such thoughts. Not to mention the state of our life. Even our lives won't belong to us without absolute strength. Su Qingshi nodded and said, Aren't we a little too useless? And Nanjing can help him, Ding Xiaoyao can as well, but we can only be protected. We have to work hard, said Xiao Yushi. Su Qingshi replied, It's impossible to catch up to him regardless of how hard we try. However, we still can't give up. He wasn't even a match for me in the past. Su Qingshi blushed a little when she recalled everything that happened between her and Yang Yi at the bottom of Death Abyss. At that time, such a thing had occurred between her and Yang Yi because of the violet mink, and Shed almost killed him after that. We definitely can't give up. And Nanjing can help him, and so can I. Xiao Yushi's eyes were filled with determination. Being unable to help Yang Yi had always been something that bothered her, so Shed had been working even harder than Qin Xie and Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi nodded, and then she gazed at Yang Yi's room and said, I hope we won't be always standing behind him and being protected by him in the future. I hope we'll be able to fight by his side instead. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the room with his eyes shut tight while he ceaselessly absorbed the remaining blood essence of the dragon ancestor and the three divine beasts. If it was any other ordinary person, then it would definitely be impossible to absorb all of it with such ease. After all, the energy within the blood essence was extremely violent. So, not to mention absorbing them, an ordinary person wouldn't even dare to swallow such blood essence. The reason Yang Yi didn't fear them was mainly because his body had been tempered by primordial violet energy, so it could endure the violent energy within the blood essence. As he ceaselessly absorbed the energy within the blood essence, the bones and meridians within her were gradually undergoing a transformation. The transformation he experienced wasn't just limited to an internal transformation, and even his body was ceaselessly transforming. If someone was here, that person would notice that Yang Yi's body was gradually expanding right now. Physical strength was extremely important to Yang Yi. The reason he could execute Heaven Rend and even overlap it wasn't solely due to his formidable sword intent. There was another reason, and that was his physical strength. Regardless of whether it was drawing his sword or the speed he drew his sword, both required physical strength. The stronger his body was, the greater the amount of times he could draw his sword, and the speed he drew his sword would increase as well. So, physical strength was extremely important to Yang Yi. Time elapsed slowly, and a month passed by in a blink of the eye. Many things occurred during this period. Ding Xiaoyao led the army of the Southern Territory and advanced to the capital of the exalted Han Empire without any difficulty. However, for some unknown reason, Ding Xiaoyao didn't choose to attack the city, and she garrisoned the army outside the capital instead. Besides that, Qin Bufan made an appearance in the Devil Territory, and then the Devil Territory lost over 10 Monarch Realm experts. The demon saint pursued Qin Bufan like a madman, but Qin Bufan was still alive until this day. The most terrifying part was that Qin Bufan's strength was improving at a terrifying rate. The only area without any events or movements was the Northern Territory and Oceanic clans. There had been no subsequent action from the Northern Territory after Inshina returned there. As for the Oceanic clans, they'd retreated deep into the ocean when they found out that their half-saint had abandoned them for the hallowed grounds, and they kept their distance from the land. So, up until this point in time, the entire continent seemed to be completely calm and peaceful. Another 15 days passed. Yang Yi was still absorbing the blood essence of the 3 divine beasts and the dragon ancestor in his room. If someone was here, that person would notice that Yang Yi was much taller and robust than before. It was especially so for his body. It seemed like terrifying strength was contained within him, and he seemed to be filled with explosive force. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yi's clothes exploded apart while strands of an extremely terrifying aura swept out from him, and then Yang Yi's room instantly collapsed from the force of it. Everyone within the city was shocked. No one is allowed within an area of 50 kilometers from here. Anyone who remains after 3 breaths of time will be killed without mercy. Embark's icy cold voice resounded, and then everyone in the vicinity instantly left. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and a wisp of excitement flashed through his eyes as he gazed at the changes that had occurred throughout his entire body. After he absorbed the blood essence of the dragon ancestor and 3 divine beasts, his physical body was at least 50% stronger than before. At this moment, he could overlap Heavenrind 5 times at least. If that was enhanced by the critical strike technique, then he could even fight a 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert. When he thought up to this point, a thought suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's mind. Shao Qi said that I would only be able to open the tuned level of the Primordial Pagoda after I attain the Monarch Realm, but my current strength isn't inferior to the Monarch Realm at all. Does that mean that I'm able to access the tuned level? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he decided to give it a try. Chapter 669. Yang Yi entered the Primordial Pagoda and arrived at the entrance to the tuned level. The entrance was covered in a thin violet energy barrier, and Yang Yi had no choice but to use force if he wanted to enter the tuned level. Yang Yi didn't start to attack the energy barrier. He stood on the spot and gazed at everything around him, and as he sensed the vast and ancient aura that came from all around him, Yang Yi felt extremely tiny for the very first time in his life. Yet the thing which made him feel very tiny was just a pagoda. Yang Yi was unable to imagine exactly how strong the ones who'd created and possessed this pagoda in the past were. Just Saint Realm experts possessed the ability to overturn oceans and obliterate the world. So what about them? How strong would they be? At this point, Yang Yi understood a principle. The stronger he became, the heavier his responsibilities would be, and his enemies would grow even more formidable. Had once dreamed of a peaceful life, but it was actually such a joke. Not to mention the world outside Profounder Continent, it wasn't just impossible to live a peaceful life on the continent without formidable strength. Even surviving was a huge problem. Even if one didn't offend others, it didn't represent that others would never give offense instead. Once that happened and one lacked sufficient strength, then one would have no choice but to endure bullying and humiliation. One wouldn't have the right to reason with others without sufficient strength. Reason was held in the hands of the strong, and only the strong had the right to control their own lives. That was how cruel reality was. Once he figured all of this out, Yang Yi suddenly felt that his mental state had undergone a fine change. The clarity of mind and the lack of burden and bewilderment in his thoughts allowed his mental state to improve naturally, and this improvement was extremely beneficial to his cultivation, especially to his sword intent and sword domain. Of course, it was definitely impossible for him to rely solely on the improvement of his mental state to attain an advancement with the level of attainment in sword intent that he possessed right now. At the very most, it could only make his sword intent grow even sharper. Yang Yi discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind, stretched out his hand, and made a grasping motion. An intense sword formed within his grasp before he sheathed it, and then the sword intent and profound energy within him surged madly into the ancient sheath. The ancient sheath started to tremble violently before rays of light flashed out from it. A moment of silence ensued. Oem! A sword howl shot into the sky, and then a ray of violet sword energy flashed before an explosion resounded. The violet energy barrier suddenly erupted with dazzling violet light and sword energy. A short while passed before both the violet light and sword energy dispersed. Yang Ye's pupils constricted because the violet energy barrier was still there. Besides a few practically unnoticeable cracks, the entire barrier seemed as if it hadn't been struck at all. At this moment, Yang Yi finally understood why Shao-Chi had said that he only had a chance at accessing the tuned level after he attained the Monarch realm. It was because the violet energy barrier was truly too terrifying. After all, that attack he executed contained 5 heaven rings that were overlapped together, and had even activated the 3 rod stage of critical strike. Even then, only a few fine cracks had appeared on the violet energy barrier. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Should I give up or continue? Yang Yi was very well aware that it was clearly quite impossible for him to destroy the violet energy barrier with his current strength. Perhaps he could succeed upon attaining the Monarch realm. However, he was truly unwilling to give up just like that. He would definitely give up decisively if he didn't have even the slightest chance, because it was obviously extremely foolish to waste time on something that was utterly impossible. However, he wasn't completely without a chance. Those fine cracks on the barrier were the best proof. Yang Yi didn't hesitate for long before he decided that he would give it his all. The battle that occurred over a month ago allowed him to realize how strong the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders were. Even if they had Elder Mu on their side, the Southern Territory would still suffer casualties because Elder Mu was just one person, and he would suffer injuries as well. He could imagine how chaotic the world would become once the defiant profounders escaped from the seal. At that time, he would be completely helpless without formidable strength. Moreover, he didn't want to always rely on Elder Mu. Coupled with the fact that Head forcefully abandoned his charge into the Monarch realm and missed the chance to attain the Monarch realm, Head decided to give it his all. Yang Yi immediately draconified his hands into dragon claws, and then he sheathed the intense sword against before swiftly drawing it. Yang Yi executed Heaven Rend over and over again, just like that. Of course, he couldn't execute it without end. Fortunately, he still had a good amount of extreme-grade energy stones, so he absorbed the energy within them after executing a few overlapped Heaven Rends, and he continued once more when Head recovered sufficient profound energy. Besides Heaven Rend, Yang Yi summoned the natural treasures as well, and he ordered them to attack the violet energy barrier with all their might. However, the effects of such attacks weren't very obvious, but it was better than nothing. Just like that, they attacked over and over again, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Even though the barrier hadn't been destroyed by Yang Ye's continuous effort, there were many more cracks on it. While the results weren't very ideal, Yang Yi worked even harder because He'd seen a glimmer of hope. So long as he had hope, then why would he not work harder? Of course, he had to pay a price for doing so. Days and nights of continuously attacking the barrier like a madman hadn't just caused Yang Yi to be on the verge of mental exhaustion, he was even on the verge of physical exhaustion. However, Yang Yi noticed that his attainments in Heaven Rend had improved, and it was displayed in the speed that he drew his sword. Even though he was still only capable of drawing 5 times in succession, it still gave Yang Yi a huge pleasant surprise because it allowed him to realize that practice makes perfect. Yang Yi became completely immersed in a state of constant drawing. At this moment, he seemed like He'd forgotten that his objective wasn't to improve his attainments in Heaven Rend, but to enter the tuned level of the pagoda, half a month later. Yang Ye's incessant painstaking efforts finally allowed him to execute Heaven Rend 6 times in succession. This time, Yang Yi didn't continue attacking the violet energy barrier. He sat down cross-legged instead, and started to absorb the energy within the extreme-grade energy stones. Yang Yi finally returned to his peak state a day later. A ferocious expression flashed through his eyes as he gazed at the violet energy barrier, and then he swiftly drew the intense sword within the ancient sheath. Oem! A sword howl resounded as a ray of violet sword energy collided with the violet energy barrier. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as the entire violet energy barrier exploded apart, and transformed into specks of violet light that covered the sky as they descended throughout the surroundings. Chapter 670. The violet barrier dispersed, and a pavilion appeared before Yang Ye's eyes. The pavilion had just a single floor, and it wasn't large. It was only around 30 m in both length and width. There were 3 words inscribed right at the top of its entrance: Pavilion of Alchemy. A place to refine pills? Yang Yi frowned a little. Actually, he wasn't really fond of medicinal pills. There were medicinal pills in the continent as well, but their effects were minimal. Especially after one attained a certain level of cultivation, the effects of medicinal pills were practically unnoticeable. Moreover, profounders who improved their strengths via medicinal pills would possess strengths that are greatly inferior to profounders who cultivated normally. In short, even though there were medicinal pills in the continent, no one attached any importance to them. So, the status of alchemists was far inferior to talisman masters, and thus there were only a few alchemists throughout the continent. Yang Yi stood on the spot and pondered deeply for a moment, and then he pushed open the door and walked in. Before his eyes were numerous bookshelves, and they were all around the room. There were rows upon rows of bamboo scroll holders on the shelves, while an enormous furnace resided at the center of the room. On the ground beneath the furnace was a circular stone platform which was partially black and partially white, and there was a black and a white circle on the stone platform as well. The stone platform supported the furnace while 4 fist-sized iron chains chained the top of the furnace from 4 different sides. Yang Ye's gaze stopped on the stone platform for a moment before he gazed at the furnace, and there were 3 words inscribed on the top of the furnace: 8 trigrams furnace. Besides that, there was a ball of dark red flames burning within the furnace. Yang Ye's pupils constricted when he laid eyes on the flames. At the same time, the nether ghost flame suddenly emerged from within him and hid behind him. Yang Yi sensed that the nether ghost flame was terrified and showing submission. It was even more terrified than when it met Lei Lin that day. What exactly is this flame? Why is it capable of making the nether ghost flame feel such terror? Why is it capable of making me feel a terribly strong sense of danger from it? Yang Yi wasn't able to wrap his head around it no matter how he racked his brain. Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. His gaze moved past the furnace and descended onto a rack carved from jade that stood behind the furnace. Atop the rack were rows of white-colored jade bottles, and there were over 100 there. Yang Yi was delighted by this scene, and he flashed over to the jade rack. He looked carefully and noticed that they were actually jade bottles that were made to store medicinal pills, and they were labeled with the names and effects of the pills they contained. Yang Ye's gaze swept through them before finally descending onto a comparatively small jade bottle on the left. Soul Pill, 3rd grade. Repairs, strengthens, infuses the soul. Yang Yi was overjoyed when he saw that. After all, Xiaoqi had fallen into deep sleep because her soul had been damaged, and this pill just happened to be capable of repairing her soul. In other words, she might be able to awaken if he gave it to her. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to grab it, but he was immediately stunned on the spot. It's empty. Yang Yi hurriedly opened it up, and it was completely empty. What's going on? Yang Yi frowned, and then he took another jade bottle, yet noticed it was empty as well. So, he took another, but it was still empty. It wasn't long before Yang Yi noticed that all the jade bottles on the jade rack were empty. They're all empty. How am I to treat Xiaoqi? A strand of panic arose in his heart. The reason Head desperately attempted to enter the tune level was because the medicinal pills here could save Xiaoqi. However, they were all empty. There wasn't even a single pill here. Could it be that I really have to wait over 100 years for her to wake up? 100 years. This won't do. Anything can happen. Who knows if anything might happen to her during the next 100 years? Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at the bookshelves and said, "Since there are no pills, then I'll make them myself. Regardless of success, I still have to give it a try." Yang Yi walked over to one of the bookshelves as he spoke, and then he started looking through the bamboo scrolls. There were all sorts of things recorded on them, like medicinal materials, springs, and even ores and all sorts of other strange and exotic things. However, all of them were more or less related to alchemy. Yang Yi didn't look through them in detail because he didn't need them for now. He searched for over 2 hours before he finally found what he needed. Basics of Pill Refinement, a comprehensive collection of alchemy, a detailed guide. Yang Yi was overjoyed when he found them because they provided information on how to refine pills. It was especially so for the comprehensive collection of alchemy. Within it was the detailed methods to refine numerous medicinal pills and their respective effects, and it simply astounded Yang Yi and caused his heart to palpitate with desire. For example, the medicinal pill called Violet Extreme was capable of instantly providing 50 years of cultivation, and it came without any side effects. Besides that, the immortal pill of 9 transformations had even more astounding effects. It was simply capable of providing effects akin to rebirth. Even if one had been killed and only a strand of that person's soul remained, consuming the immortal pill of 9 transformations would be sufficient to condense that person's soul again and allow that person to be reborn. Besides those 2 pills, there were many other miraculous pills that simply seemed impossible to him. Yang Yi kept his doubts towards them because their effects were truly too heaven-defying. Even though he was quite doubtful, Yang Yi still decided to give it a try. Of course, he didn't intend to try refining the Violet Extreme pill or the immortal pill of 9 transformations. After all, he hadn't even heard of the materials they required, let alone refine them. Moreover, based on the introduction provided on the bamboo scrolls, even if he possessed the ingredients, it was impossible for him to refine them successfully with the strength he possessed right now. He intended to try refining the soul pill. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to start immediately. He had to gain an understanding of the Tao of alchemy before that. Fortunately, the Scroll Alchemy, a detailed guide, provided a detailed introduction to the Tao of alchemy, and there were even annotations within it. So, he was able to comprehend it at a glance. Yang Yi found out that alchemists were just like talisman masters, and they were divided by grades like junior, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster alchemists. Besides that, pills were divided into mortal pills, spirit pills, saint pills, immortal pills, and divine pills. Every single one of them were divided into 3 grades. Junior alchemists could only refine mortal pills. According to Yang Yi's estimations, such medicinal pills were only effective for profounders at the King Realm and below. As for those above the King Realm, such pills merely provided minimal effects. Intermediate alchemists could refine spirit pills, and such pills had quite great effects. At the very least, they were effective when consumed by spirit realm and exalt realm experts. As for advanced alchemists, they could refine saint pills. According to the descriptions of such pills, they were useful to the monarch realm and half-saint realms at least. Moreover, they were very effective when consumed by profounders of those realms of cultivation. For example, the Violet Extreme pill was a saint pill, and it provided 50 years of cultivation in an instant. If such a pill really existed, then Yang Yi was certain that it would definitely make countless monarch realm experts fight for it. Besides that, there was a saint pill called the Lifespan pill. It couldn't improve a profounder's cultivation, but it could provide a profounder with an extra 50 years of lifespan. Yang Yi firmly believed that if such a pill did exist in the world, then countless monarch realm experts would definitely fight madly for it, and it was even to the extent that half-saints might fight for it as well. After all, it was 50 years of lifespan. It was definitely something that a profounder who had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and didn't possess much lifespan left would stop at nothing to obtain. Of course, Yang Yi couldn't dream of refining such a pill right now, because the conditions required were beyond difficult for Yang Yi. Not to mention anything else, he hadn't even seen a single one of the materials that were required. However, Yang Yi's main objective now wasn't a saint pill but a spirit pill, because the soul pill was within the scope of spirit pills. Yang Yi was quite worried because the little girl's strength was at the monarch realm at least, but the soul pill was only a spirit pill, so its effects on monarch realm experts was clearly quite minuscule. But he had no other choice now, and could only give it a try. Something worthy of mentioning was that alchemy wasn't something just anyone could accomplish. There was a prerequisite to refining pills, and it was related to profound energy. The profound energy of an alchemist had to be of the 5 elements, and not a single element lesser. Such a requirement was countless times harsher than the requirements to become a talisman master. Why was profound energy of all 5 elements required? It was because alchemy was related to all 5 elements. For example, it required flames that represented fire in the 5 elements, it required medicinal materials which represented wood, it required spirit springs that represented water, it required a furnace that represented metal. In short, the 5 elements had an interpromoting relationship, so one had to grasp the energy of the 5 elements to refine medicinal pills, because only then could one regulate the energy of the various elements within a pill. Yang Yi didn't possess profound energy of the 5 elements, but he possessed violet energy instead. Even though his violet energy couldn't be considered as primordial violet energy now, violet energy definitely far surpassed profound energy of the 5 elements. So, Yang Yi conformed to the requirements to become an alchemist. After that, Yang Yi started studying pill refinement on his own. It was naturally an extremely difficult task. Fortunately, those 3 bamboo scrolls from before had very detailed annotations and explanations, so he wasn't completely lost. Otherwise, it would definitely be impossible for him to study on his own and start refining pills. Yang Yi stayed in the pagoda for half a month, just like that. Had tried to refine some basic pills throughout this time, but every single attempt ended in failure. This allowed him to realize that pill refinement was much more difficult than crafting talismans, and it was absolutely not something he could master in a short period. 10 more days passed. Yang Yi completed his studies of the basics of pill refinement and alchemy, a detailed guide. But right when he was about to try and refine a pill again, something had occurred on the continent, and he had no choice but to leave the pagoda. Another defiant profounder has escaped, and he came to Profounder Continent. Just a little while ago, he killed 3 of our Monarch Realm experts who were garrisoned in the Central Territory. He's killing anyone he sees. And Bairu gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke solemnly. A defiant profounder. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Chapter 671. The Central Territory. Bang! A black-clothed man's figure was flickering incessantly through the Southern Territory's army that was garrisoned outside the capital of the exalted Han Empire, and rumbling resounded incessantly from within the army. It was a slaughter. The black-clothed man was carrying out a frenzied slaughter. He completely disregarded the experts of the Southern Territory as he flickered through the army, and over a dozen experts of the Southern Territory would lose their lives every single time he flashed through them and attacked. Moreover, the blood essence and profound energy of those experts would be instantly sucked dry. Haha. Awesome. Come at me and let me absorb to my heart's content. Haha. The black-clothed man grew more and more excited as he killed, and he treated the Southern Territory's army like they didn't exist. Ding Xiaoyao had a very gloomy expression on her face as she watched from afar, and her right hand was clenched a little. Xiaoyao, he's too strong. Unless an expert at the Monarch Realm like the Demon Emperor is here, otherwise, ordinary Monarch Realm experts aren't a match for him at all. You must think of a way to deal with him, or our Southern Territory will suffer heavy losses if this continues. Lu Jianyao spoke in a low voice while she stood by Ding Xiaoyao's side. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head while a wisp of helplessness flashed through her eyes. She said, "Both Elder Mu and the Demon Emperor haven't shown themselves until now. That shows that they're still recuperating. I've sent someone to Ancient Domain City to notify Yang Yi. If nothing unexpected happens, then he should be on his way here." Defiant profounders like him are very formidable. Even though he's only at the 5th rank of the Monarch Realm, his strength is absolutely much stronger than ordinary 9th rank Monarch Realm experts. Will Yang Yi be able to surmount his realm of cultivation and fight him? Lu Jianyao was quite worried because she had personally witnessed 3 5th rank Monarch Realm experts being killed by the black-clothed man. Moreover, it seemed like the black-clothed man hadn't gone all out. "You have to be confident in him," said Ding Xiaoyao. Lu Jianyao glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and remained quiet. Swish! Right at this moment, an arc of light flashed through the sky, and then it instantly arrived before the black-clothed man. It was another defiant profounder. The experts of the Southern Territory were terrified while Ding Xiaoyao's heart sank. She waved her hand, and the experts of the Southern Territory in the surroundings instantly started spreading apart. The black-clothed man didn't attack again, and he gazed at Qin Bufan with vigilance instead. Even though they were both defiant profounders, they weren't friends with each other. Conversely, many defiant profounders were very hostile against each other, because devouring the energy and essence of a defiant profounder was countless times better than devouring it from an ordinary profounder. So, it was very common for defiant profounders to act against each other, and that was the reason why the defiant profounders had been defeated and sealed all those years ago. It was because they weren't united. Which level were you at? Qin Bufan's voice resounded from within the arc of light. The 31st level. The black-clothed man spoke in a deep voice. What about you? The 31st? Not bad. It's one of the lower levels. Looks like you were someone formidable in the past. As for me, I was at the 19th, said Qin Bufan. The 19th. The black-clothed man's pupils constricted while the vigilance in his eyes grew thicker. When they were sealed all those years ago, the experts of the outer heavens and profounder continent had sealed them according to their strengths. The stronger they were, the lower they were in the pagoda. Since Qin Bufan was from the 19th level, it meant that Qin Bufan's strength far surpassed his own. Don't worry, I would have attacked if I intended to attack you. The reason I came to look for you is because I want to ask you about some things, said Qin Bufan. The black-clothed man pondered deeply for a moment and said, What? Did anyone else escape with you? Asked Qin Bufan. The man shook his head and replied, No. How did you get out? Qin Bufan asked. The sword precursor's seal had stabilized when I got out, so it's definitely impossible for you to escape if the seal didn't loosen. The black-clothed man answered. The seal loosened abruptly, but it was only for an instant. I seized that opportunity and escaped. Qin Bufan inquired, No one from the hallowed grounds chased after you? The black-clothed man replied, There were, but they were very weak. It was only 2 9th-rank Monarch Realm experts, and they vanished after I repulsed them. However, a half-saint did scan me with his divine sense later on, so I had no other choice but to flee to this place. When he spoke up to this point, the black-clothed man's eyes flickered with excitement as he said, The profounders of this world are so much weaker than the profounders of the hallowed grounds. So long as we join forces, then we'll definitely be able to slaughter all the experts in this world. We'll definitely be able to attain the half-saint realm if we're able to absorb their energy and essence. Qin Bufan answered decisively, I'm not interested. The black-clothed man was slightly stunned, and he spoke in a puzzled tone. Why? Qin Bufan didn't answer him, and he replied with a question instead. You said that the hallowed grounds merely sent 2 9th-rank Monarch Realm profounders after you when you escaped? A ferocious light appeared in the black-clothed man's eyes when Qin Bufan didn't answer his question, but it was only momentarily. He would have attacked a long time ago if it wasn't for the fact that he feared Qin Bufan's strength. I asked you something. Didn't you hear me? Qin Bufan's cold voice resounded from within the arc of light, and then the black-clothed man's heart turned cold, because he sensed that his aura had been locked onto by the man who stood before him. The black-clothed man hesitated for a moment before he said, There were only 2 of them, and they seem to have not gone all out. Qin Bufan fell silent for a short while before he said, I understand now. The hallowed grounds intend to use you. Haha. Looks like the hallowed grounds really does intend to destroy Profounder Continent. How interesting. Not only are we fighting amongst each other, even the profounders of this world like to fight each other. Haha. How truly interesting. The hallowed grounds let me out on purpose? The black-clothed man was no fool. Head felt that something was absolutely wrong, and not that he thought about it. He felt that it really might be possible that the hallowed grounds had let him out on purpose. Out of consideration for the fact that we're from the same world, they'll give you a warning. Leave this place immediately. You can go to the Devil Territory or Oceanic clans. In any case, don't kill here. Otherwise, you'll die before you know it. Qin Bufan spoke abruptly. These ants? A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of the black-clothed man's mouth, and he said, The spirit energy in this world is scarce to the extreme. Even a half-saint can dream of killing me. Qin Bufan suddenly asked, "Do you know why we lost all those years ago?" The black-clothed man spoke in a deep voice. "What are you trying to say?" "The reason we lost was because we were arrogant. We felt that we were the strongest, and then we fought for our own objectives. In the end, we didn't lose to those bastards from the outer heavens. We lost to our own pride and arrogance. The experts here aren't as weak as you imagine. That's all I'll say. Do as you please. I really would like to see how strong they are." The black-clothed man spoke coldly. Right at this moment, a sword howl suddenly resounded in the horizon. "They say that defiant profounders can't be killed, but I really want to give it a try." Yang Yes' voice resounded, and then he appeared before the gazes of everyone. Chapter 672. Ding Xiaoyao heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yang Yi. At the same time, a feeling of powerlessness arose in her heart. After all, numbers and strategy were useless before absolute strength. Just like this incident. If Yang Yi hadn't arrived, then everyone from the Southern Territory would have probably been slaughtered. "It's you." Yang Yes' gaze descended onto Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan said, "I wasn't the one who killed your forces. Of course, I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to fight an unnecessary battle." He would have been confident in his ability to kill Yang Yi if Yang Yi didn't possess the Stone of Suppression, but Yang Yi did. So, he wasn't confident in his ability to kill Yang Yi right now. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he gazed at the black-clothed man and said, "You were the one?" A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of the black-clothed man's mouth when he noticed that Yang Yi was just an Exalt Realm Profounder. He was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly spoke. "Your expression has told me the answer. So, you can pay with your life." Yang Yes' intense sword swiftly left its sheath once he finished speaking, and a strand of violet sword energy instantly arrived before the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man was shocked by this, as he hadn't expected that this ant at the Exalt Realm would actually dare to attack just like that, and had never imagined that this sword chi would actually be so swift to the point he didn't even have a chance to dodge. So, he had no choice but to cover his palms with profound energy and smash them against the violet sword energy. Yang Yi said in his heart when he saw this scene, "Idiot." His sword energy contained 6 overlapped heaven rends in the 1 stage of critical strike. Such an attack was capable of killing ordinary Monarch Realm experts with ease. Yet this defiant profound actually utilized his hands to resist it. So, he was clearly courting death. The black-clothed man's pupils constricted when the violet sword energy was just a few centimeters away from his palm, and he revealed astonishment in his eyes. He wanted to pull his hands away, but it was too late. Hiss! The violet sword energy sliced through the black-clothed man's palms without suffering any obstruction at all, and then it continued towards his chest. Bang! He was blasted over 1 kilometer away before crashing to the ground, and his figure smashed open a huge crater there. All the profounders of the Southern Territory were dumbstruck. They'd personally witnessed the strength of that black-clothed man, and even Monarch Realm experts couldn't resist him. However, his hands were severed with a single swing of Yang Yes' sword. Is Yang Yi really at the Exalt Realm? Ding Xiaoyao truly heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene. She had no doubt that Yang Yi had become stronger. At the same time, she was extremely shocked because while Yang Yi hadn't attained the Monarch Realm, he was growing stronger and stronger, and he wasn't inferior to a Monarch Realm expert at all. How did he do that? How strong would he be if he attains the Monarch Realm? "You're even stronger than before." Meanwhile, Qin Bufan spoke abruptly in a low voice. Yang Yi didn't answer Qin Bufan. He suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and he relied on the counterforce to shoot forward like a cannonball. Not even half a breath of time passed before Yang Yi arrived where the black-clothed man fell, and then an enormous black fist blasted out from within the crater. Yang Yes' brows knit together a little while his intense sword swept forward, and an explosion resounded as it slashed the fist into half. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man had flown out from the crater. At this moment, there was a deep gash on his chest, and even the internal organs within him were clearly visible. He had a savage expression on his face because he hadn't expected that he would be injured by an ant at the Exalt realm. That was undoubtedly a huge insult to an extraordinary expert from 100,000 years ago like him. Yang Yes' brows were slightly knit together because he noticed that while the black-clothed man's hands were severed and there was a huge gash on his chest, the black-clothed man didn't seem to be affected by it at all. Can their defiant profounders really not be killed? Are they really so heaven-defying? You've succeeded at infuriating me. The black-clothed man had just started speaking when Yang Yi attacked again. He sheathed his sword, drew it, and a beam of sword energy instantly arrived before the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man was slightly stunned. Just like before, he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually attack without saying a single word, and he was caught off guard again. Fortunately, his reaction wasn't slow, and he immediately placed an enormous black shield in front of him. Bang! The shield shook violently as the black-clothed man moved over 30 m back, and then Yang Yi watched with astonishment as his sword energy transformed into specks of blue energy that entered the shield. It's actually the Mage Force shield. Right at this moment, Qin Bufan exclaimed and said, Tisk, Tiske. It's a shield that's even able to absorb the attacks of half-saints. It was definitely useless to me all those years ago. But in this world without saints, a defensive Tao artifact capable of absorbing the attacks of half-saints. Give it to me and it'll save your life today, all right? You're courting death. The black-clothed man paid no attention to Qin Bufan. He roared furiously as he suddenly kicked the shield with his right leg. Bang! The shield transformed into a ray of black light that smashed towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi drew his sword and stabbed, and the tip of his sword struck the Mage Force shield. Clang! The intense sword and the shield shook violently while Yang Yi took 2 steps back, and his arm felt quite numb. Yang Yi was surprised by this because his current physical body wasn't inferior to a 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert, but he hadn't imagined that the black-clothed man's strength would actually be that great. Bang! The black-clothed man suddenly appeared behind the shield, and then he kicked it. The enormous force of his kick pushed Yang Yi back repeatedly. He moved another 10 m back before he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he suddenly twisted his right hand, causing a formidable force to blast the black-clothed man flying. A wisp of burning desire flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the enormous black shield. After all, it was a defense Tao artifact that was even capable of absorbing the attacks of half-saints. It would undoubtedly become another trump card against half-saints for him if he could obtain it. So, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to stretch his hand forward and grab it. Bang! Suddenly, a beam of blue light erupted from the shield and blasted against Yang Yi's hand. His expression changed a little as he took a few steps back repeatedly, and he only stopped after moving over 100 m back. Meanwhile, the skin on his right palm had actually been scorched slightly black, and his entire arm even felt numb. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes as he gazed at his palm. That shield is actually so strong? That shield isn't something for this world of yours. It was forged from stellar metals that are found in outer space, and even half-saints would find it difficult to destroy. Moreover, it can absorb most of the attacks it receives and store the energy contained within those attacks. The more energy it absorbs, the stronger it'll become. It isn't a threat to Saint Realm experts, but it's capable of being endlessly troublesome for half-saints. Qin Bufan spoke abruptly. That's an awesome treasure. Yang Yi's smile grew wider. Unfortunately, you won't be able to obtain it unless he gives it to you willingly, said Qin Bufan. Why? Yang Yi was puzzled. Qin Bufan explained, because he has placed his spiritual brand within it, and he's immortal to a certain extent. At the very least, you're definitely incapable of killing him. Since you can't, then you can't eliminate the spiritual brand within it, and you won't be able to take control of the Mage Force shield without accomplishing that. Understand? That's why you aren't seizing it from him, right? Yang Yi glanced at Qin Bufan, and then he walked over to the black-clothed man while holding an intense sword in his grasp. Smart, Qin Bufan said. Let me remind you that you can't kill him. Yang Yi replied, I still want to give it a try. Qin Bufan shrugged and said, then go ahead and try. You're courting death. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man suddenly roared furiously. His face was completely ferocious while an imposing aura surged madly out of him like a storm. The space around him started to tremble violently while a glowing circle of energy suddenly swept out from within the shield. The circle of energy grew larger and larger while its speed increased progressively. Merely an instant passed before it arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed while a cold glow flashed through them. He swiftly drew his intense sword, and a ray of violet sword energy swept forward. Surprise flashed through Qin Bufan's eyes when he saw this attack because the energy contained within it was more than 3 times stronger than before. Bang! The sword energy and blue light collided, and then a moment of silence ensued. In the next moment, the blue light seemed like snow that fell into boiling oil and was instantly dispersed by the sword energy before the sword energy smashed against the Mage Force shield. However, the sword energy instantly transformed into specks of blue light that were completely absorbed into the shield. Ha ha! The black-clothed man roared madly with laughter and said, "Even a half-saint can't damage my Mage Force shield, so how could an ant at the Exalt realm like you possibly accomplish it?" When he spoke up to this point, a ferocious expression suddenly covered his face, and he said, "I have to say that you've really succeeded at infuriating me, and it'll make living worse than death for you. Where'd you get the confidence to say that?" Yang Yi laughed coldly as his figure suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was already behind the black-clothed man when his figure appeared again. This time, the black-clothed man was prepared, and the Mage Force shield immediately moved behind him when Yang Yi appeared there. At this moment, the intense sword in Yang Yi's grasp had been replaced by the sword ruler. At the same time, Yang Yi's entire arm had been draconified, and he held the sword ruler with his dragon claw as he swiftly smashed it against the Mage Force shield. A string of sparks sprayed towards the surroundings while the shield and black-clothed man were both blasted flying, and they flew for always 300 m before they finally stopped moving. Looks like that shield of yours can only absorb attacks executed with profound energy, and it can't absorb physical strength. As soon as he finished speaking these words, Yang Yi's figure had arrived before the black-clothed man, and then he swiftly stomped his foot against the man's head. A shrill cry resounded from between the black-clothed man's lips, while his entire body transformed into a black ray of light that was blasted almost 3 kilometers back. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed the Mage Force shield. The shield shook violently and almost shook itself free from Yang Yi's grasp. Fortunately, Yang Yi hurriedly used his other hand to grab it as well. "You can't take control of it," said Qin Bufan from the side. "Is that so?" Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then he tossed it into the primordial pagoda. Chapter 673. Yang Yi tossed the Mage Force shield into the tuned level of the primordial pagoda, the pavilion of alchemy, and the shield instantly fell silent. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Meanwhile, the black-clothed man suddenly howled furiously while bewilderment and shock filled his eyes. Because he noticed that the link between him and the Mage Force shield had actually been completely severed when Yang Yi took the shield, and this made him feel extremely fearful of Yang Yi, because it was impossible for even a half-saint to wipe away his spiritual brand. After all, it was something had imprinted into the shield while he was at his peak. But this fellow with a sword who stood before him could actually sever the link between him and his Mage Force shield. So how could he not be shocked and fearful? Qin Bufan glanced at the black-clothed man, and then his voice carried extremely obvious shock and bewilderment as he gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "How did you do it?" It wasn't impossible to eliminate another spiritual brand, but it was usually something that a profounder of higher cultivation did to one of lower cultivation. But Yang Yi was just an Exalt realm profounder, while the black-clothed man was at the Monarch realm. So, one at a lower realm of cultivation had wiped away the spiritual brand of someone at a higher realm of cultivation? He would absolutely not believe it if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. Yang Yi wasn't surprised that the primordial pagoda could suppress the Mage Force shield, because even until now, he still hadn't come across anything that it couldn't suppress. Yang Yi paid no further attention to the shield for now. In any case, it was his now. He gazed at the black-clothed man and said, "There's no enmity between me and the defiant Profounders, but you immediately started slaughtering the Profounders of my southern territory once you escaped the seal. I'd like to ask who gave you the courage to do that?" As soon as he finished speaking, 12 Flevel sword and tint swept out and enveloped the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's expression changed violently when he felt himself being suppressed by it, and he cried out involuntarily, "Tuned level heaven rank sword and tint. You actually possess tuned level heaven rank sword and tint, but you're just an Exalt Realm Profounder." The answer he received was a beam of sword energy. This time, it was much stronger and faster than before. Because he was suppressed by Yang Yes sword and tint, the black-clothed man wasn't able to dodge at all, and he could only collide head-on against it. However, he was very clearly aware of the state he was in, and he knew that he would definitely be heavily injured if he did that. He couldn't die, but heavy injuries would cause his strength to decline, and that was something he couldn't tolerate at all. He hurriedly gazed at Qin Bufan and said, "Please lend me a hand. They'll definitely reward you greatly." Even though Head asked for help, his counterattack wasn't delayed at all. He waved his arms around as a few dozen enormous snakes that were formed from profound energy flashed forward and pounced at Yang Yes sword chi. Hiss! The enormous snakes were instantly dispersed upon coming into contact with Yang Yes sword energy, and it smashed directly against the black-clothed man's chest. A shrill cry resounded as his chest exploded apart, causing blood and flesh to spray towards the surroundings while his figure was blasted flying. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of him. The black-clothed man was horrified by this, and he was just about to speak when Yang Yes sword ruler smashed against his head. Bang! His head was like a watermelon that was smashed apart. Yang Yi descended to the ground, and there was slight vigilance on his face as he gazed at the headless black-clothed man. In next to no time, his expression changed a little because the pieces of the black-clothed man's head were actually starting to converge together swiftly. It wasn't just Yang Yi who was shocked. Everyone else here was beyond shocked as well. He can't be killed? There really are people in this world who can't be killed? They watched with shock as the black-clothed man's head recovered to its previous state. Moreover, even his hands had recovered as well. However, his aura was much weaker than before, and had fallen to the first rank of the monarch realm as well. You can't kill him. At the very least, you can't right now. Qin Bufan spoke abruptly. Yang Yi said in response, "No one in this world is immortal." Qin Bufan replied, "You're right. Even the most formidable person can be killed with sufficient strength. We can die as well. So long as you have the strength to deal with us, then we'll die as well. Unfortunately, no one in this world possesses such strength." "Then doesn't that make all of you eternal?" asked Yang Yi. Qin Bufan answered, "Eternal? Huh. Do you know why we've been seizing quintessence violet energy like madmen? It's not to become stronger, but to escape the current situation we're in. Actually, we desire death more than anyone else." Yang Yi glanced at Qin Bufan and said, "You're not someone who likes to waste his breath. Why are you telling me all of this?" "Because you're killing the members of the hallowed grounds." Qin Bufan said, "I've inquired into you, and I noticed that you are irreconcilable enemies with the hallowed grounds. In other words, we have a common enemy. Of course, I'm not trying to form an alliance with you. It's just that in my opinion, regardless of whether that person is good or bad, a person who's killing the members of the hallowed grounds shouldn't die." "Ha." Yang Yi said, "In my opinion, it doesn't matter if it's the hallowed grounds or the defiant Profounders. I won't offend them if they don't offend me. The hallowed grounds has offended me, so they'll pay the price for that." "Huh. You're thinking of fleeing?" When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi suddenly looked towards the side. The black-clothed man had transformed into a ray of black light that was flashing towards the distance. Horizon warp. Yang Yi vanished on the spot before a sword howl resounded in the horizon. After that, countless strands of sword chi interweaved together before the black-clothed man's shrill cry resounded from afar. Qin Bufan gazed up into the horizon and spoke softly. "He's merely at the Exalt realm yet is capable of surmounting his realm of cultivation and fighting Monarch Realm experts. Interesting. Bastard. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. The black-clothed man's furious howls resounded from afar, and it sounded quite miserable. Yang Yi is beating up a Monarch Realm expert? All the spectators weren't able to wrap their heads around the situation here. But it didn't matter because Yang Yi's strength had improved greatly, and that was a good thing for the Southern Territory. Actually, even if he could remain undefeated against the black-clothed man, his previous strength was absolutely insufficient for him to crush the black-clothed man with such ease. The main reason for this change was the blood essence of the dragon ancestor and the 3 divine beasts which Head absorbed earlier, and the huge improvements Head made in his attainments of the Heaven Ren drawing technique. Especially the combination of overlapped Heaven Rens and critical strike. It was something that ordinary Monarch Realm experts couldn't resist at all. It wasn't long before no more howls resounded from afar, and then Yang Yi appeared once more within everyone's fields of vision. Where's he? Qin Bufan spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at Qin Bufan and said, "He's dead. I slashed him into bits. It'll probably take him a few years to recover." Qin Bufan and everyone else in the surroundings were speechless. Chapter 674. You're truly mysterious. Qin Bufan's voice was serious this time, and it even carried traces of fear. Want to head to the hallowed grounds and have fun sometime? Yang Yi spoke abruptly. He was very clearly aware that the defiant Profounders were about to emerge from the seal, and he couldn't delay his trip to the hallowed grounds at all. If it was before this, he would naturally not travel there before attaining the Monarch Realm and give his life away. Yet now, he had the Stone of Suppression, so he could resist even a half-saint. At the very least, he could escape a half-saint. Head personally witnessed Qin Bufan's strength, and he knew that even a half-saint couldn't harm Qin Bufan. So, if Qin Bufan joined him, then he would have someone to split away the forces of the hallowed grounds. You intend to go to the hallowed grounds? Qin Bufan's voice carried a trace of astonishment as he said, "Do you know why I came here? It's because I wasn't able to survive there, and I had no other choice. You are just at the Exalt realm. Even if you have the Stone of Suppression, do you think that you can go against so many Monarch Realm and Half-Saint Realm experts?" Yang Yi spoke abruptly. "Do you think the hallowed grounds will let you go?" Qin Bufan shook his head and said, "They'll never let a single defiant Profounder grow, because they would pay an extremely heavy price if we're allowed to regain our strength." Yang Yi said, "Exactly. They won't let you go no matter what. In other words, they'll continue dispatching experts to kill you. Even if they don't do it now, they'll definitely do it in the future. Since there's irreconcilable enmity, then why should we always assume a passive position and can't take the initiative instead?" Qin Bufan replied, "You've never been to the hallowed grounds, so you don't know how terrifying it is. If I hadn't taken them by surprise that day, it would have been utterly impossible for me to escape. You know, the consciousnesses of at least a few dozen half-saints were pursuing me when I just left the hallowed grounds. I wouldn't have been able to escape at all if it weren't for the fact that I had some special techniques." A few dozen half-saints. Yang Yi's expression became solemn. A short while passed before he laughed coldly and said, "So what? We aren't going there to fight them in one-on-one battles." "You intend to play dirty?" asked Qin Bufan. Yang Yi said, "It doesn't matter. All that matters is that we can kill the members of the hallowed grounds, right?" Qin Bufan remained silent for a short while, and then he said, "You really intend to go there?" "Do I look like I'm joking?" said Yang Yi. "All right, then count me in. When are you leaving?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "A month from now." "All right, I'll come see you when the time comes." Qin Bufan was about to leave once he finished speaking, but he suddenly continued, "Do you know that you are colluding with defiant Profounders by doing this? Would the hallowed grounds let me go if I didn't?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Qin Bufan was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. "Interesting, truly interesting. You're the first person that I feel is agreeable since I've arrived in this world. Ha ha ha." His laughter resounded as his figure vanished from the spot. "Get me a quiet place." Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Ding Xiaoyao once Qin Bufan left. She nodded in response. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes within Ding Xiaoyou's temporary dwellings, and he entered the primordial pagoda. What exactly is this place? What exactly is this place? You. Yang Yi had just entered the pagoda when an extremely shocked and terrified shout resounded by his ears. It was the black-clothed man. At this moment, he was in quite a miserable state as he was nailed to the ground by a few dozen swords. He couldn't move at all. Moreover, besides the intense pain he felt, his was covered in shock and bewilderment towards the world around him. The reason he was shocked was that He'd seen the world, and it was exactly that which made him shocked. Because even if it was in the world that he was from, He'd never seen anyone possessing a world within the person's body. No, it should be said that it was utterly impossible. But the problem was that there was one before his eyes right now. Yang Yi walked over to the black-clothed man, and then grabbed his hair and dragged him to the pavilion of alchemy. You actually dare to treat me like this? He hadn't even finished speaking when Yang Yi kicked his mouth and made him swallow everything he was about to say. I have no interest in arguing with you, so just stop. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the black-clothed man, and then he continued dragging the fellow to the furnace. Yang Yi gazed at the flames within the furnace and said, I admit that I really can't kill you, and I admit that I can't do anything but bash you up. Haha, even Saint Realm experts can't kill me, let alone you. The black-clothed man roared wildly with laughter, and his gaze was filled with defiance. Yang Yi nodded, and then he pulled the black-clothed man up and pointed at the flames within the furnace. He said, This is the last way that I can think of. If you still can't be killed, then I can only say that I truly admire how tenacious the lives of you, defiant profounders, are. He didn't know what the flames within the furnace was, but he was very clearly aware that it was the most terrifying thing that He'd encountered until now. In any case, he didn't dare to get close to it. The black-clothed man had intended to ridicule Yang Yi because nothing from this world could kill him. However, his expression instantly changed when he saw the flames within the furnace. There was astonishment, extreme astonishment within his eyes. After that, his body started to tremble violently. Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly because he felt that something was off. Even though the black-clothed man was his enemy, the black-clothed man had backbone, and he was absolutely not one who feared death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refrained from begging for mercy until now. However, the black-clothed man actually revealed such a reaction right now. What exactly are those flames? How could this be possible? How could it be here? How could this be possible? How? The black-clothed man seemed as if He'd gone mad, and he was acting unusually. Suddenly, a trace of extraordinary excitement and happiness appeared on his face, the divining flame, one of the 4 heavenly flames, and said to be capable of burning anything. It'll definitely be able to destroy the mark within me. 150,000 years. It has been 150,000 years. For the sake of finding a damnable pagoda, we traversed countless stellar regions and mysterious worlds, and we endured days and nights of pain. Now, I can finally be free. Ha ha ha. The black-clothed man suddenly leaped into the furnace as he spoke. Bang! Yang Yi watched with a solemn gaze as the black-clothed man's entire body exploded apart and transformed into nothingness. After that, Yang Yi's pupils constricted because a fine black worm had appeared within the flames after the black-clothed man was incinerated. The black worm was merely the size of a thumb, but Yang Yi was extremely fearful of it. His 12th level sword intent surged out madly and formed a barrier before him. After it appeared within the flames, the black worm emanated an extremely terrifying and evil aura, and it made Yang Yi's entire body feel icy cold. To put it simply, he felt danger, extreme danger coming from it. His intuition told him that he would definitely die if he came into contact with it. The black worm wasn't immediately incinerated within the flames, and it was wriggling around incessantly. Roar! Suddenly, it opened its mouth and roared furiously, causing the entire furnace to tremble violently. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he moved a few more meters back. Fortunately, it didn't escape the furnace, and it merely struggled for a while before it was incinerated into nothingness, just like the black-clothed man. Yang Yi stood silently on the spot for a short while and confirmed that both the black worm and the black-clothed man had vanished within the furnace before he dispersed his sword in tint, and then he walked over and stopped 3M before the furnace. A wisp of bewilderment and solemnness filled Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the flames within the furnace. He said, "What exactly is it?" He said that they were looking for a pagoda for 150,000 years? A pagoda? Could they have been looking for my primordial pagoda? Could the defiant profounders be from the same world as Shaoqi? Yang Yi's expression gradually grew heavier and heavier. Because if they'd really come here in search of the primordial pagoda, then he might be in big trouble. What the black-clothed man said had allowed him to roughly guess that the defiant profounders should have been ordered by someone, or it should be said that they were forced by someone to come here. So, since the defiant profounders were already so terrifying, how terrifying would the one who was capable of ordering them around be? Head considered the possibility that they were sent here by the last owner of the primordial pagoda. However, after giving it some thought, he felt that it was impossible for them to have been sent by that old man. The feeling that the old man gave him was a feeling of righteousness, and it was a very comfortable feeling. But the worm from before gave him a completely different feeling. In other words, it was very likely that the defiant profounders had been sent here by another force. He possessed the primordial pagoda now, and that force wanted possession of the pagoda. In other words, Head unknowingly made an enemy who was formidable beyond his wildest imagination. He wouldn't have such an enemy anymore if he handed the pagoda over. But the problem was that he couldn't control the pagoda himself, so how could he hand it over? Besides that, he wouldn't hand it over even if he could. An enemy, and a formidable one at that, was motivation for him to grow incessantly stronger. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned and flashed out of the pavilion of alchemy. And Nanjing was there. There was loud noise coming from here, so I came to have a look. And Nanjing explained. Yang Yi said, "I'm not keeping any secrets from you anymore, so you don't have to explain anything." And Nanjing gazed silently at him. "The internal injuries you suffered shouldn't be a problem anymore, right?" asked Yang Yi. And Nanjing replied, "I've almost recovered, but some latent problems still remain. So, I've been constantly treating it until now. Will you be able to deal with it?" Yang Yi frowned. She nodded. "I will. I just need some time." Yang Yi said, "Just stay here and recuperate for now. I'll get someone to manage your clan for you. You don't have to worry about it." And Nanjing fell silent for a moment, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I have a question for you. I can't calm my mind until I get an answer." Chapter 675. Yang Yi fell silent while Nanjing just continued looking at him, and she didn't ask because he didn't nod with agreement. A short while passed before Yang Yi said, "Do you not sense it?" And Nanjing's eyes clearly flickered a little, and then she nodded to him before turning around and leaving. She didn't have to ask anymore because she knew the answer. Yang Yi remained silent for a while as he watched her vanish from his field of vision, and then he turned around and entered the pavilion of alchemy. His gaze descended onto the flames within the furnace. He had no doubt that it was absolutely stronger than his nether ghost flame, and it would definitely be a formidable weapon to him if he could take control of it. Such a thought had just appeared in his mind when he shook his head, and then he flashed out of the primordial pagoda. He wasn't aware of the flame's exact origins, but he knew that his current strength was absolutely incapable of taking control of it. He didn't want to play with fire and get himself burned, so had decisively abandoned such a thought for now. After he left the pagoda, Yang Yi said, "Come in." Ding Xiaoyao walked in a moment later. "What's the situation like now?" asked Yang Yi. He was slightly puzzled because they'd fought their way to the capital of the exalted Han Empire, but Ding Xiaoyao just so happened to have stopped. He knew that she definitely did it for a reason, and he was very curious about it. Ding Xiaoyao pondered deeply for a moment and said, "The strength which the exalted Han Empire reveals on the surface now is inferior to us, and that's why we've advanced without any difficulty all along the way. Many think that we should seize the opportunity to take this ancient capital in one go and unify the central territory. However, we'll definitely pay a heavy price if we do that." "Why?" asked Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao replied, "The exalted Han Empire's history goes back over 10,000 years. They have their own resources and reserves. Just like the Flower Palace and Sword Sect, they've had Saint Realm experts in the past as well. What would we do if we attack rashly, and then someone like the Flower Palace's founding ancestor appears?" "Have you investigated?" asked Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, "It's not that I haven't, but I'm utterly unable to find any information, because their intelligence network has defensive systems, and it's much better than our southern territory. Even though I'm unable to obtain any information, I expect that they definitely possess some sort of trump cards or assistance. Otherwise, they would have definitely fallen into chaos once our army arrived before their capital. Even a dying empire can't be underestimated, for its remaining forces and influence still remain." Yang Yi spoke in a heavy voice. He knew that Ding Xiaoyao's guess was probably true. The exalted Han Empire had existed for so many years. Even though its half-saint and most of its monarch realm experts had perished, even he wouldn't believe that it didn't have any other trump cards. Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, "Moreover, we'll definitely suffer heavy losses if we launch a frontal assault, because the city walls are covered in no less than 100 defensive cannons from the ancient times. They launch energy attacks that are capable of heavily injuring monarch realm experts. So, if we are to launch a frontal assault, then we'll have no choice but to use the lives of countless people to resist those cannons and exhaust their supply of energy stones." Yang Yi stated, "You were very right to not launch a frontal assault. Deaths are unavoidable on the battlefield, but meaningless deaths are best to be avoided." Ding Xiaoyao replied, "I originally hoped that the Demon Emperor or Elder Mu would be able to lend us a hand here, but I never expected that the hallowed grounds would dispatch its forces and heavily injure both Elder Mu and the Demon Emperor. So, I had no other choice but to delay here. Now that you're here, what do you intend to do?" "Right? The Northern Territory sent a messenger again a few days ago. They're willing to form an alliance with us, but only an alliance and not join our forces." "What was your answer?" asked Yang Yi. She answered, "Yield or die." Yang Yi grinned and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Forming an alliance and yielding were two completely different things. Forming an alliance represented that the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory were equals, and the Northern Territory could ignore the Southern Territory's orders. On the other hand, yielding represented that the Northern Territory had to obey the Southern Territory's commands. If it was before the hallowed grounds attacked and before the forces of the exalted Han Empire had been weakened, then he wouldn't hesitate to accept the Northern Territory's proposal for an alliance. Because forming an alliance at that time represented that the Northern Territory was willing to face all of these opponents with the Southern Territory. But now, the Northern Territory was proposing an alliance after the Southern Territory had repulsed the hallowed grounds and inflicted heavy losses on the exalted Han Empire. That was definitely impossible. The Northern Territory's strength might be stronger than we imagined. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to resist the exalted Han Empire's invasion. Ding Xiaoyao spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi said, "Let's ignore them for now and deal with the exalted Han Empire. They'll be leaving the continent in a month from now. So, it's best if we're able to truly unify the continent within this period and make it so that we have no enemies on the entire continent." Yang Yi stood up and walked towards the door as he spoke. A strange glow flashed through Ding Xiaoyao's eyes as she gazed at Yang Yi's leaving figure. It was confidence. Yang Yi was much more confident than before. No matter who it was impossible to avoid being attracted by someone who possessed both confidence and strength. Yang Yi stood before the capital of the exalted Han Empire, and there was no one behind him. The entire army of the Southern Territory had vanished into thin air. Yang Yi's body slowly soared into the sky and appeared above the capital of the exalted Han Empire before an intense sword appeared in his grasp. Right at this moment, a man who wore a yellow robe appeared on the city wall. The man wore a robe embroidered with dragons and a golden crown, and a group of experts from the exalted Han Empire were by his side. Yang Yi had no doubt that man in a golden robe was the emperor of the exalted Han Empire, Emperor Han. "Yang Yi, are you really hellbent on being ruthless, sparing no one?" asked Emperor Han in a deep voice. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule. Ruthless? Who was the one who started all of this? It was your exalted Han Empire that wanted to kill me, right? Moreover, it was always your exalted Han Empire that has been acting against my southern territory, right? What? Only you can kill me, yet I can't kill all of you? Luo Jun is dead, and my empire has lost most of its territories, Emperor Han said. Is that still not enough? It's far from being enough. Yang Yes' voice resounded through the capital. The royal family of your empire must be annihilated today. I'll kill anyone in this city who dares to resist, and I'll slaughter the entire city if I have to. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yes' intense sword swept forward, and a ray of violet sword chi shot forward and smashed against the city gate. Bang! The entire gate trembled violently before countless cracks appeared on it. All the experts on the city walls were extremely astounded. They were astounded by Yang Ye's strength, and they were astounded by what Yang Yi had just said, because Head said that he would kill anyone who resisted him, and he would even slaughter the entire city if he had to. No one doubted the truth of those words. They were very clearly aware that Yang Yi was a madman, and he was absolutely capable of it. Yang Yi didn't feel even a shred of pity to the members of the exalted Han Empire, because he was very clearly aware that if they'd succeeded at breaching ancient domain city during the battles of the past, then everyone related to him and everyone who stood by his side would suffer a horrifying end. Of course, he didn't really intend to slaughter the entire city. It was just as Head said. He wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone who dared to resist. Yang Yi sheathed his intense sword within the ancient sheath. The expressions of the experts on the city wall changed when they witnessed this scene, and Emperor Han immediately roared furiously, "Yang Yi, are you really trying to make my exalted Han Empire fight you to the death?" OM. The reply Emperor Han received was a beam of violet sword energy that smashed against the city gate. An explosion resounded as numerous arm-thick cracks covered the enormous gate. "Fight me to the death?" Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "Do you think your empire has the strength for that now?" "I'll repeat myself again. I only intend to kill the royal family of the exalted Han Empire, and I won't stop anyone else from leaving. Otherwise, it'll be too late for all of you servants of the royal family to surrender once I've breached the city. Kill. Kill him." Meanwhile, Emperor Han roared furiously. Over 100 enormous ice blue cannons suddenly appeared on the city walls after Emperor Han gave the order, and then over 100 beams of energy shot forward simultaneously. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed while he revealed a slightly serious expression, because these beams of energy were very strong. No wonder Ding Xiaoyao said that these beams can threaten the lives of Monarch Realm experts. Even my physical body would probably be unable to resist more than a few beams that carry such terrifying energy. Most importantly, these beams are actually capable of locking onto my aura, so it's utterly impossible to avoid. I can only use force against them. If it was just 1 or 2 beams, then he would be able to destroy them with ease. However, there were over 100 descending towards him. Yang Yes' brows knit together, but it wasn't long before they relaxed, and then a shield appeared in front of him. It was naturally the black-clothed man's Mage Force shield. The spiritual brand within it had vanished once the black-clothed man perished. In other words, he could utilize it now. It was very terrifying, especially its ability to absorb energy, and it just happened to be perfect for him to deal with these beams of energy. All the beams of energy smashed against the Mage Force shield, and the strong impact from the collision pushed Yang Yi almost 1.5 him back. However, the countenances of the experts on the city walls had instantly turned pale, because they noticed that those beams which were capable of heavily injuring Monarch Realm experts had actually been fully absorbed by the shield that stood before Yang Yi. How could that be possible? Disbelief filled Emperor Han's eyes. After all, over 200 beams from those cannons would even be able to obliterate a Monarch Realm expert with ease. Yet now, Yang Yi had resisted them with such ease. "It's my turn." As soon as Yang Yi's voice resounded, an enormous blue beam that was over 30 m wide suddenly shot out from the Mage Force shield. The beam was extremely swift, and it instantly smashed against the city wall. Bang! The entire city gate was instantly blasted into pieces, and the beam continued forward into the city. After that, a string of explosions resounded incessantly. Yang Yi chuckled. He was just about to charge into the city when two people suddenly appeared at the entrance. The person on the left was a mysterious profounder who wore a gray robe and a gray cloak, while the person on the right was a woman. Yang Yi recognized her because it was enchantment, the grand preceptor of the Shang dynasty. The gray-robed man spoke abruptly. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Have we met? Because I sense a slightly familiar aura from you." "Of course," said the gray-robed man. Chapter 676. Yang Yi sheathed his intense sword and said, "It doesn't matter who you are. You're blocking my path right now. You really intend to destroy the exalted Han Empire?" The gray-robed middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. "Do you think that I'm joking?" Yang Yi held the ancient sheath as he walked slowly towards the entrance. The gray-robed man said, "The exalted Han Empire really is weak now, but it has a history of over 10,000 years. Do you really think it doesn't have any trump cards? So, what you mean is that I should bury the hatchet with the exalted Han Empire?" Yang Yi didn't stop moving, and he continued forward towards them. The gray-robed man replied, "The exalted Han Empire has lost numerous experts and cities throughout the Southern Territory's advance, but so has the Southern Territory. I can tell you with certainty that if you insist on eliminating the exalted Han Empire, then your Southern Territory might lose even more experts even if you succeed. Moreover, if the exalted Han Empire's royal family really stops at nothing to take you down with it, then your Southern Territory might not lose just a few of its experts." Yang Yi stopped moving and said, "I know that it's very likely for what you said to be true, but the losses my Southern Territory suffers in the future might be even more terrifying if I don't annihilate them now. Not pulling weeds out by the root is a recipe for endless trouble in the future." Yang Yi started advancing again once he finished speaking. "Are you willing to spare them if the royal family surrenders?" said the gray-robed man in a deep voice. "No," Yang Yi replied decisively. "I intend to wipe out all of my enemies from the face of this world when I can, so that they have no chance of becoming an enemy of mine again." The gray-robed man suddenly said, "What if my Northern Territory were to join forces with the exalted Han Empire?" Yang Yi replied, "Then it'll just crush all of you. You would be dead now if it wasn't for the Undertaker." The gray-robed man said, "But he won't be able to protect you forever." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I understand your Northern Territory's stand now. We'll meet on the battlefield. Now, are you going to move aside, or should I make you? Based on what you just said, I presume you dare not attack me. Since it's like that, then move aside." Yang Yi. Meanwhile, enchantment spoke abruptly. "I know that you want to destroy the exalted Han Empire, but you have to think it through. The hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders are our true enemies. Regardless of whether it's the defiant profounders or the hallowed grounds, they aren't existences that just the Southern Territory and Demon Territory can resist. We'll only be able to resist them if the entire continent joins forces." Yang Yi said, "But you seem to have forgotten that the exalted Han Empire has been constantly assisting the hallowed grounds. So long as you're willing to bury the hatchet, then they'll stand on your side from today onward," said the gray-robed man. Yang Yi stopped moving, and then he smiled, "So that they can stab me in the back and return to the arms of the hallowed grounds when its experts arrive and weaken my Southern Territory?" When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Actually, I'm quite confused. You were mortal enemies with the exalted Han Empire just a while ago. Yet now, you're helping them. Why?" "The exalted Han Empire was our enemy as well while they stood on the hallowed ground side, but they can become our ally once they aren't." The gray-robed man continued, "Yang Yi, you are irreconcilable enemies with the hallowed grounds and friends with us. We shouldn't be fighting and killing each other. Why didn't you tell that to the exalted Han Empire when my Southern Territory was weaker?" Yang Yi started advancing again and said, "Don't you think that it's too late now? I'll say it one last time out of consideration for our relationship in the past. Misty, move aside." Enchantment gazed at the gray-robed man, and he waved his right hand. Two soldiers in golden armor appeared before Yang Yi. Enchantment sighed softly when she saw this. The exalted Han Empire can't be allowed to be destroyed, and my northern territory can't become a vassal of another. Young Master Yang will have no choice but to fight if you refuse to make a compromise. Yang Yi stopped and frowned. He felt that there was something quite off about all of this. Logically speaking, he had two half-saints on his side, so it was impossible for the Northern Territory to make an enemy of him for the sake of the exalted Han Empire. However, the Northern Territory just happened to have acted in that way. So, it made him feel that it was quite unusual. But he was like a knocked arrow on a fully drawn bowstring, and it had to be released. Yang Yi drew his intense sword swiftly, and a beam of sword energy flashed forward and instantly struck against the two gold guards which stood over 30 m away. Bang! Both of them took over a dozen steps back. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly because his sword energy had merely left two faint marks on their golden armor. After all, had executed Heaven Ren that was enhanced by the one stage of the critical strike technique just now. These gold guards aren't the same 12 that Enchantment had in the past. Yang Yi noticed this when he sized them up carefully. Meanwhile, the gold guards suddenly advanced swiftly. Yang Yi felt like two rays of golden light had flashed in front of his eyes before they appeared in front of him. At the same time, two golden swords were stabbing towards his throat and stomach. Bang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. Yang Yi was pushed back by the enormous force that those two swords carried. Meanwhile, the swords didn't move away from his throat and stomach, and they were following him closely, causing him to retreat incessantly. Bang! Yang Yi stomped his right foot on the ground and relied on the counterforce to stop on the spot. At the same time, he exchanged his intense sword for the sword ruler and swiftly swept it towards the abdomens of the gold guards. Bang! Both of them took a few dozen steps back. At this moment, Yang Yi had a serious expression on his face, because their attacks actually made him feel pain. Head actually felt pain with the physical defenses he possessed right now. Moreover, their speed and defenses truly surprised him, and it was especially so for their defenses. It wasn't much inferior to his own before he draconified himself. Yang Yi glanced at the gray-robed man and Enchantment before he said, "You've really surprised me a little." "You surprised me as well," the gray-robed man replied. "I have to admit that your future accomplishments will definitely not be inferior to the sword sect's founding ancestor. As I said before, we're not enemies, and I don't want to become enemies with you. It's even to the extent that my northern territory wants to become friends with you. However, the precondition to that is that you must cooperate." Yang Yi laughed with ridicule and stopped wasting his breath. He suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he transformed into a black ray of light that appeared before those two gold guards. Meanwhile, the sword ruler rumbled through the air as it smashed forcefully against one of them. Clang! The tips of two swords struck Yang Yi's sword ruler, and both of them curved like a bow. After that, a powerful wave of air swept out from beneath both the gold guards' feet. Suddenly, one of their swords changed direction and slid along Yang Yi's sword ruler as it descended towards Yang Yi's stomach. Moreover, it was actually swift to the point Yang Yi hadn't even been able to react before it struck him. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as Yang Yi flew over 6 m away. But he instantly appeared before that gold guard just a moment later, and then two muffled bangs resounded as both the gold guards were blasted flying. They flew for over 300 m before they crashed against the city walls, and the entire wall shook violently. Enchantment's pupils constricted when she witnessed this scene, and there was extreme shock in the depths of her eyes. Draconification? Horizon warp? The gray-robed man's voice carried a trace of surprise as he said, "You really are not bad. Especially that physical strength and defense of yours. It's simply like cheating in your realm of cultivation." Meanwhile, the two gold guards that smashed against the wall earlier had suddenly stood up. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed a little when he witnessed that because he noticed that his attack had merely caused their abdomens to become slightly deformed. They are puppets without any sense of pain. Moreover, the armor they are wearing can even endure the attacks of a 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert. Most importantly, their armor has self-healing capabilities. The gray-robed man continued, "As I said before, We can instantly become friends if you agree. Moreover, I guarantee that my northern territory and the exalted Han Empire will definitely dispatch experts to assist you when the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders attack in the future. The armor of these puppets have talismans inscribed on them. Yang Yi spoke abruptly. How discerning of you, the gray-robed man said. I almost forgot that you're a talisman master as well. Unfortunately, the true inheritances in the Tao of talismans within the Southern Territory have been lost, and only some superficial knowledge of the Tao of talismans remains. It isn't just the Southern Territory, even the hallowed grounds Tao of talismans isn't complete. Yang Yi gazed at the gray-robed man and said, I have to say that you really surprised me. I thought that the Northern Territory's strength was weaker than my Southern Territory in the exalted Han Empire. But now it would seem like I was wrong. The gray-clothed man replied, even though the profounder continent is small, all sorts of formidable beings are hidden within it. For example, the Sword Sect's founding ancestor, your master the Undertaker, and the exalted Han Empire. The exalted Han Empire's current strength is weak indeed, but if it's determined to drag you down with it, then I guarantee that you'll regret your decision. Peace? Or continue fighting? Yang Yi's eyes closed slightly, and he fell silent. If you're willing to let the exalted Han Empire go and agree to cease any future attacks against the exalted Han Empire in my northern territory, then Shin'er and the princess of the exalted Han Empire can be married to you. In that way, our forces will truly be bound together, said the gray-clothed man. Shin'er's expression changed slightly when she heard him, but she didn't say anything. Ha ha ha. Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and said, I've never bowed my head to anyone throughout my lifetime, even if I was facing the experts of the hallowed grounds. My sword would rather break than bend. So, I choose to fight. A strand of extremely terrifying sword intent surged out from within Yang Yi. The gray-robed man was stunned, and then he nodded and waved his right hand. In an instant, 100 gold guards appeared in front of Yang Yi, and he said, If you want to fight, then let's fight. Bring it on. Oem. A sword howl shot into the sky. Chapter 677. 360 skeletons appeared behind Yang Yi, and then the violet mink and Lei Lin appeared by his side as well. He didn't waste his breath at all before a beam of violet sword energy immediately surged from the ancient sheath. It tore a huge gash through the air as it smashed against one of the gold guards at the front, and the gold guard instantly transformed into a ray of gold light that was blasted flying. It was an attack that carried 3 overlapped heaven rends and the 2 instage of the critical strike technique. Yang Yi stomped the ground with his right foot and charged into the group of gold guards. Meanwhile, the 360 skeletons followed closely behind him. The violet mink slapped Lei Lin on the head before pointing at the gold guards in the distance. Lei Lin nodded in response, and then she clapped her hands together, causing a bolt of lightning to surge forward. Yang Yi was immediately surrounded upon charging into the group of gold guards, and countless swords had struck him in an instant. Fortunately, his physical defenses were simply abnormal, and Head forcefully resisted all of these attacks. At the same time, the sword ruler in his hand smashed down swiftly towards the gold guards. However, Yang Yi was surprised to notice that the gold guards were actually able to resist it. These gold guards are stronger than the 2 from before. Who exactly is this Grand Preceptor? Why does he possess so many terrifying puppets? How could they have lost to the Grand Qin Empire and the 6 great sects of the Southern Territory if they possessed so many of these puppets? A string of questions flashed through Yang Yi's mind. Yang Yi shook his head and discarded these distracting thoughts as a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He flipped his right hand, and the sword ruler was replaced by the intent sword. Next, he sheathed it before swiftly drawing it once more. Hiss! A crescent of violet sword energy swept forward, and over a dozen gold guards in the front of the group were instantly blasted into 2. Moreover, even the gold guards behind them were blasted over 100 m away from the aftershock. It was an attack that contained 5 overlapped heaven rends and the 2 instage of the critical strike technique. Yang Yi flipped his left hand, and a few dozen extreme-grade energy stones had appeared within his grasp. Meanwhile, Another beam of violet sword energy shot forward, and over a dozen more gold guards in its path were slashed into half. Shinner's expression changed when she witnessed this scene, and she said, "His sword energy is a few times stronger than before." They're overlapped. The gray-robed man spoke in a low voice. Moreover, he enhanced them with a secret technique from the hallowed grounds. That's why it was able to break through the gold guard's armor with such ease. Shinner pondered deeply for a while and said, "Grand Preceptor, is it really worth for us to make such a sacrifice for the exalted Han Empire?" The gray-robed man said, "It isn't. But we have no other choice because even the entire continent might face destruction if the exalted Han Empire disregards everything in order to bring him down with them." "It's that severe?" Shinner was astounded. "It's much more than that." The gray-robed man sighed softly and said, "Yang Yi isn't aware of the reason. Of course, with his character, he probably wouldn't spare them even if he were. All those years ago, the Sword Sect's founding ancestor had almost annihilated the exalted Han Empire. The reason it survived wasn't entirely because the hallowed grounds had stepped forward to lend it a hand. The unfettered one wasn't afraid of the hallowed grounds all those years ago. He feared the royal family of the exalted Han Empire. "Is it capable of summoning a Saint Realm expert, just like the Flower Palace had?" asked Shinner. The gray-robed man shook his head. "It's impossible for Saint Realm experts to descend into this world any longer. However, there are existences that are even more terrifying than Saint Realm experts hidden on profounder continent and the hallowed grounds." Bang! Right at this moment, over a dozen more gold guards were blasted apart by a ray of violet sword energy. Yang Yi couldn't execute overlapped heaven rends without limits. However, while he couldn't execute it without limits, the extreme-grade energy stones allowed him to execute it again after a short interval. Because energy was ceaselessly surging into his body and being transformed into profound energy. However, the situation was quite bad for Yang Yi, because the skeletons weren't a match for those gold guards at all, and cracks had actually started to appear on many of them. Yang Yi took a deep breath when he noticed this, and then his gaze locked onto the gray-robed man in the distance. He didn't hesitate to sweep away the gold guards in front of him, and then immediately executed Horizon Warp. His figure instantly appeared before the gray-robed man. However, a super gold guard that was at least 5 times larger than the gold guards behind him had appeared before him. After that, a huge saber that was even larger than Yang Yi slashed down forcefully towards him. Yang Yi's expression changed a little. It was too late to dodge, so he immediately raised his intense sword to block it. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as the cracks instantly covered the intense sword in his hand. Moreover, Yang Yi's legs were actually hammered into the ground by the force of this attack. Besides that, traces of blood had started to seep out from between the dragon scales on Yang Yi's right hand. A wisp of ferociousness flashed through his eyes as he suddenly slapped his left hand against the ground, and his entire body shot up into the air. He exchanged his intense sword for the sword ruler before utilizing his entire physical strength to smash the sword ruler against that super gold guard. Even though it was a puppet, its reaction wasn't slow at all, and it flicked its saber upwards against Yang Yi's sword. Bang! A wave of air suddenly erupted from beneath the super gold guard's feet as sword and saber collided, and cracks had even instantly appeared on the ground. Enormous cracks stretched incessantly towards the surroundings, and only less than 2 breaths of time passed before the ground in an area of 300 m was covered in cracks. Slash! Yang Yi's furious shout resounded as the sword ruler descended once more onto the super gold guard's saber, and then an explosion resounded as the ground beneath the super gold guard collapsed. Slash! Yang Yi raised the sword ruler again. This time, the entire super gold guard was nailed into the ground, and then Yang Yi jumped down after it. Less than 5 breaths of time passed before Yang Yi emerged from beneath the ground, and he was holding the head of that gold guard. Meanwhile, the violet mink and Lei Lin appeared by his side, and the violet mink pointed towards the distance. Yang Yi's heart instantly sank when he looked over because all the skeletons had actually been destroyed. Moreover, besides the few dozen that had destroyed earlier, not another gold guard had been destroyed. Only a few of them had some scorched marks on their armor from Lei Lin's attacks. The remaining gold guards returned to the gray-robed man, and he said in a deep voice, "Actually, all 100 of these gold guards were at the Monarch realm, and I merely suppressed them to the Exalt realm to use them against you. Even then, their strengths aren't inferior to ordinary Monarch realm experts. But I never expected that you would have been able to kill a few dozen on your own. Haha, what a surprise." Yang Yi tossed away the head he held, and he said, "I wasn't interested in your identity before this, but am quite curious now. However, am only just curious. If you intend to rely on them to stop me, then I don't think they're sufficient." The gray-robed man nodded, and then he waved his right hand. 5 super gold guards appeared in front of him before he said, "What about now?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he formed an intense sword in his grasp. Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Enchantment suddenly said, "If you insist on fighting, then the worst outcome would be that our northern territory and the exalted Han Empire will fight you together. At that time, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory even if your southern territory wins. We don't want to become enemies with you. As we said before, all of us can instantly become friends if you're willing. No, there has to be another condition." Right at this moment, Emperor Han, who was escorted by numerous experts, arrived by Enchantment and the gray-robed man's side. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, "The southern territory's troops must pull out from the central territory and return the territory of my empire. Only then can we truly become allies." Enchantment's beautiful brows knit together. "This isn't good." Sure enough, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Pull out from the central territory? Return the territory of your empire? Haha, have you been the emperor for too long that you've gone mad? If you don't agree, then we'll meet in battle." Emperor Han spoke flatly. A wisp of a savage smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he patted both the violet mink and Lei Lin. They understood his intentions and immediately hid within the primordial pagoda. After that, Yang Yi held his sword in hand as he walked over towards them and said, "Grand Preceptor of the Northern Territory, your words are actually very laughable. All of you are constantly proclaiming that you don't want to become enemies with me, but your actions are doing just that. Since it's like that, then you're my enemies from this moment onward. Don't you have a huge amount of gold guards? Let me see if you have enough for me to kill today." Yang Yi immediately drew his intense sword once he finished speaking, and a beam of violet sword energy flashed forward. Not a single sound resounded as the heads of over 20 gold guards which stood before him instantly flew into the air. However, the sword energy didn't disperse, and it flashed forward towards the Grand Preceptor. However, 3 super gold guards stepped forward when it was about to arrive in front of the Grand Preceptor, and then 3 huge sabers simultaneously struck Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as the sabers exploded into pieces, and then the sword energy continued forward and smashed against the chest of a super gold guard, causing it to instantly explode into pieces. Everyone here was astounded, because that was Yang Yi's true strength. The gray-robed man clenched his fists. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Yang Yi's attack would actually be so formidable. Just a single attack had actually slaughtered over 20 of his gold guards and a super gold guard. Yang Yi's strength was much stronger than had imagined. Unless a saint appears here today, otherwise, I, Yang Yi, will definitely annihilate the royal family of the exalted Han Empire. A strand of sword intent suddenly erupted from within Yang Yi, and it covered the heavens and the earth as it enveloped down upon everyone in the surroundings. Yang Yi, you're courting death. You are leading the southern territory to its doom, said Emperor Han in a heavy voice. Yang Yi pointed his intense sword at Emperor Han. I don't know if he'll die, but am sure that you will. Meanwhile, a group of gold guards had suddenly appeared before the gray-robed man. It was a group of 200 gold guards and 10 super gold guards. A strand of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. At the same time, a ray of golden light flashed, and a Nanjing appeared by his side. Chapter 678. In Nanjing, Emperor Han and Enchantment's faces turned grim when they saw Nanjing. They'd naturally heard of her strength, and some of the people here had even witnessed it. If there was someone in the younger generation of the continent who could fight Yang Yi, then it was definitely her. After all, she was a peerless genius who could fight the Toon-Drank genius on the hallowed rankings. Wasn't she heavily injured to the point her fate was unknown? Emperor Han's face was beyond unsightly. Just Yang Yi alone was a huge headache for them. So what would it be like within Nanjing here as well? Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. She said, "My injuries are fine now. The latent problems within me will only affect my future advancement into the monarch realm, but not affect my current strength. In short, I've made my decision." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Since it's like that, then let's join forces and destroy everything before us." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his intense sword, and a beam of violet sword energy flashed forward. Everywhere it passed, all the gold guards which came into contact with it instantly fell to the ground, and it slaughtered around 10 gold guards before 3 super gold guards jointly dispersed. Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the group of gold guards. Meanwhile, Nanjing transformed into a ray of golden light that flew by his side. Bang! As soon as they charged into the group of gold guards, numerous explosions resounded incessantly, and then gold guard after gold guard were ceaselessly blasted towards the surroundings. And Nanjing was clearly extremely terrifying while she had Sky Split in her grasp. Any gold guard that was struck by her spear would instantly have countless cracks appear on its armor. Not a single gold guard could take 2 blows from her spear. As for Yang Yi, the incessant supply of energy supplied by his extreme-grade energy stones allowed him to execute 2 attacks which consisted of overlapped heaven rings every 15 minutes. Moreover, the heads of over 10 gold guards would fly into the air with every attack he executed. It was a slaughter. The terrifying gold guards that used to be at the monarch realm were simply like sheep waiting to be slaughtered when facing in Nanjing and Yang Yi's joint forces. It was a complete and utter slaughter. Emperor Han and the others finally felt slightly worried. And Nanjing and Yang Yi were truly too strong, and there was no one in the Exalt realm who could stop them. As for Monarch realm experts, not to mention the Undertaker, even if they did dispatch Monarch realm experts, those experts might not even be able to resist Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Grand Preceptor Xian'er spoke with an anxious expression. "Our gold guards will be completely annihilated if this continued." The gray-robed man remained silent for a short while before he said, "Haha, the martial god and sword emperor. They were supposed to be rivals, yet they've joined forces now. Xian'er, you're right. Our gold guards really will be annihilated if this continues, and it'll probably make no difference even if I summon even more." Emperor Han's expression changed drastically when he heard this, and he gazed at the gray-robed man and said, "Are you thinking of going back on your word?" The gray-robed man said, "It's not that I want to, but am powerless to help. We might be able to stop them if we join forces," said Emperor Han in a low voice. The gray-robed man replied, "Unfortunately, your exalted Han Empire doesn't have any experts anymore." As he spoke, the gray-robed man gazed at Yang Yi and in Nanjing as he said, "You can stop. You've won." "Why should I do as you said?" Yang Yi laughed coldly as he swiftly drew his sword, and a beam of sword energy shot forward before over 10 gold guards were instantly annihilated. Bang! A spear transformed into a ray of golden light that flashed forward, and it instantly pierced through numerous gold guards, causing them to crash to the ground. And Nanjing gestured at Sky Split, and it flew back into her grasp before she walked over to Yang Yi's side. "Kill!" Yang Yi glanced coldly at the gray-robed man, and then he charged forward and stabbed his sword at the chest of the gold guard which stood before him. The gold guard was instantly blasted flying, and Nanjing's reaction wasn't any slower. Her spear stabbed the chest of a gold guard at the same time that Yang Yi blasted that gold guard flying, and her attack caused the armor of that gold guard to instantly split apart. After that, Nanjing's spear pierced straight through that gold guard. Yang Yi glanced at Nanjing's Sky Split, and then gazed at the intense sword he held. A trace of bitterness couldn't help but suffuse the corners of his mouth. Even though the intense sword was powerful, it was still a sword formed from sword intent, and its might and various other aspects couldn't compare to Skysplit at all. Moreover, it was even much more inferior to Skysplit. If he had a formidable sword like Skysplit, then it would be much easier for him to deal with these gold guards. Yang Yi shook his head and was about to continue his attack when the gray-robed man waved his hand, and then those gold guards instantly transformed into rays of golden light that vanished before Yang Yi and in Nanjing. The gray-robed man said, "I thought that you were alone, but I never imagined that the martial god would be by your side as well. I miscalculated. These gold guards of mine aren't able to stop your joint forces. Now, both of you can do as you please. However, allow me to give you one last piece of advice. You might not be able to bear the consequences if you really intend to annihilate the exalted Han Empire's royal family." Yang Yi and Nanjing exchanged glances, and then both of them suddenly shot forward. They were extremely swift, and almost no one here was able to see their movements clearly. They appeared before the gray-robed man. At the same time, a sword and a spear stabbed towards the gray-robed man's forehead and stomach respectively. And Nanjing and Yang Ye's speed were definitely at the peak of their ability, and less than half a breath of time had passed since they moved to the point their sword and spear had arrived before the gray-robed man. However, it wasn't long before both their faces changed, because both his sword and her spear were held by 2 fingers. The gray-robed man's left hand held the tip of a Nanjing spear with 2 fingers, while he clamped the blade of Yang Ye's sword between 2 fingers on his right hand. At this moment, it wasn't just the expression on Yang Yi and in Nanjing's face that had changed drastically. Even the expressions of Emperor Han and Yin Xiner had changed. It was especially so for Yin Xiner. Her eyes were filled with shock and astonishment, because she knew that the Grand Preceptor was very formidable, but she had never imagined that he was actually formidable to such an extent. Even a peak 9th rank Monarch Realm expert wouldn't be able to defend himself against Yang Yi and in Nanjing's joint attack with such ease. Could the Grand Preceptor be a half-saint? It wasn't just Yin Xiner who thought of this possibility. Countless others in the surroundings had thought of it as well. Chapter 679. Both of you aren't a match for me. An indifferent voice resounded from beneath the gray-robed man's cloak, and then both Yang Yi and in Nanjing were pushed back by a wave of enormous force. They were pushed almost 30 m away before they stopped themselves. I refuse to believe that. Yang Yi flipped his left hand, and then the stone of suppression appeared there. The effects of the stone of suppression caused the gray-robed man and all the experts of the exalted Han Empire to be instantly suppressed to a lower realm of cultivation. The expressions of Emperor Han and the others changed drastically, and they didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. Kill. Yang Yi stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he instantly arrived before the gray-robed man before stabbing his sword right at the gray-robed man's chest. Meanwhile, a Nanjing appeared on his right, and her spear emanated a dazzling glow as it stabbed towards the gray-robed man's chest as well. A strange and thin dark blue energy barrier appeared before the gray-robed man when their attacks were just over a dozen centimeters away from the gray-robed man's chest. Bang! The barrier shook violently from the collision and countless cracks appeared on it. Moreover, the gray-robed man who stood behind it was forced to take 5 steps backward. Break! Yang Yi suddenly twisted his right hand, and the barrier instantly shattered apart before his sword, and a Nanjing's spear stabbed swiftly at the gray-robed man who was exposed now. The gray-robed man slowly clenched his fists, and then numerous strange dark blue symbols appeared on his hands. He finally smashed his fists against the tips of their weapons when Yang Yi and in Nanjing's attacks arrived before him. Bang! The ground in an area of over 1 kilometer around the gray-robed man rumbled as it collapsed, but the gray-robed man didn't move at all. Yang Yi and in Nanjing's pupils constricted because his strength was much more formidable than they'd imagined. Back! The gray-robed man shouted, and then both in Nanjing and Yang Ye's weapons suddenly warped at a strange angle before both of them moved over 30 m back. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Yang Ye's eyes as he swiftly sheathed his intense sword, and then immediately drew it. A beam of violet sword energy flashed forward and instantly appeared in front of the gray-robed man. The powerful sword intent and terrifying strength contained within the violet sword energy caused the space around the gray-robed man to be severely warped. However, the gray-robed man still remained completely motionless and steady like a mountain. The gray-robed man clenched his fists once more when the sword energy was only a few centimeters away, and then he smashed them against it. Bang! The sword energy was blasted apart, while the gray-robed man took over 10 steps back. Yang Ye's pupils constricted. He actually resisted it. That attack just now had 6 heaven rings overlapped within it, and it was even enhanced with the 3 rod stage of the critical strike technique. Yang Yi was very confident that even a 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert wouldn't be able to resist that attack with such ease. However, the gray-robed man had succeeded, and it was even after Head activated the Stone of Suppression. Who exactly is he? And Nanjing's expression had turned serious as well, and she tightened her grip on Sky Split. The gray-robed man glanced at his hands. There was a bleeding scar on them. He said, "I never expected that you would actually be able to injure me. Looks like I still underestimated you. Let's leave today's matter as it is. You can forget about killing me as well, because unless your master acts against me, otherwise no one on this continent is able to kill me. It's impossible even if you join forces with that little girl. Perhaps you can give it a try once both of you have attained the Monarch Realm." "You're a half-saint." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. The gray-robed man replied, "Yang Yi, your character is the reason you possess such attainments in the Sword Dao, but you'll also encounter a huge amount of trouble because of it. The headstrong never live long. It's a principle that's existed since the ancient times. If you don't know how to act according to the situation, then your future will be filled with trouble. That's all I have to say. Do as you please." The gray-robed man and Shinner vanished once he finished speaking. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a short while, and then he said, "The Southern Territory would have instantly lost 2 enemies and gained 2 allies if I agreed just now. But I didn't agree because I wanted to destroy the exalted Han Empire's royal family. Besides this incident, there have been many similar incidents in the past. They wouldn't have developed to the worst possible scenario if I was able to be flexible. And Nanjing, was I wrong?" And Nanjing walked over to face Yang Yi, and then she stretched out a finger and pointed it at Yang Ye's chest. She said, "Right or wrong isn't important. What's important is that your own conscience is clear. Ask yourself if you would feel guilty from annihilating the exalted Han Empire." Yang Yi shook his head. The exalted Han Empire had acted against him on more than one occasion with the intention of killing him. Head wanted to avenge that enmity for a long time. So, how could he possibly feel guilty? Moreover, he refused to believe the exalted Han Empire, even if it surrendered. And Nanjing said, "Since it's like that, then why care about what he said? Since there's no guilt or fear in your heart, then you should advance courageously. They'll be there with you." Yang Yi fell silent for a while before he smiled. "You're right. If I agreed just now, then I might have gained 2 allies, but that wouldn't be what I desire. Moreover, how could I, Yang Yi, submit to another's threats? So, let's go. I intend to personally bury this ancient empire that has existed for over 10,000 years." Rumble. Suddenly, the entire ground started to tremble as a wave of rapid rumbling resounded from within the city. And Nanjing and Yang Yi raised their heads and looked towards the source of the rumbling. They saw a group of dark golden armored cavalry charging towards them with jet-black spears in their hands. The cavalry was over 500 men strong, and every single one of them was at the 9th rank of the Exalt realm. Moreover, their mounts were Exalt rank Crimson Flame horses. Crimson Flame horses were enormous and had a horn that was strong as steel on their heads. Of course, the most important ability they possessed was their speed, because their full speed was capable of rivaling the wind. The cavalry stopped over 1 kilometer away from Yang Yi and in Nanjing, but the imposing aura emanated from the cavalry caused both in Nanjing and Yang Yi to frown. Their aura was like a storm that caused both Yang Yi and in Nanjing to feel slightly suffocated even if they were so far away from the cavalry, because the cavalry felt like a mountain that was falling down towards them. The Crimson Sky Cavalry. And Nanjing's profound energy surged as she spoke. This cavalry is one of the exalted Han Empire's last remaining trump cards. Even though all of them are at the Exalt realm, they aren't weaker than Monarch realm experts. Especially when they start moving at full speed, even 9th rank Monarch realm experts dare not fight them head-on. Yang Yi nodded. Head realized that they weren't an ordinary cavalry just from the imposing aura they emanated. He flipped his wrist and an intense sword appeared in his grasp, and then his 12th level sword intent surged out from within him and formed a barrier of sword intent that isolated them from the cavalry's formidable aura. Kill. The members of the cavalry pointed their spears towards the sky as they roared furiously, and their voices were like a thunderclap that resounded through the sky. Swoosh. Meanwhile, a Nanjing sky split transformed into a ray of golden light that flashed forward like a shooting star, and then over a dozen soldiers fell from their crimson flame horses. And Nanjing moved her right foot backward a little, and then suddenly stomped it against the ground. Her figure shot forward like a cannonball. She instantly arrived before the cavalry in the lead of the group, and then her right knee smashed against his head. That soldier's figure smashed against a few more soldiers behind him, and they were blasted away along with him. Moreover, their fates were unknown. After she blasted a few of them away, and Nanjing tapped her right foot against the back of the crimson flame horse beneath her, and it immediately exploded apart. Meanwhile, Nanjing's figure shot forward again while a few soldiers were blasted flying. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then his figure flashed and charged into the group as well. Countless strands of sword energy flashed incessantly through the cavalry as he swung his intense sword swiftly. Practically every single strand of sword energy took the head of a soldier with it, but none of them fled, and it was even to the extent that not a single shrill cry resounded. It was a fight to the death. The strength Yang Yi and Nanjing's joint forces revealed was practically invincible. However, the cavalries were fearless, and they immediately charged forward and replaced their fallen comrades. Yang Yi and Nanjing didn't hold back at all. Every single one of their attacks was ruthless, and every single attack would reap a life. As he watched Nanjing and Yang Yi reap their lives like gods of death, Emperor Han's face turned gloomy while the experts by his side revealed astonishment. Moreover, all of their eyes were filled with terror. When almost half of the cavalry had been annihilated, Emperor Han suddenly turned around and gazed at those experts behind him. All of you can leave. You can surrender if you want. Yang Yi intends to annihilate the royal family. He won't annihilate all of you if you don't resist. Emperor. Those experts were horrified, and they hurriedly bowed to Emperor Han and said, "We're willing to live and die with you." Emperor Han waved his hand and said, "The fact that all of you are still here right now is sufficient proof of your loyalty. I'm not testing all of you. Even Monarch realm experts aren't able to stop Yang Yi and Nanjing. Staying here is no different than giving your lives away. Go on. Just leave." Emperor Han, "We may not necessarily lose." One of the generals said in a low voice, "Emperor Han, please dispatch the Dragon Guard and Blood Guard. Allow them to join forces with the Crimson Sky Cavalry." Emperor Han shook his head and said, "The exalted Han Empire is as good as lost. It's powerless to turn the situation around. There's still time for all of you to leave. It might be too late if you don't act now." That general continued, "Emperor, all of us who are still standing by your side right now would rather die than betray you. So, please don't say such things again. We're willing to live and die with you." Emperor Han gazed at them for a short while before he turned around and flew towards the palace while he said, "I'm returning to the palace. Order the Dragon Guard and Blood Guard to stop Yang Yi and Nanjing. Since Yang Yi wants to destroy my exalted Han Empire, then he'll bury the entire continent with us." Hiss. As the head of the last member of the Crimson Sky Cavalry was chopped off, all the soldiers and their mounts were annihilated. Blood covered the entire ground before the city gate. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Nanjing who stood by his side, and then he stretched out his hand and wiped off the single drop of blood on her jade-white face. After that, he turned back around and walked towards the city gate with his intense sword which was already dyed dark red from the slaughter. And Nanjing remained silent for a moment before she followed him forward. Chapter 680. He's going to cause a calamity. The gray-robed man spoke solemnly while he stood somewhere outside the city. In Xian'er, who was still shocked by the scene of Yang Yi and in Nanjing slaughtering the Crimson Sky cavalry, stood by his side. In Xian'er recovered from her shock upon hearing him, and she said, "Grand Preceptor, will you not stop him?" The gray-robed man shook his head. "I can't. He's an extremely vengeful person. If I do stop him by force, then he'll receive his vengeance in return. I'm not willing to pay such a price, and I can't pay it either." In Xian'er frowned and said, "I don't understand. The exalted Han Empire is almost powerless, and it doesn't have a single half-saint anymore. So, what exactly are you afraid of? Could it be that the exalted Han Empire has some other trump card?" The gray-robed man replied, "Just watch, you'll know soon enough. Let me see how the Undertaker will deal with it." In Xian'er fell silent, and then she gazed towards the distance. Yang Yi and Nanjing stopped after they passed through the entrance because over 10,000 soldiers of the exalted Han Empire were standing before them. All of them were fully armed and prepared for combat. "Move aside." Yang Yi spoke with an indifferent expression. The intense sword in his hand had turned red from the blood of his enemies, and the bloody aura it emanated from simple nauseating. "We vow to protect Emperor Han to the death." All of them roared furiously in unison, and then they charged at Yang Yi and in Nanjing. "As you wish." Yang Yi swept his intense sword forward, and then a ray of violet light flashed forward. Over 100 soldiers were instantly slashed into two. Meanwhile, Nanjing attacked as well, and the images of sky split covered the sky as they enveloped down towards those soldiers. A slaughter. It was still a slaughter. The strongest amongst them were merely ordinary Exalt Realm Profounders, and most of them were at the Spirit Realm and King Realm. How could Profounders of such level rival the strength of Yang Yi and in Nanjing's joint forces? Every single attack they executed would reap the lives of over 100 soldiers. However, it didn't cause those soldiers to retreat. Conversely, they acted just like the Crimson Sky cavalry from before, and they pounced at Yang Yi and in Nanjing in succession. Of course, their actions didn't make Yang Yi and in Nanjing stop at all. It was especially so for Yang Yi. His attacks grew more and more ruthless. Moreover, his eyes had turned scarlet red. He simply seemed like a god of death. In Xian'er sighed softly and said, "What a pity! They're so loyal to the exalted Han Empire." The gray-robed man said, "The exalted Han Empire has existed for so long, and it's beloved and supported by the inhabitants of the Central Territory. It was Luo Jun's fault that it offended a maleficent existence like Yang Yi. But even then, it still isn't capable of affecting the Empire's status in the hearts of its soldiers. Unfortunately, they who are weak like ants can only use their lives to display their loyalty. Weren't there many who acted similarly when our Shang dynasty was annihilated?" In Xian'er spoke softly. The gray-robed man fell silent for a short while before he said, "Xian'er, I know you blame me for abandoning the Shang dynasty all those years ago and causing both your parents' deaths. But I didn't abandon the Shang dynasty because I wanted to. I had no choice but to do so because of certain reasons. You'll have the chance to find out about all of it in the future." In Xian'er remained silent. The gray-robed man continued, "Xian'er, I know you want to re-establish the kingdom, but it's best for you to discard such thoughts, because it's meaningless even if you unify the entire continent. Look further. The world is huge. It's much larger than you've ever imagined, and it's much more marvelous as well." In Xian'er spoke softly, "Grand Preceptor, the more I know, the more I'm unable to truly understand you." He replied, "I have no ill intent towards you, or you wouldn't be alive now. I watched you grow up, and I hope that you'll have a good life." In Xian'er glanced at him, and then she shot her gaze at Yang Yi and in Nanjing. At this moment, corpses covered the ground at the city's entrance. The blood on the ground had converged into a pool, and the smell of blood curled up into the air and could be clearly sensed from a few kilometers away. Not a single one of those 10,000 soldiers remained. Every single one of them had been annihilated. Yang Yi's hair was scarlet red now, and the intense sword in his hand simply seemed like a sword made of blood. It was a shocking red color. Countless strands of baleful energy were surging throughout his body, and it made him seem like a devil. And Nanjing was in a slightly better state. After all, she was a woman, so she tried her best to avoid being tainted by the aura of blood as she killed. Even then, she still seemed like a female devil right now. Sky Split had been dyed red like a spear of blood, and her white robe was mottled with spots of scarlet red blood. Moreover, her ponytail had even turned red as well. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Nanjing, and the scarlet red in his eyes dispersed as he said, "Do you like killing?" And Nanjing pondered briefly and said, "I don't, but I don't hate it." Yang Yi stated, "This is a path of blood. Do you really intend to follow me on it? They'll still kill them all even if another 100,000 appear before us." And Nanjing stared at him in the eyes as she spoke calmly, but her voice carried determination that was beyond any doubt. Yang Yi roared with laughter and said, "All right, they'll kill everyone that the exalted Han Empire sends to stop me. Kill. Kill until corpses cover the ground. Fight. Fight to the point of supremacy." His voice swiftly resounded under the effects of his profound energy, and it only took a moment for an area of a few hundred kilometers to be filled with Yang Yi's voice. Suddenly, 100 profounders in red cloaks who held sickles in their hands had appeared in the distance, and the blood and baleful energy around Yang Yi and in Nanjing actually started trembling upon their arrival. This is the exalted Han Empire's Blood Guard. The League of Doom in the Southern Territory are a part of them. They're very mysterious. Even my clan has very little information about them. We're only aware that the technique they cultivate is very mysterious and strange. The Blood Guard are never dispatched rashly unless the exalted Han Empire faces annihilation, because the Blood Guard and the Dragon Guard are the final trump cards of the exalted Han Empire. Said in Nanjing. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded from the horizon, and then a group of enormous dragons that were like small hills appeared within Yang Yi and in Nanjing's fields of vision. There were an entire 100 of them, and they blotted out the sky as they appeared in the air. Moreover, a black armored profounder, who carried a longbow in their grasps and a quiver on their backs, were standing on the backs of every single one of those dragons. Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly because the dragons weren't alive. They were bone dragons. They were skeletons just like the corpse ancestor, Yang Yi. Meanwhile, a profounder in blood-red clothes walked out from the group of blood guards. His dressing was unlike the other blood guards because his cloak was dark red in color, and his sickle was much larger than the others. He walked slowly as he led the group forward towards Yang Yi, and he spoke as he traveled. "We're aware that both you and that woman are very strong, and it's very likely that your joint forces will annihilate us. However, I guarantee that we'll definitely be able to make both of you pay a horrible price before that happens. I guarantee that you won't have the chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi had arrived before that leader of the Blood Guard. At the same time, the scarlet red intense sword in his hand had instantly arrived before that Blood Guard's chest. The Blood Guard's reaction wasn't slow at all. The sickle in his hand was suddenly swung downward when Yang Yi arrived in front of him, and it smashed against Yang Yi's intense sword. Bang! The sickle trembled violently while the Blood Guard took over 10 steps backward, whereas Yang Yi remained on the spot. Right when Yang Yi intended to use the advantage he gained and follow up with another attack, almost 100 rays of blood-red light suddenly formed a dense mass that slashed down towards him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly swung the intense sword in his hand. Bang! The mass of blood-red light was blasted apart as Yang Yi took a few dozen steps back, and the intense sword in his hand had actually started to crack apart. Swoosh! Suddenly, a golden arrow shot down from the sky, and it instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he stabbed the intense sword upward against the tip of the arrow. Bang! Both his intense sword and the arrow exploded apart at the same time, and the powerful impact of the collision caused Yang Yi to take around 10 steps back. Yang Yi raised his head to look up into the sky, and he saw a black armored man looking at him from afar. Obviously, the arrow had come from him. Yang Yi activated the blood essence of the dragon ancestor while he gazed at those bone dragons, but it was completely useless. It didn't take him long to realize that they weren't affected by his bloodline pressure because they weren't living beings. Die! Suddenly, And Nanjing shouted as sky split, transformed into a ray of golden light that shot upward. A shrill cry resounded in the sky as that black armored man and his bone dragon were blasted apart. Slash. Meanwhile, the blood guards in the distance suddenly roared furiously, and then blood-red rays of light covered the sky as they enveloped down upon Yang Yi and in Nanjing. A trace of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion, causing an intent sword to form within his grasp. He sheathed it before drawing it immediately, and a beam of violet sword energy shot forward and smashed against the blood-red light. Bang! Both the sword energy and blood-red light exploded apart on contact, and a powerful wave of energy swept madly towards the surroundings. The houses and ground in the surroundings were instantly destroyed by the wave of energy, and only a breath of time passed before all the buildings in an area of 50 kilometers had been transformed into an expanse of ruins. And Nanjing walked over to Yang Yi's side, and then she glanced at the bone dragons above them before she glanced at the blood guards that had formed a strange formation. She said, "Which do you want?" "Why don't you choose first?" said Yang Yi. And Nanjing didn't refuse. She nodded, and then stomped her right foot on the ground and transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. She stabbed Sky Split swiftly towards the sky, and then images of it covered the sky as they enveloped one of the black-armored Profounders and bone dragons of the Dragon Guard. Only a moment passed before a shrill cry resounded in the sky. "Kill!" Meanwhile, the blood guards suddenly roared furiously, and then they transformed into rays of blood-red light that flashed towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi sheathed the intense sword while sword intent surged madly throughout him. He said, "If one blocks my path, then I'll kill just one. If a city of people blocks my path, then I'll slaughter the entire city." OM. A sword howl shot into the sky. Chapter 681. Yang Yi didn't choose to let the Southern Territory's army lend them a hand because it would suffer huge losses. Moreover, he was confident in Nanjing and his own ability. This time, the battle wasn't one-sided as it had been before this. Regardless of whether it was the Blood Guard or the Dragon Guard, none of their members could fight Yang Yi or Nanjing on their own, but their joint forces were capable of resisting Yang Yi and Nanjing. At the very least, both of them weren't able to kill with such ease as they'd done before this. Xian'er withdrew her gaze and looked at the gray-robed man, Grand Preceptor. "Yang Yi and Nanjing might be repulsed if you sent the Gold Guards now." The gray-robed man replied, "The Blood Guard and Dragon Guard aren't bad, but they can't stop Yang Yi and Nanjing. Have you not noticed?" Yang Yi still hadn't utilized the Stone of Suppression or Sword Domain until now. As for Nanjing, she still hasn't executed any techniques until now, and she's been using just normal attacks until now. Xian'er's expression changed slightly as she said, "Grand Preceptor, you mean that they aren't fighting seriously at all?" He answered, "They didn't use their full strengths during their clash with me as well." "Why?" She was puzzled. He replied, "Battle is the only path to obtaining strength, and only ceaseless battle is capable of allowing one to grow quickly. In a very far-off place from here, the geniuses of some clans would be sent into brutal training camps to begin their training from the time that they're capable of walking. They grow amidst endless battle. Yang Yi and Nanjing are very strong in this world, and they can be considered to be rare geniuses there. However, they can't be considered to be at the top. The geniuses of the world you speak of are even stronger than Nanjing and Yang Yi?" Xian'er's eyes were filled with shock. He replied, "Xian'er, you must remember that there's no such thing as a greatest genius in this world because there's always a better genius. Similarly, no one is the strongest because there's always someone stronger." "Grand Preceptor, you're not from the continent, right?" Xian'er looked the gray-robed man in the eyes as she asked this question. He replied, "You aren't as well." Xian'er was speechless. Hiss! Yang Yi's intense sword flashed through the neck of a blood guard, and then a head was instantly tossed into a sky while Yang Yi immediately pounced towards the next blood guard. Kill. Only such a thought remained in Yang Yi's mind. In his opinion, anyone who stood in his path deserved death. At this moment, he wasn't able to release sword energy anymore, because there wasn't any profound energy left within him. Even the extreme-grade energy stones he possessed weren't able to supply him with sufficient energy. At this moment, he could only rely solely upon his physical strength and defense. Body after body fell beneath his feet, but his will was firm as a rock. Because enemies had to be killed, the amount of blood guards grew fewer and fewer, and only a little over 20 remained after just around 10 minutes had passed. Yang Yi had been struck countless times during this entire process, but Head forcefully resisted their attacks. At this moment, Head completely disregarded putting up any sort of defense, and he just exchanged blows with them. The outcome was that his enemies died while he survived. At this moment, the advantage of having a formidable physical body was vividly displayed. Meanwhile, the leader of the Blood Guard suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then his sickle transformed into a ray of blood-red light that swept towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi swiftly swung his intense sword, and the ray of blood-red light was dispersed while the sickle exploded into pieces. At the same time, Yang Yi was forced over 10 steps back. As soon as they were pushed away from each other, the other Blood Guards instantly converged together, and their leader spoke in a deep voice. "We, Blood Guards, have slaughtered countless Monarch Realm experts, and even 9th-rank Monarch Realm experts have fallen beneath our sickles. But I never imagined that we would lose at the hands of an Exalt Realm Profounder like you." As expected of the most formidable genius in the Sword Dao, after the Sword Sect's founding ancestor, Yang Yi looked up into the sky. At this moment, a Nanjing was flashing incessantly through the sky, and every single time she swung, Sky Split would either kill or injure the members of the Dragon Guard. And Nanjing was being surrounded and attacked, but she was in control of the rhythm of the battle. Moreover, while she didn't possess a similar physical defense as Yang Yi, her combat instinct was much greater than Yang Yi. She was constantly able to predict her enemy's actions, so she practically suffered no injuries at all. This discovery allowed Yang Yi to feel fully at ease. He withdrew his gaze and walked slowly towards the Blood Guards while holding an intense sword in his hand. At the same time, the energy stones in his pocket were ceaselessly emanating energy that surged into his body. At this moment, there was no need for any words. It was impossible for the Blood Guard to yield or retreat. So, he had to wipe them out if he wanted to kill the exalted Han Empire's royal family. Meanwhile, the leader of the Blood Guard spoke abruptly. "Everyone, even Monarch Realm experts, will find it difficult to cause any harm to his physical body. Only death awaits us if we continue fighting like this. We owe Emperor Han a huge debt. Now, it's time for us to repay that debt. Disregard everything to kill him. Stop at nothing. Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the Blood Guards suddenly charged forward, and he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot explosively towards Yang Yi. His body suddenly started swelling up when he arrived just 6 m away from Yang Yi, and then, bang! His body exploded apart, and a terrifying blood-red tornado swept towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space trembled, and it was an extremely horrifying sight. Self-detonation? Yang Yi's expression changed a little. He hadn't expected that the Blood Guard would actually detonate himself. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly at all as he watched it sweep towards him, and he held the intense sword tightly with both hands as he swung it swiftly. Bang! Yang Yi's intense sword trembled violently while his figure was blasted backward, and his legs dug open a rift that was over 30 m long before he was finally able to stop himself. At this moment, some cracks had appeared on his intense sword. Kill. Meanwhile, another Blood Guard appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then he suddenly exploded apart just like the previous Blood Guard, causing another terrifying blood-red tornado to sweep towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his intense sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning and collided with the blood-red tornado. An enormous explosion resounded as the intense sword and tornado exploded apart, and a powerful wave of energy blasted Yang Yi backward again. Kill! 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 Roar after roar of anger resounded as Blood Guard after Blood Guard pounced madly at Yang Yi before detonating themselves. Chapter 682. And Nanjing's expression changed when she heard the enormous explosions resounding from below while she engaged the dragon guard in intense battle. She swung sky-split horizontally, and a crescent of light flashed forward and blasted away a few dragon guards who stood before her. And Nanjing looked down. At this moment, the ground below was enveloped by blood-red tornadoes, and the rumbling of more and more blood guards detonating themselves resounded incessantly. It took only a few breaths of time for all the blood guards to detonate themselves. Every single one of them was a profounder at the peak of the Exalt realm, and the cultivation techniques they cultivated was a secret technique of the exalted Han Empire that had been inherited from the ancient times. So, every single one of them was far stronger than an ordinary Exalt realm profounder, so the blast from their self-detonation was naturally much more terrifying than an ordinary profounder. As those blood-red tornadoes appeared successively, it wasn't long before the entrance of the city transformed into a blood-red vortex, and all the buildings around it were blasted apart and transformed into powder. As for Yang Yi, who was at the center of the vortex, Nanjing's heart sank slightly when she witnessed such a scene. Suddenly, a ray of light shot into the sky from within the vortex, and then a few thousand strands of sword chi shot up along with it. Merely an instant passed before countless holes were pierced open within the vortex, and then the blood-red vortex lasted for just another moment before it slowly dispersed towards the surroundings. Yang Yi appeared before the eyes of everyone. At this moment, Yang Yi was in a sorry state indeed. His intense sword had shattered into pieces, blood was flowing incessantly from the corners of his mouth, and his clothes weren't able to cover his body any longer, causing huge amounts of dragon scales to be exposed. Moreover, scarlet red blood was seeping out from beneath the dragon scales. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and then he closed his eyes slowly. This time, he understood that while his physical body was very formidable and even stronger than most Monarch Realm experts, its strength didn't represent invincibility. He could still suffer injuries. People were forgetful and lazy. There were things they felt made sense, and they would commit it to memory at the time. But it wouldn't take long for them to forget it if nothing happened to jolt their memories. The earlier self-detonations of the Blood Guard had injured him, but Head thought that it was impossible for him to be injured from the explosions. He was wrong, so he paid a price for his mistake. Yang Yi took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and said, "Why do I feel like my path towards the martial Tao has only just begun?" Bang! And Nanjing arrived by his side and asked, "Are you all right?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "It isn't serious. What about you?" She sized him up and confirmed that it was the truth before she said, "I'm fine. They can't harm me." When she spoke up to this point, she raised her head and gazed at the Dragon Guard's members who'd knocked their arrows and aimed at them. She said, "Should we continue killing?" Yang Yi replied, "Are you tired of it?" She shook her head in response to that. "I told you. I'll accompany you." Yang Yi roared with laughter as he stretched his hand forward, and an intense sword condensed within his grasp. He said, "Of course we have to kill them. Let me see how many people are willing to die for the exalted Han Empire." As he spoke, his figure had charged up into the sky towards those gold guards. Kill them all. There were no emotions on Nanjing's face as she stomped her right foot against the ground. The ground instantly collapsed while her figure transformed into a ray of golden light that shot into the sky after Yang Yi. Yin withdrew her gaze from Yang Yi and Nanjing, and then she spoke softly, "No one can stop them unless it's a half-saint." The gray-robed man said, "Yang Yes, a madman, an even greater madman than the sword sect's founding ancestor. His insane character will make many enemies for him in the future. Some are those he can afford to offend, but there are even more whom he can't. For example, the hallowed grounds. If it disregards the cost, then it'll be able to annihilate Yang Yi with ease. It's the same for the Undertaker. However, they aren't willing to pay such a price for now, and they don't dare to do so either." Yin gazed at the gray-robed man and said, "Is that why you're not trying to draw him over to our side?" He replied, "I can't, and I don't want to. His character makes it so that it's very easy for him to cause trouble, and it's too extreme as well. He raises his sword in the face of even the slightest conflict. I don't want to bring a disaster back to my sect. Shinner fell silent, and she didn't tell him about the tiny vortex within young Yes' body. She hadn't told anyone about it, including this grand preceptor who she once trusted to the extreme. The reason she hadn't spoken about it in the past was because young Yes' life would definitely be in danger if the grand preceptor or anyone else found out about it. The reason she hadn't spoken about it now was because the grand preceptor seemed more and more unfamiliar to her. To put it simply, she didn't trust him. They've been annihilated. Meanwhile, the gray-robed man spoke abruptly. Shinner restrained her thoughts and looked over. At this moment, only Yang Yi and a Nanjing remained in the air, and the ground below was covered in numerous enormous bone dragons and the corpses of the members of the Dragon Guard. Yang Yi withdrew a few dozen extreme-grade energy stones and placed them in a Nanjing's hand before he started walking towards the distance with the scarlet red and gorgeous intense sword in his grasp. And Nanjing followed behind Yang Yi. He really should be called a sword demon. The gray-robed man spoke as he watched Yang Yi and a Nanjing leave. Not a single sword emperor of the past has been so bloodthirsty as he is. It's no wonder that the Heaven Dao is unable to tolerate his existence. He possessed such strength and potential yet is such a madman. How can anyone tolerate his existence? If it doesn't tolerate him, then hell defy the heavens, said Shinner. I firmly believe that. The gray-robed man replied. The similarity between him and the sword sect's founding ancestor is that they're both geniuses in the sword Dao. The difference is that Yang Yi is much more ruthless and merciless than the unfettered one. In his opinion, it doesn't matter if a person is good or bad. A person deserves death so long as that person becomes his enemy. Conversely, while the unfettered one killed decisively as well, he had benevolence in him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared the exalted Han Empire all those years ago. But if Yang Yi took the unfettered one's place all those years ago, then the exalted Han Empire would have probably been annihilated. Grand Preceptor, do you hope that he lives or dies? Shinner spoke abruptly. The gray-robed man didn't hesitate with his reply. I hope he lives, because hell make the hallowed grounds pay a horrible price. She asked, You have enmity with the hallowed grounds? The gray-robed man. There are some things that I can only explain when the time comes. Shinner fell silent, and she looked towards Yang Yi and in Nanjing instead. Yang Yi and in Nanjing's objective was the exalted Han Empire's palace. Profounders constantly launched surprise attacks against them all along the way, but they were killed without exception. And Nanjing and Yang Yi stopped when they were still a few kilometers away from the imperial palace. At least 30,000 profounders were standing before them, and all of these profounders were at the King Realm, Spirit Realm, and Exalt Realm. An Exalt Realm profounder who led the group pointed his sword at Yang Yi as he said, Yang Yi, we know that we can't stop the two of you. However, you have to step over our dead bodies if you want to destroy our exalted Han Empire. Swish! A strand of sword chi flashed through the sky, and then that Exalt Realm expert's head flew into the air. All the other profounders were horrified. Yang Yi sheathed his intense sword within the ancient sheath, and then he waved his right hand. An ancient portrait appeared before him, and it was naturally the world portrait. Had asked the world portrait to return when the exalted Han Empire attacked the southern territory that day. Even though the tiny vortex possessed similar capabilities, he absolutely couldn't allow others whom he didn't trust to possess knowledge of it. The world portrait returned to his human form and waved his right hand, and then over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Ding Xiaoyao, who led the group, and said, Kill all those who resist or are our enemies. Kill and refuse any who try to surrender, understand? A wisp of hesitation flashed through Ding Xiaoyao's eyes. Even though she really didn't agree to Yang Yi's actions, she didn't defy him in public and nodded to him. Kill. She turned around and gazed at the group of profounders from the exalted Han Empire, and her icy cold voice resounded. Kill. The group of over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts tore through space and instantly arrived before the troops of the exalted Han Empire, and then shrill cries resounded incessantly. Yang Yi didn't spare another glance at the battlefield. He turned around and gazed at the world portrait who had taken human form, and he said, It'll be troubling senior with taking care of them. Take them away immediately if something unexpected occurs later. Especially Herbie. She must be kept safe no matter what. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Yang Yi, yet remained quiet. The old man gazed at Yang Yi, while he sighed with emotion in his heart. Just not too long ago, Yang Yi wasn't even able to resist Monarch Realm experts. Yet now, even he didn't have the slightest confidence to defeat Yang Yi. Even he was astonished by Yang Yi's speed of improvement. The old man nodded and said, "Don't worry about them. I've used my aura to lock onto every one of them, so I'm able to immediately pull them into the world portrait if anything unexpected occurs. You, on the other hand, should be careful. This imperial capital suddenly started making me feel uncomfortable from a while ago. I'm unable to figure out exactly what it is. At any rate, you have to be careful. Watch out for the Monarch Realm experts of the exalted Han Empire as well." Ding Xiaoyao spoke in a low voice. Agreements are completely meaningless at a moment of life and death. The exalted Han Empire definitely understands such a principle. But there hasn't been a single Monarch Realm expert until now, and that's very strange. Yang Yi nodded. He knew that something was off as well. However, what else could he do? Could he retreat back to the Southern Territory now? He could only advance. Yang Yi said, "Let's go. Let's see exactly what trump cards the exalted Han Empire has to even make that Grand Preceptor from before feel so fearful of it." Yang Yi's figure flashed swiftly towards the Imperial Palace with a Nanjing by his side. It wasn't long before they arrived before it. Chapter 683. Silence. Deathly silence. There wasn't a single person within the entire Imperial Palace, nor was there any sign of life. It was utterly deathly silent. Yang Yi and Nanjing frowned as they stood on the stone steps outside the palace. "Be careful," she said in a low voice. "Something seems to be off." Yang Yi nodded in response, and then both of them flashed into the palace. There was a single person seated on the throne, and it was Emperor Han. Emperor Han's hair was disheveled, his eyes completely red, and he seemed quite ferocious. "Yang Yi, do you know why the Sword Sect's founding ancestor didn't destroy my empire all those years ago?" asked Emperor Han. Yang Yi said, "I'm not interested." The profound energy within him surged as he spoke. Emperor Han revealed a savage smile as he said, "Because he didn't dare to—" "Haha, you don't believe me, right?" "Yes, he didn't dare to. He was unmatched throughout the continent at that time, but he didn't dare to annihilate my exalted Han Empire. Do you know why? Because there's someone even he fears within my empire. If it's true, then your empire wouldn't have been reduced to such a state," said Yang Yi. Emperor Han stood up, and then his figure flashed and arrived before Yang Yi. He gave the mirror-like limestone floor a light tap with his right foot and said, "There's a person beneath here, and he once killed a few dozen saints of the continent on his own. He almost destroyed the entire continent. In the end, he was sealed by an ancestor of my exalted Han Empire, and only the blood of someone from the royal family of my exalted Han Empire is capable of undoing the seal." Rumble. Suddenly, the entire palace started rumbling violently, and the ground started moving up and down like waves. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a Nanjing's hand and flashed out of the palace. Meanwhile, both of them revealed extremely solemn expressions. The profound energy within the gray-robed man who stood far away in the distance had started to surge, and he spoke softly. "He's finally coming out." "Who?" asked Xiner. The gray-robed man replied in a low voice, "An expert that came from the same world as the defiant profounder yet isn't a defiant profounder. The Undertaker is in danger." Xiner's heart shook because she felt heaviness in the gray-robed man's tone, and there was a trace of fear there as well. "Ha ha ha." Emperor Han's frenzied laughter resounded from within the palace, and he said, "Yang Yi, didn't you want to annihilate the royal family of my exalted Han Empire? There's no need for that because all the members of my empire's royal family have taken their own lives. Ha ha ha. The exalted Han Empire and blood of my Luo clan will cease to exist on this continent from today onward. But it's fine because you, the Southern Territory, and the entire continent will be buried alongside us. Ha ha ha." A huge explosion resounded as soon as he finished laughing, and then the entire palace collapsed. In the next moment, something unexpected occurred. The ground around Yang Yi and in Nanjing suddenly started to tremble. It wasn't just all around the imperial palace. Even the entire capital was trembling violently. Countless people gazed towards the direction of the imperial palace with shock. Crack. A hole suddenly cracked upon on the ground over 30 m away from Yang Yi and in Nanjing, and then it slowly grew in size until it was over 1 kilometer wide. Huff, huff. The sound of breathing suddenly resounded from below. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed as he held in Nanjing's hand tightly. At the same time, the stone of suppression appeared in front of him. He had no doubt that a peerless expert was sealed beneath the exalted Han Empire. Meanwhile, Elder Mu appeared before them. At this moment, Elder Mu had an extremely solemn expression on his face, and he gazed at the hole as he said, "I never expected that an expert who's at least at the Saint Realm was sealed here on the continent." The Saint Realm? Yang Yi's expression changed, and he said, "Elder Mu, that fellow down there is a Saint Realm expert?" Elder Mu shook his head and said, "His aura isn't at the half-Saint Realm, but it isn't at the Saint Realm either." In other words, he was definitely a Saint Realm expert in the past. Yet now, there's no quintessence violet energy on the entire continent, and coupled with the fact that he has been sealed here for so long, it's impossible for him to still remain at the Saint Realm. "I can still kill you even if I'm not at the Saint Realm." A voice resounded from below the ground. "Not just you. Everything throughout this world has to die." Elder Mu said, "You can't kill me. We're only capable of heavily injuring each other at most. I presume it was the experts of the outer heavens and the ancestors of the Luo clan who sealed you here. It isn't worth it for us to heavily injure each other here. Of course, we can give it a try if you insist." "Then we shall." A middle-aged man rose up slowly from within the hole, while these words resounded through the air. The middle-aged man had long hair that hung down to his shoulders, a square face, dense brows, and wore a grayish-white robe. There was a chain formed by symbols coiled around his robe, and it chained his entire body. Even his neck was chained by it. The middle-aged man exchanged glances with Elder Mu, and then both of them vanished at a speed which both in Nanjing and Yang Yi couldn't see clearly. But it wasn't long before they returned to where they stood earlier, and a pitch-black hole which was over 600 m wide had appeared before them. It was a spatial rift that had been smashed open from a powerful collision. "Elder Mu." Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Elder Mu with astonishment because Elder Mu's entire right arm was actually gone. Shinner gazed at the gray-robed man and said, "Grand Preceptor, are you not going to help?" The gray-robed man clenched his fists tightly but didn't speak. The middle-aged man suddenly said, "Perhaps you would be able to fight me in my current state if you were at your prime. Unfortunately, the injuries within you haven't healed completely. You're not a match for me right now." "That may not necessarily be the case." Elder Mu issued a command in his heart, and a black tombstone appeared before him. "I told you. You aren't able to kill me in your current state." The middle-aged man gazed at the tombstone for a short while before he nodded. "It's a very good Tao artifact. No wonder you're that confident." He slowly closed his eyes as he spoke, and then countless material strands of spiritual energy covered the heavens and the earth as they swept off into the surroundings. He said, "So many years have passed, so I don't know if the person I'm looking for is still alive. If he is, then all of you can thank the gods. But if he isn't, then everyone in this world will be buried with him." It wasn't long before the middle-aged man opened his eyes, and a wisp of sorrow flashed through them. After that, the sorrow in his eyes transformed into ferocity, and he said, "He's gone. I can't find his aura. Since it's like that, then everyone in this world can die." Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to Elder Mu's side while his profound energy surged into the stone of suppression. The stone immediately emanated a strange force that enveloped down upon the middle-aged man. A wisp of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man when he saw the stone of suppression, and then his gaze descended onto Yang Yi. However, he was utterly stunned when he saw Yang Yi. "Is your surname Yang?" Chapter 684. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he said, "How do you know that?" The middle-aged man didn't answer Yang Yi. He just stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Excitement gradually appeared in his eyes, but it didn't take long for the excitement to transform into bewilderment. He said, "How could that be possible? How could the young master have possibly?" Elder Mu, Yang Yi, and in Nanjing frowned while bewilderment filled their eyes as well. It was the same for the gray-robed man and Yin who stood afar. Their eyes were filled with a puzzled expression. A short while passed before the middle-aged man suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Give me a drop of your blood." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and he didn't refuse in the end. He flicked over a droplet of his blood to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took a deep breath after he gazed at it for a short while, and he said, "It's the blood of the Yang clan indeed. Even though there are a few other types of blood mixed within it, the blood of the Yang clan still remains." When he spoke up to this point, the middle-aged man's gaze towards Yang Yi had become gentle. "Are you parents still alive?" Yang Yi tightened his grip on the ancient sheath and said, "My mother is gone. As for my father, I've never met him." "Who exactly are you?" The middle-aged man said, "My surname is Liu, and my name consists of a single word, Yin. Am your father's servant, and now am yours as well." "Servant?" Elder Mu's eyelids twitched when he heard this. Even he couldn't avoid feeling utterly astonished right now. Meanwhile, the expressions of Yin and the gray-robed old man had changed drastically. It was especially so for the gray-robed man because the shock within his heart had risen to its extremes. Servant? An expert who was once at the Saint Realm, or even above the Saint Realm, is actually Yang Yi's father's servant. Who's his father? Yang Yi was extremely shocked as well. He hadn't expected that this expert before him would actually know his father whom had never met, and had never imagined that this expert would actually be his father's servant. "You probably have many questions," the middle-aged man said. "However, I won't tell you too much, because it isn't beneficial to you at all. You just have to know that both your father and I were banished. As for why we were banished, I can't tell you the answer to that." "Tell me what you can," said Yang Yi. The middle-aged man nodded, and then he glanced at the gray-robed man and Yin. Both of them instantly seemed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man asked, "Are they your friends?" Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he said, "The woman is, but not the man." "I understand." The middle-aged man was about to act when the gray-robed man suddenly said, "Yang Yi, my northern territory is willing to surrender to the southern territory. Unconditionally." "Kill him." Yang Yi remained unmoved. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he made a grabbing motion towards the gray-robed man. A hand tore through space as it instantly arrived above the gray-robed man, and the terrifying energy it contained caused the space around the gray-robed man to warp. However, Yin, who stood by the gray-robed man's side, wasn't affected at all. "Sky shatter!" The gray-robed man roared furiously as he clenched his right fist tightly, and then he smashed his fist towards the hand. An enormous fist that was over 100 m wide flashed up and collided with the enormous palm above him. Bang! They immediately exploded apart on contact, and the gray-clothed man spat out a mouthful of blood. "Eh!" The middle-aged man exclaimed with surprise, "Energy that doesn't belong to this world. Looks like you're from outside this world as well." He was just about to attack again when the gray-robed man suddenly took off his cloak, and then a familiar face appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi and Nanjing and Elder Mu's expressions changed, and there was a trace of shock in their eyes. The shock in Yin's eyes was even greater because she hadn't imagined that the formed Grand Preceptor of the Shang dynasty would actually possess 3 identities. Lu Yuanhao. The gray-robed man was the city governor of ancient domain city, Lu Yuanhao. "It was you." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. He hadn't imagined that the Grand Preceptor would actually be City Governor Lu Jianyao's father. Lu Yuanhao laughed bitterly. He didn't want to expose his identity, but he would die if he didn't. He would absolutely be unable to escape if the middle-aged man joined forces with the Undertaker, so he had no choice but to expose his identity. Lu Yuanhao glanced at the middle-aged man and elder Mu before his gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he said, Yang Yi, I told you before, we're not enemies. The reason I stopped you just now was mainly because I was afraid the exalted Han Empire would release him. You've witnessed his strength as well. No one in this world can stop him. Yang Yi remained silent. Lu Yuanhao continued, Your master is aware of my identity. My enemy is the hallowed grounds and not you. We can even be said to have a common enemy. The reason he gave such an explanation was because he knew that his fate rested in Yang Ye's hands. Let him live. Meanwhile, Elder Mu suddenly said, One more friend is better than another enemy. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, he won't collude with the hallowed grounds. Yang Yi stopped hesitating when he heard this, and he nodded, City Governor Lu. I hope you were telling the truth, because I don't want to be enemies with you for Jianyeo's sake. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's heart felt much more relaxed because the human world was truly united. As for the Devil Territory, Oceanic clans, especially the Oceanic clans, it had no half-saints protecting it, so it was nothing to worry about. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, Your father and I are from a distant universe, and there are countless clans there. Amongst them are the 8 superior clans. Their strengths are beyond your imagination, and you just have to understand that the weakest amongst them possesses at least 3,000 minor worlds under their command. Lu Yuanho's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he revealed astonishment in his eyes. Minor worlds? Yang Yi frowned as he didn't understand such a term. It's equivalent to 10 profounder continents. Lu Yuanhao spoke with a solemn expression on his face. 10 profounder continents. Yang Yi, Elder Mu, and in Nanjing were shocked, because it was 3,000 minor worlds, and a single minor world was comparable to 10 profounder continents. It truly made them wonder what sort of power it was. Lu Yin glanced at Lu Yuanhao and said, You know those defiant profounders, right? They're from one of the 8 superior clans, the Gu clan. When he spoke up to this point, Lu Yin sized up Yang Yi and said, You really surprised me because you were able to attain such accomplishments at such an age while residing in a world with such scarce spirit energy. It's truly a rare accomplishment. However, it's far from sufficient. Yang Yi said, I have no intention to interfere in the disputes of your world. You're still too young. Lu Yin shook his head and said, In this world, you aren't just free of trouble because you didn't seek it out or offend anyone. Not to mention the world that your father and I are from. Even if we speak only about this world, your strength is still too weak. The spirit energy in this world has dried up to the point it's on the verge of destruction. Only death awaits you if you don't charge out of this world. Moreover, those fellows above us won't just allow us to charge out there. Is it not possible even with your strength? Said Yang Yi in a low voice. I alone am not enough. Lu Yin said, Perhaps I can give it a try if I'm able to recover my full strength. Unfortunately, there's no primordial violet energy here, so it'll never be able to recover. Quintessence primordial energy. Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly. He had quintessence primordial energy, but it wasn't much. Moreover, besides a few whom he really trusted, he would absolutely not tell anyone else about it until he had the strength to protect himself. The primordial pagoda was too important and precious. Once it was exposed, then it wouldn't just be the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders who stopped at nothing to seize it from him. Even these experts who were his allies might target him as well. At that time, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 100 lives. So, doesn't that mean we have no choice but to wait for death to arrive? And Nanjing spoke abruptly. Lu Yin chuckled and said, Of course not. People are capable of anything when they're forced into a corner. There are extremely formidable figures amongst the defiant profounders. Even though they aren't at the Saint Realm now, they were once experts at a realm even higher than the Saint Realm. If they were to really disregard everything, then it wouldn't be impossible for them to kill Saint Realm experts while at the half-Saint Realm. The defiant profounders might be our enemies as well, said Nanjing. In the end, the Heaven Dao and those fellows above the Heaven Dao will be everyone's enemy. Lu Yin explained, Of course, the deep-rooted bad habits of humans makes it so that we'll never unite as one unless it's a moment of life and death. So, it's impossible to avoid fighting and killing each other. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanhao said, "You're very right. Humans will never unite as one unless it's a moment of life and death." Lu Yen said, "Any inhabited place is linked to the interests of others, and there's always conflict where personal interests are concerned." When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You're a member of the Yang clan. Even though you're just the son of a banished descendant, you're still a member of the Yang clan in the end. There are some things that you can't escape." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Some things are too far away. Let's talk about the present for now. You've recovered your freedom now, so what do you plan to do after this?" "Follow you, of course," Lu Yin replied. "You're my only chance at returning to the Yang clan." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I don't know if he'll return to the Yang clan, but having you by my side will definitely be extremely beneficial to me. He'll remember this kindness, and he'll definitely repay you in the future." Lu Yin smiled. He didn't think Yang Yi could help him with anything, but he didn't refuse it. He flicked his finger, and a scroll made out of jade flew towards Yang Yi as he said, "According to the conventions of this world, this is a divine technique for sword cultivators. It's called light speed, and it has 3 stages. The 1 stage allows the speed of your sword to improve by 5 times. The 2 end stage improves it by 10 times, and the 3 rod stage improves it by 30 times. If you're able to cultivate it to the 3 rod stage right now, then even I wouldn't be able to avoid your attacks." Chapter 685. The exalted Han Empire was destroyed, and its forces instantly collapsed. Coupled with the Northern Territory's surrender to the Southern Territory, the entire human world on the continent had truly been unified. On the next day after the exalted Han Empire was destroyed, the Oceanic clans and the Devil race immediately dispatched a representative to surrender to the Southern Territory. If Lu Yuanhao and Lu Yin were included, then there were 4 half-saints on the Southern Territory side. For half-saints was sufficient to annihilate both the Devil race and Oceanic clans. So, both had surrendered immediately. After all, with Yang Yi's character, they would probably vanish from the face of the continent if they didn't surrender. At this point, the entire continent was truly unified. Yang Yi locked himself behind closed doors once he returned to the Southern Territory, and he constantly practiced light speed which Lu Yin had given him. Amongst the profounders in the same realm of cultivation whom had fought, Yao Yi's blade had the most terrifying speed, because even he couldn't avoid it and had no choice but to clash with it head-on. However, he was certain that if he cultivated light speed to the 1 stage, then the speed of his sword would far surpass Yao Yi's blade. Besides light speed, he spent a huge amount of time studying alchemy every single time. After all, it was related to the little girl, Shao Qi's, fate, so he had to work hard on it. Fortunately, had obtained a huge number of herbs from the White Dragon's abode all those years ago. So, his materials to practice pill refinement was very sufficient. After a period of painstaking studying and practicing, Yang Yi was finally able to refine a medicinal pill called the healing pill. It was a mortal pill, and its effects weren't miraculous at all. It was merely capable of healing minor injuries like a healing talisman. That was what Yang Yi thought. However, Yang Yi was shocked once he tested its effects. It wasn't just Yang Yi who was shocked. Even Elder Mu and Lu Yin were shocked. The reason for Elder Mu's shock was the effects of the healing pill, because it could actually affect him. Even though it was an almost indiscernible effect, it was still effective. This was exactly the reason why Yang Yi was shocked. Because the healing pill was just a mortal pill, so it was impossible for it to affect a half-saint. But it just so happened to have. It wasn't long before Yang Yi figured it out. The healing pill was a mortal pill, and it was impossible for it to heal Elder Mu. The only explanation was that the pill wasn't the cause of the effect which Elder Mu sensed. It was the primordial violet energy within the pill. Yang Yi had utilized the primordial violet energy within the pagoda when he crafted the pills, so the pills had primordial violet energy within them, and primordial violet energy was the best healing medicine in the entire world for half-saints. However, it wasn't very effective because there wasn't much primordial violet energy within the pills. On the other hand, Lu Yin was shocked because Yang Yi actually knew how to refine pills. In the room, Lu Yin gazed at the medicinal pill in his hand for a short while before he took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You know how to refine pills?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "A little." Lu Yin revealed a trace of excitement as he said, "You're probably not aware of how important and respected alchemists are. Simply speaking, the status of alchemists far surpasses the status of cultivators in our world. Even if you don't possess any cultivation right now, you'll still be able to return to the Yang clan, and the entire Yang clan will think highly of you." Yang Yi frowned and said, "There are alchemists on the continent and the hallowed grounds as well." A wisp of disdain flashed through Lu Yan's eyes as he said, "Alchemists? Them? They are herbalists at most. True alchemists must possess profound energy of the 5 elements. Even though the profound energy within this pill has fused into it, I have no doubt that it's definitely profound energy of the 5 elements. Because only pills that are refined with the profound energy of the 5 elements possess such effects. It's even to the extent that I yearn for them a little." Actually, if he analyzed it carefully, then Lu Yan's strength would have been sufficient to notice that it wasn't profound energy of the 5 elements, but primordial violet energy. However, he hadn't because had never thought of primordial violet energy at all. There was no primordial violet energy throughout profounder continent, so how could Yang Yi possess any? Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard Lu Yin. Fortunately, Lu Yin thought it was profound energy of the 5 elements. After all, it would be a huge problem if Lu Yin found out that it was primordial violet energy. Looks like it's best for me to not reveal these pills to others in the future. Yang Yi decided that he would try his best not to reveal such pills in the future. He was weak now, but he possesses something that all the experts in this world yearned for. So once it was exposed, then the consequences would be unimaginable. You must return to the Yang clan. Meanwhile, Lu Yin suddenly said, "To take back what is rightfully yours." Yang Yi said, "Mine?" The patriarch of the Yang clan had 6 sons and 3 daughters. Your father was the youngest amongst them. The Yang clan possesses 7,000 minor worlds under its command, and 1,300 of them were under your father's command. However, his eldest brothers and 2 others joined forces and schemed against him. Not only were all your father's possessions taken back by the Yang clan, he was almost crippled as well. Fortunately, your auntie provided him protection in secret, and it allowed him to escape calamity. But he was still banished from the Yang clan and thrown into the chaotic flow of space. We can talk about returning in the future. The important matter at hand is how we should survive," said Yang Yi. He didn't have any sense of recognition towards that place, but he had to go there, because it was very likely that Xiao Qi came from the same world as Lu Yin. Lu Yin glanced at Yang Yi, and then he said, "Right, we'll talk about it later. How's your cultivation of light speed?" Yang Yi replied, "I've attained some comprehension, but there still are some things which I don't understand." Lu Yin said, "Tell me about it." Yang Yi was delighted as he knew that Lu Yin intended to provide him with guidance, and he hurriedly described the questions in his heart. After that, he started to practice light speed and heaven ren madly every single day, and he could be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds under Lu Yan's guidance. 1 month later, Yang Yi had attained the 1 stage of light speed, and he could overlap 7 heaven rens at once. If he was able to take his enemies by surprise with an attack that carried 7 overlapped heaven rens, which were enhanced by the 3 rod stage of critical strike and 1 stage of light speed, then Yang Yi was confident in its ability to instantly annihilate a 9th rank monarch realm expert. He was even confident to face that 1 strength expert on the hallowed rankings whom he met that day, Nether Maiden. Unfortunately, he was still at the Exalt realm. According to Lu Yin, had arrived before a barrier, and the key to overcoming the barrier wasn't continuous and frenzied cultivation, but comprehension and a critical factor. So long as he obtained it, then his advancement to the Monarch realm would come naturally. Because he was at the limits of the Exalt realm right now, Yang Yi didn't continue his painstaking cultivation because it was time to meet Qin Bufan. It was time to head to the hallowed grounds. End of Book 5. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.